Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is a Quincy's fairy tale in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 26, Shadow Masquerade. Lil Tato Lampard had been confident in her plan. She had been confident in Natsu and Totomaru's chances against Kyuzaka. She had been confident in Grey and Juvia's chances against Yin and Yang. She had also been confident in Wendy and her own chances against Arya of the Heavens. Then there was Elfman. That was one she was not entirely sure could win against his opponent, Soul of the Earth, but Lil Tato had hoped he would receive backup once another battle had ended. The Quincy had hoped that it might very well be herself and Wendy that would have aided him, but as she and the Sky Dragon Slayer lay on the ground, she was beginning to question her tactics. Arya of the Heavens was proving Lil Tato's plans suspect. This is all so sad, the wizard said as he hovered in midair, tears staining his face as they continued to flow out from beneath his bandages. A member of the Element 4 reduced to fighting weaklings such as yourself, it's such a shame. Lil, Wendy said as she knelt on the floor, the Dragon Slayer showing signs of damage. I'm so sorry. Lil Tato looked to Wendy then as the Quincy began to pull herself up to a standing position. It's not your fault, not at all. I pushed you too hard, Wendy. Lil Tato remembered well how she had joined the Vandenrijk at a young age, how she had become a soldier in the service of Wywak far too soon for the liking of anyone sane and rational. Yet at the time she had thought nothing of it. Now, however, she was questioning herself. Even if Wendy had found the drive to accompany her despite her reservations, her presence in this life or death battle was all Lil Tato's fault. Lil Tato began to say, the one who should be apologizing, Wendy. The best laid plans had fallen asunder. Lil Tato had expected Wendy's abilities as a Sky Dragon Slayer to be the perfect counter to Arya's form of elemental magic, but the member of Phantom Lord had proven his true potential in this battle. His attacks were invisible, as was his manner of movement, proving problematic. Wendy had been able to sense both, the air her element as well, but Arya was a master and she an unproven novice. It was the biggest flaw in Lil Tato's plan, yet it had not been entirely foolish. Wendy had been of assistance, the wizard helping keep Lil Tato alert to Arya's attacks to some extent. Wendy, you've been a great help, Lil Tato said as she began to stand, her legs shaking a little bit, and for that I thank you. Wendy stared at the Quincy in confusion. Lil. Arya, meanwhile, simply appeared a distance away from the two, the Phantom Lord Mage continuing to talk. You two refuse to die, even after repeated Zetsu techniques. How sad, for you. Lil Tato and Wendy both watched as Arya rose a hand up, fingers slipping underneath the white blindfold. Then did he quickly tear the cloth off, leaving his magenta eyes out in the open. Almost immediately did Lil Tato feel a spike in the wizard's magic power. You've proven yourself resilient, Arya said, and for that I will grant you the honor of dying from my unsealed powers. Please, don't be sad. This should be a great honor. Lil, Wendy whispered, the Sky Dragon Slayer's skin beginning to crawl. I'm scared. Lil Tato heard the voice of her ally, the Quincy chiding herself even more so for getting Wendy into this situation. Don't be, Lil Tato said, trying to keep her voice calm and steady. I promised to Bambietta that you'd make it through this and I refuse to let her down again. Lil Tato looked at Arya then, her eyes narrowing. And you? Don't talk like that, you hear me? There's no honor in death. Something you're about to find out. Lil Tato's plan had not gone as she had hoped, no, but its success was not entirely out of the question just yet. She had one last strategy to employ, one she was leery about using thanks to the potential drawbacks, but it was also one she would have to try for Wendy's sake if no one else's. So Lil Tato braced herself and began to draw on the magic around her in an attempt to fuel her Quincy powers. Then, in an instant, did her plans change. Lightning tore through the ceiling of the room, the golden bolt striking the floor with enough force that Lil Tato could feel the entire structure shake. Then did the lightning fade, a figure emerging from it. He was tall and broad-shouldered, a black coat hanging from those very same shoulders like a cloak. Lil Tato furrowed her brow. The fairy tale douchebag. Wendy's eyes began to light up. Mr. Laxus. The blonde-haired man looked over his shoulder at Wendy, his scarred left eye glaring at her. Man, look at you two. It's no wonder you wanted me to come help you all out. Bunch of losers. Lil Otto grew annoyed while Wendy began to simply sniff back, trying to keep herself from shedding any tears. Lax's face began to soften a slight bit before his expression hardened again. He turned his attentions away from Wendy. Look at you weaklings, making me be nice because it's the right thing to do. Wendy wiped her eyes then, a slight smile crossing her face. Lil Otto, meanwhile, shrugged. I guess he's not a total douchebag. Laxistriar, Arya of the Heavens said as he looked at the fairy tale wizard with his unsealed eyes. I never thought I'd have the chance to defeat the likes of you. Your reputation precedes you, which is entirely why I never expected you to come here. But perhaps you're here to make up for how I defeated your grandfather. Don't get the wrong idea, Laxus said as he returned Arya's glare. I'm not here to save the day like some wannabe hero. That's the kind of nonsense the old fart would say. No, I'm just sick of garbage like you making fairy tale look weak. How said then, Arya said as he brought his arms forward, that I'm going to make your guild look even weaker by defeating just like I did Makarov. No, worse. I will kill you with ZE-. Whatever spell Arya intended to speak did not come to pass. Laxus' body all but became lightning again, his form bolting towards the wizard in the blink of an eye. The fairy tale wizard was in contact with the element form mage in an instant, Laxus' body whole again. His right arm covered in nothing but electricity. His knuckles struck Arya directly in the face then, the lightning exploding outwards. Roaring thunder. Laxus grinned savagely as his power entirely burst outwards, a massive explosion rocking the room. Arya screamed in response, his body being sent flying backwards. He struck the far wall hard, collapsing to the ground as arcs of electricity continued to arc across his body, smoke rising from it. Trash like you, Laxus said, isn't even worth the time of me or that old fool. You had no right in defeating him. He won, Wendy said softly. He came to help. Lil Otto smiled a bit herself, happy that she did not have to resort to her last strategy. Arya was defeated, one enemy wielder of the wind taken care of. However, she also knew that there was still Korea. The Quincy knew of his strength from the Vandenrijke's time in the shadows observing the Soul Society. Comparing his power to Arya's full strength just now was like comparing a river to the ocean. Urza, Lil Otto whispered, please don't die. The reconfigured rooftops and towers that adorned the super mage giant phantom were caught in a crossfire, a contest between the ethereal forces of magic and spiritual pressure well underway. The Bount known as Jin Korea was keeping his distance from the silver-clad Urza Scarlet now, the older man moving through the sky as expediently as he could. His direction shifted time and time again, sword after sword raining down from the sky and embedding themselves in the roof beneath him. Urza was trying to direct his movements, or perhaps pin him down, and the Bount was uninterested in letting either occur. No, he would guide her attacks after him. They would not force him to make a move that could be detrimental to him. Korea suddenly pulled back, a sword obscuring his view as it slammed into the metal roof. A magic armor that allowed a warrior to telekinetically control an indescribable amount of swords. It was as valid a technique as any other on the field of battle, but to Korea it was an old acquaintance. The form and technique was different, but there were enough similarities to the combat style of the arrogant nobleman of the Soul Society that he had faced in battle once more. There were differences between the attacks of course, but one in particular was quite evident to Korea. While the Soul Reaper captain of Squad 6 had been ready and willing to take Korea's life at a moment's notice to avenge both his adopted sister and his pride, Urza was not. To the Bount, that was evidence enough that she could not defeat him. While Urza simply wanted to defeat him, Korea was willing to emerge victorious at any cost. It was clear as day to him. To the untrained eye her attacks were vicious and deliberate, but to Korea they were tinged with a desire to avoid fatal hits. Urza, Urza, Korea repeated as he moved himself up into the air, once more relaxing his body as he looked to the determined wizard below. If you're going to play nice, then you will have no hope of defeating me. Urza had already seen that pinning Korea down with her onslaught of swords was out of the question. Sota was guiding him into her range of close combat. This Bount had the air as his ally, allowing the entire sky to be his arena. If that was the case then Urza knew what she was going to have to do. The four wings of her heaven's wheel armor spread outwards, allowing Urza to ascend into the sky as well. She flew towards Korea, twin blades in hand. They were not alone for long, however, a bevy of blades pulling themselves out of Phantom Lord's mechanized guild hall and moving behind Urza. They began follow her then, as if guided by her indomitable will and magic power. "Oh," Korea whispered, a smile becoming clear on his scarred face. "Interesting. You wish to face me on my own battlefield, is that it? If I must bring the battle to you, then so be it." Urza shouted as her wheel of swords began to spin. Blumenblatt. Urza's speed suddenly increased, catching Korea off guard. For the briefest of moments did he have to wonder if this wizard possessed her own variation of the flash step technique. No, it was physical speed and nothing more, but he did not have time to worry regardless. Her twin swords had struck against this wind barrier, leaving his body to stagger back an inch at most, but that was not the end. No, the swarm of swords that had been behind Urza were next, each and every one of them slamming into Korea. He staggered further, the blade impacting against the wind barrier that covered his shoulders, his arms, and legs. No damage was done, the barrier more than holding, but the vibrations brought about by the impacts was rattling him a little. Urza, meanwhile, turned in midair, lashing out with the broadside of one of her swords. It slammed against the back of Korea's head while he continued to endure the onslaught from the front. Urza grit her teeth as she saw the flat side of her blade stop an inch from Korea's silver hair, his barrier once more proving a counter to her attacks. The wizard's swords swarmed around her again and she watched as Korea turned to face her, his crimson eyes staring into her own. "Oh, I see." The Bount seemed bemused if not threatened. "That's what this has been all about. You were hoping my wind barrier could only shield me from what I could see. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, Urza, but it's the ultimate form of defense." Urza flew back a bit, making certain to keep some distance between herself and Korea. She had no desire to be caught in his maelstrom of tornadoes at close range a second time. At the very least she had no intention of making it easier on him to do so. "I thought I told you that there is no distance between us no matter how far you step or fly away," Korea said as he turned completely. One hand slipped out from his coat pocket, the hand reaching out to Urza. An omnidirectional barrier. Urza prepared herself for an attack, bracing her swords before her to block any wind attack. Yet she suddenly found herself crying in pain, blood spraying out from the bare skin of the upper portion of her right arm, directly beneath her fairy tale mark. She saw it then, a gust of sharp wind, barely visible as it was, moving from behind her towards Korea. As well as omnidirectional attacks, Korea said as the wind blade faded upon contact with the palm of his hand. "Urza, you have as much hope as increasing the gap between us in this battle as you do closing the one that exists between our strengths. Is that a fact? Then I shall at least close the space between us." Urza suddenly lunged towards Korea, the swords that hovered in the air around her beginning to spin. Their velocity so great, their very images began to blur, becoming a luminous light that encircled Urza. Circle sword. Korea could sense the torrent of power behind the attack, the Bount quickly raising his left arm up to defend himself. The circle of blades began to strike his forearm then as it found itself in the attack's range, Korea gritting his teeth from the shocks. That however was all he need concern himself with. As Urza passed him once more, her assault proved futile, the Bount's wind armor holding up under the repeated blows. "Is that all you can muster?" Korea asked as he began to turn to attack Urza once more. "You're going to have to do a lot more than dash." Trinity sword. Korea's eyes widened in shock as he saw Urza slash out with both swords in her hands, an arc of glowing magic suddenly bursting forth from the twin edges. It collided with him immediately, his entire body engulfed in the power. Then it faded, leaving the Bount to continue hovering in air. His wind barrier was unfazed, his body untouched. At least in all but one location. Korea's right arm was bleeding, his sleeve and skin torn from the elbow down. Well, Korea said, a bemused expression on his face. "Not bad. Rather impressive in fact. I can see that I am going to have trouble with you after all." Urza could see it then, that the Bount's defensive technique was not almighty. It was not impenetrable. Yet, despite her having wounded Korea, she did not fancy the odds to be in her favor. She had been forced to focus all of her power on that one spot, she had been forced to attack it again and again in rapid succession, and no doubt the invisible barrier of air was reforming itself. Still, it was enough. She had wounded him. She had taken one arm out of the equation. It was enough, if only for a moment. "Are you proud?" Korea asked, the Bount leaving his bloodied arm to hang by his side. "Proud to have hurt you," Urza said in response. "No. It's simply necessary if you and your guild won't stand down." "How quaint. You speak as if you have me at a disadvantage." Korea raised his wounded arm up, gritting his teeth as the blood continued to flow outwards and drip away. "Allow me to educate you, Urza, in the true power of the Bount." That was when Urza saw it, magic particles coming into existence, as if from thin air. The blue specks of light moved towards Korea's ripped flesh, as if flowing into the very wound. The wound began to close then, right before Urza's eyes, leaving the wizard in awe. Flesh and ligaments restored, Korea began to move his fingers for a moment, testing his restored arm before allowing it to partake in the battle once more. "The wind is but a part of my ultimate defense. You can hurt me, but you will never bring me down." Urza took a deep breath, her mind remaining as sharp and focused as any blade she could bring forth. "That remains to be seen. I understand what power it takes to break through your barrier, Korea, and that will guide me to victory." "Oh no it won't," Korea retorted. "You think you see a path to victory, but it only deludes you with false hope." "Perhaps hope is all we can rely on," Urza replied simply, her shoulders relaxing for a moment, her body becoming enveloped in magic once more. Requip. Blackwing armor. Korea watched as Urza stood before him, a changed woman in one respect, yet the same in another. Her clothing was different, black armor adorning her body yet leaving a fairy amount of skin exposed. Her hair was pulled up now in a ponytail, as if to give a wide berth to the new wings that spread out from the armor's backing. While the last set had been pristine and dazzling the light, these wings were dark and foreboding, appearing as if they had been taken from a dragon that had been as black as night. Those very wings kept her aloft in the air, the change having only lasted a short moment. Yet despite it all, she was the same warrior that stood before Korea. A fool that refused to realize her folly in continuing to pursue her ideals. Hope. Korea could not help but chuckle, his crimson eyes growing dull for the briefest of moments. "Yes, I suppose one untainted by life such as yourself would believe in such a thing. But the stains of time have shown me the truth. Hope is a cruel, vile thing. It will lead you to ruin, it will drive you mad as everything you value is taken away." What once had shown nothing but an ember of rage suddenly came aflame with emotion, Korea's eyes blazing. He lunged towards Urza then, his hands once more becoming covered by visible, razor-sharp wind. Holding the sole ebony blade that matched the winged armor she was clad in now, Urza flew towards Korea then. The black wings fought against the air and the desires of gravity, pushing Urza's body harder and faster than the Heaven's Wheel armor had been able to. Urza was precise, she was specific. Each and every action she took in battle was deliberate and paced. The Heaven's Wheel armor had been for nothing but testing the waters, and now the black wing armor was going see through the hypothesis she had formed. Wind and blade clashed once more, as they had over a dozen times before in this contest of strengths. The howling force of Korea's wind was joined soon by his own shout as his shielded left hand collided with Urza's sword. The Wizard of Fairy was much more silent, her eyes narrow and her teeth clenched as she struggled to push forward. This armor, this blade, they were designed with the express purpose of channeling as much magic power into her attack as they could without disregarding defense. It was her best chance to pierce through his barrier in one strike, to bring him down at last. She had used the Heaven's Wheel armor to gauge the amount of power needed to break the barrier in one precise spot, but Urza chided herself for not considering the increased wind power around Korea's hands. Then it happened. Urza's momentum suddenly carried her forward. It seemed her power had been enough, the edge of her blade tearing through first wind then flesh, shaving against Korea's knuckles as Urza's entire body flew past him. As Urza moved far, taking a moment to steady and slow herself with her wings, Korea was quicker to regain control of his momentum. He whirled around, anger truly in his eyes, his own blood swirling in the vortex of wind. Urza's expression was no different, betraying her feelings on the battle. Whether Urza knew it or not, her eyes glowed with a confidence then and there, something that Kariya was quick to notice. "That look in your eyes," Kariya hissed. "You really believe you can defeat me? That fairy tale can defeat Phantom Lord?" "It's not a matter of whether we can that matters," Urza replied. "We simply have to." "That's just the rhetoric of a fool that knows she can't succeed." Kariya swung out his right arm, bringing into existence a blade of wind that quickly covered the distance between himself and Urza. It was a move he was counting on, the Bound having understood what Urza had done by switching her armors the way she had. Yet Kariya was left in annoyance as he watched Urza's sword pass through the visible wind, tearing it asunder. The black wing armor was a sacrifice of defense, yes, but Urza knew well how to use its offensive strength to counter that weakness. Kariya's bloodied fingers twitched as the man kept his arm raised, the Bound calling on the wind once more. Another blade of wind formed, this time behind Urza. It arced towards her from the right, but the wizard swung her sword out and shattered it as well. Kariya's eyes narrowed in response. "I may have discarded my armored defenses to break your own," Urza said as she began to float down to remain at an even level with Kariya, "but I would never leave myself incapable of defending myself." Kariya shrugged. "And yet you still are holding back. You are still looking towards fighting Jose and not myself." Urza said nothing in response. "Oh? The silent treatment." Kariya closed his eyes and shook his head for a moment. "Then it seems I spoke the truth. You're still trying to defeat me with the least amount of effort possible. You used your heavenly armor to test my defenses and assumed that this dark armor of yours would be the barest minimum needed. So you still see through me," Urza commented. "I see through you." Kariya grit his teeth. "You're the one looking right through me. Right past me. Well, no more." Kariya raised his right hand to the sky, wind once more enveloping it as it slowly closed into a fist. Urza prepared herself for what was to come, ready for any attack from any direction, but what came next was different. The sky above was warping, wind currents becoming visible. It spread then, the forces moving about all around the wizard and Bound, leaving one's hair to flutter about and the other's coat to splay outwards. The wind around Kariya's hand began to intensify, forcing a similar reaction in the sky above him. Soon did a funnel lower from the upper atmosphere, becoming one with the Bound's weaponized air. "What are you doing?" Urza asked, the wizard holding her sword horizontally before him. "With such power, you could dash." "Don't hold this against me, Urza," Kariya interrupted. "You only have yourself to blame for forcing me to this. For daring to look past me like this battle is nothing. To me this battle is everything and I will make you feel the same." A blade forged of a Quincy's light continued to slash and tear through first the air and then the shadows, dispelling the dark apparitions that threatened to steal Lucy Heartfilly away. That was how it had gone for some time now, and Bambietta was beginning to wonder if it would ever come to an end. The ethereal forces of Phantom Lord seemed relentless and unwavering. That was fine, however. Bambietta knew she shared that much in common with them. She would not quit. She would not yield. Not until the abyss break was stopped. Not until Phantom Lord was bowing before Fairy Tale's mercy. Not until Lucy was safe. Yet as Bambietta's sword cut down another swath of Phantom, she cast a glance at the mechanized fortress that the guild had come to Magnolia in. Its arms were in constant motion, giving power and life to the magic circle that would cast the abyss break. Two colors had drained from it, the red and blue, but white and green were still swirling through it. The twin colors had seemingly redoubled their efforts, as if to make up for lost ground. No doubt two individuals casting the spell had been defeated, but Fairy Tale was not out of the woods yet. "I am so sick of Jose's moving castle." Bambietta howled as she turned her eyes away from the guild hall. She wanted to bring it down herself so very much, to end this herself, but she knew that could not be the case. This battle, this war between guilds was a team effort, and she knew her place in this matter. Yet then did Bambietta feel something. A sense of dread in the air. It was not motionless, not in the least. The sensation was circling about her, picking up speed. The wind was blowing coldly across the battlements of Magnolia, as if pure rage was driving it. It was peculiar though. Despite that errant amount of anger that Bambietta could sense in the wind's spiritual makeup, the power of another fueling it, it was not a wild, uncontrollable thing. It was calm and collected, as if the emotion was tucked away and hidden, as if the one responsible for the wind was trying to keep his demeanor cool. It was the complete reverse of how Bambietta would handle Grace under pressure. Korea. The Quincy turned then, looking back to the Phantom Lord Guildhall. It was clear as day, a veritable maelstrom of wind consuming the castle completely and utterly. The winds were so strong that Bambietta could see them clearly even without her spiritual senses. It was madness, pure madness to imagine the Bount was capable of such power. For the briefest of moments did Bambietta have to wonder if her former emperor had been wrong to dismiss the rogue group as a potential ally in the eventual war with the Soul Society. Bambietta could see the wind taking its toll on all present, fairy tale wizards and phantom creatures being pushed about. The Quincy herself could feel the solace of her boots skidding across the ground. She could hear the sound of her heavy cape whipping in the wind behind her. Yet there was another concern in the back of her mind, something that concerned what was atop it. My hat. Bambietta turned quickly, reaching out with her right hand in a panic. Yet then did the Quincy's erratic motion came to a sudden stop, her eyes widening. Her hat had landed atop Lucy's head in a haphazard manner, obscuring her eyes from sight. Lucy. Bambietta could see that her friend was shrieking, the wind that Korea had brought into existence whipping about her. The celestial wizard's hands were dropping down quickly, forcing Bambietta's head to tilt down in an attempt to follow. Bambietta blinked, the Quincy truly taking notice of Lucy's predicament. Her skirt was rising as a result of the maelstrom. Yay. That was all Bambietta was able to say, the Quincy's eyes refusing to blink anymore. Then was the moment thwarted, a burst of light appearing beside Lucy. Virgo came into existence, the celestial spirit crouched down beside Lucy. The maid's hands were gripping tightly to Lucy's skirt, keeping it held down around her thighs. Thanks, Virgo, Lucy said, reaching one hand up to her chest, and she sighed in relief. But did you just appear on your own? Yes, mistress, Virgo answered. It is my utmost duty to protect you and your modesty. Bambietta shook her head, the Quincy taking notice of the skirt that was a part of Virgo's maid skirt fluttering about. But what about your modesty? Irrelevant, Virgo replied matter-of-factly. Stare if you wish. That is my punishment for not obscuring my mistress' undergarments from your sight sooner. Bambi. Lucy's eyes suddenly widened, a look of worry on her face. Did you get hurt protecting me? Bambietta was caught off guard then, staring not transfixed at Lucy but simply with confusion. Huh. Your nose, Lucy said as she fumbled through the pouch on her belt, her finger slipping past her celestial spirit keys. She found a handkerchief and, Virgo walking beside her to keep her skirt held down against the winds, Lucy moved towards Bambietta. It looks like one of those phantoms bloodied it. Oh. Bambietta blinked at last while Lucy dotted the handkerchief against her upper lip to wipe away the errant amount of blood. Yeah, that's totally what happened. Bambietta could see the look of worry on Lucy's face refusing to go away, the Quincy wishing she had not gone along with the wizard's incorrect assumption. However, there was absolutely no way she was going to admit to the truth. So Bambietta did the next best thing. She fell back on the same force of habit she always followed through when confused or unsure of herself. She acted boldly and without reason. Don't worry your pretty little head, Lucy. Bambietta said as she turned around. She stuck out her chest and planted her hands on her hips as she looked towards the windswept Phantom Lord Guildhall. A little lost blood is a small price to pay if it means I get to see you through this whole mess safely. Bambietta laughed then as loudly as she possibly could, hoping that her energetic personality was able to obscure any nervousness in her voice. All the while her cape fluttered in the wind as she stood defiant before Phantom Lord's forces. That's so Bambi, Lucy said as she stared at the back of her friend. Mistress, should we tell Bambietta that her cape isn't the only thing blowing up in the wind? Virgo asked. Or should we move closer so that I can hold down her skirt as well? I guess in all the chaos today that she forgot to put on those tights she's been liking lately, Lucy whispered at first before speaking in a normal tone. Hey, Bambi? I think you might be having a bit of a wardrobe malfunction. The Quincy turned to look over her shoulder at Lucy, Bambietta raising an eyebrow. Huh. Then did her eyes grow large, the Quincy's cheeks becoming flush with embarrassment. Then did Bambietta's hand suddenly fly out, grabbing the white hat atop Lucy's head. The Quincy quickly put it down on her own head, holding it tightly with one hand. "How could I forget my lovely little hat?" Bambietta asked with a wink before turning her attentions back to the Phantom Lord Guildhall and any further attacks from Jose's forces. "Thanks, Lucy. You're a lifesaver, you know that." "Mistress," Virgo whispered into Lucy's ear, "I believe she misunderstood. Let's just move closer and you can hold her skirt down too, okay?" Lucy asked as she slowly walked beside Bambietta, allowing Virgo to stand between them both. Bambietta was unable to truly notice, the Quincy's eyes narrowing as she stared up at the heavens above the mechanized Phantom Lord Guildhall. That was the source of the ever-growing power, the energy of the Bount. It was incredible, more so than Bambietta had ever experienced. Incredible and frustrating. Once she had been so much stronger than Korea or any other Bount. Now, however, it was not the case. She had to change that. She had to take back what was hers, what she had been for so long. However, for now she knew she simply had to wish for the best when it came to new allies. As the wind began to die down, the maelstrom beginning wind back to Korea, Bambietta simply had to believe one thing. If anyone can stop him, Urza, it's you. Urza held her ground, the wizard feeling the very wind around her beginning to withdraw. The focused totality of it all was moving towards the very eye of the storm, to Korea himself. As it passed by Urza's body she could feel the power pulsing through the currents. It was a true reminder that the individual she was fighting was no wizard. Such magical power could be sensed in some form or another, but it was transparent and ethereal. The power this Bount had radiated, the very power he was harnessing now, was something else entirely. Urza felt it weighing down on her body, as if it was determined to drown her. She refused to succumb to it, however, Urza remaining standing disputed all. Her ponytail was moved by the wind, but that was the only aspect of herself she would allow to be swayed by it. So she waited and watched as the wind began to coalesce around Korea's right hand. "Zejdijk," the Bount began to shout in a language Urza could not place, "Messer." The wind stopped them, completely dissipating immediately. Yet Urza could felt it on her flesh and within her bones. The overbearing power was still there. Worse, it had increased. Now however it was not all around. No, it was simply a part of Korea. Before Urza's eyes did the Bount's right hand begin to shift, to change. A silver substance began to form around Korea's fist, gleaming in the daylight as it began to harden. To Urza it appeared as if it was the handguard of a patah sword, but she could see no blade, simply an empty socket meant for one forming from behind Korea's knuckles. Yet then did Urza see it, a blade of visible, concentrated wind extending out from the unlikely weapon. The vortex of the sword howled, as if it was determined to pierce her eardrums before it had the chance to do the same to her armor or flesh. "And now you see the ultimate power of the Bount," Korea said as he raised the elemental sword towards Urza. His eyes began to waver a bit then, his expression softening for the briefest of moments. "And the ultimate example of false hope." Urza's eyes narrowed, the wizard catching sight of the brief failing of Korea's demeanor. He had unveiled his power in full, so why then would he allow himself a moment of apparent sorrow? "What are you talking about?" Korea's expression hardened quickly again, the Bount shaking his head with closed eyes momentarily. "Oh, do pardon me. That was just a slip of a tongue. Nothing important really." Then Korea suddenly moved quickly, his body rocketing past Urza, as if he had becoming the wind itself. It had been fast, yes, but not so fast that Urza was caught entirely unawares. She had raised her ebony sword upwards upon instinct, both hands gripping the handle of the blade. Yet as Korea's feet came to a stop on the rooftop of the Guildhall, they were not the only thing that made contact with it. The clang of metal against stone rang out across the battlefield as a piece of sharp metal plunged into the Guildhall's framework. Urza, meanwhile, was left standing. She was uninjured, yes, but left in shock. For she was left staring at nothing but half a sword, the blade of her black wing armor cleaved in two so perfectly that one could only assume the sword had been forged intentionally as it was. "Oh, I was sure I landed more strikes than just one." Korea glanced back over his shoulder, his crimson eyes glaring at Urza. The wizard turned her gaze back at him, all but ready to requip a new sword. What? The black armor around Urza suddenly broke apart then, scraps of it dropping to the floor, her makeshift wings cleaved off and falling from her body as well. I suppose for my peace of mind that you could say this weapon of mine is the expression of your false hope. Yes, that will do. Kariya turned fully to face Urza. Surely you realize that it will destroy your hope as easily as it did your vaunted armor. Urza's armor was torn asunder, only half of it covering her body, but she didn't pay it any mind. Any shock she had felt only lasted the merest of moments. Surprise in having any degree of her skin exposed was not a possibility. No, the only surprise she could feel was at one of her prized armors being torn apart so easily. Kariya's power was great, she could understand that much. Never before had she had an armor of hers destroyed so quickly in battle. The bounce blade had focused his power in amazing ways, something Urza knew she would have to be wary of. She had so many armors, yes, but clearly she was going to have to add more to her collections. Perhaps a wind elemental design to go alongside the Flame Empress armor. That was something Urza knew she would have to speak with her favored blacksmith. First, however, she knew she had to win this battle. This and the next to follow. Phantom Lord could not be allowed to win this day. So Urza said nothing to Kariya, allowing instead her body to be engulfed in magic once more. When it faded she stood before the Bount in an armor he recognized well from earlier. This again. Kariya said as he took notice of the golden armor Urza had clad herself in, a gigantic lance held parallel to her body by her right hand. The giant armor? I've seen this already, but I suppose you're still trying to end this quickly. You're far too greedy, Urza. You continually look towards another battle despite my advice, and for what? To protect your guild from Master Jose. Yes, I suppose I am still looking towards the future for the sake of fairy tale, Urza replied as she kept her resolve strengthened, the wizard keeping her wits about her if Kariya made a sudden move. But I wouldn't dare call what I do for my comrades an act of greed. Urza threw the spear forward then, putting all of her strength behind the motion. She commanded its magic to activate, flames expelling from its sides. It picked up incredible speed as it careened towards Kariya. Then, just like that, the Bount slipped to the side, letting the mighty weapon fly by him harmlessly. How predictable, he said as he glanced towards the weapon as it flew away towards the horizon. Did you really think that would work a second dash? Kariya never finished his sentence, the Bount's eyebrows raising slightly. Urza was in front of him now, as if she had appeared from nowhere. Her golden armor was no more, a different uniform adoring her body, one that was as peculiar as it was fast. That's armor. It was the farthest thing from it as far as Kariya could tell. There was only breastplate and the bracer on Urza's left arm that gave him any hint that it was meant for protection. The rest of the outfit, particularly the hair clips atop Urza's head that looked like the ears of a cheetah. It was strange, it was peculiar, and it was the furthest thing from anything else Kariya had seen in battle. Yet he could tell it was not to be trifled with. It was taking all that Kariya had to keep up with Urza's sudden increase in speed, her blade clashing against his own time and time again. Yet more and more attacks were slipping past Kariya's more outward defense. While he was busy readjusting his position after parrying a strike from Urza's right sword, she was behind him then, her left sword colliding with his wind barrier. On and on it went, the Bount finding himself losing some ground in the matter. He did not care, however. The shield would hold. It would have to. Yet then he felt a familiar sensation of pain. The Bount's eyes darted to his right shoulder and he could see blood splattering out, whirling around in his wind barrier as it reformed. Then there was another burst of pain, this time across Kariya's left knee. Then again and again it continued, his body slowing bit by bit with each wound that was being forged upon his flesh. Damn. Kariya allowed the magic in the environment to build within the soles of his feet and he quickly retreated back to the opposing edge of the roof with the Bount's variation of the flash step. Springen had taken him far, putting some distance between himself and Urza. Her strange armor, it was fast, Kariya had to admit that much. Perhaps just as fast as the Bankai of that youth who had both intrigued and vexed Kariya in his previous world. However, even if there was a slight difference in the speeds of the two, there was another variation to it. Urza was skilled in combat and swordplay, more than any other Kariya had fought in his long life. She had kept his focus on one blade, while the other had struck his wind barrier again and again. She had targeted multiple locations, yes, but Urza had never lost sight of them. No, it was worse than that. She had switched her game plan time and time again, knowing that Kariya would focus more readily on the first sword that had eventually cut his barrier enough in one location as to tear into his actual body. Urza had moved to feinting with that sword then, using the other to do eventual damage. It had all happened so fast, leaving Kariya little time to catch on until he had breathing room. Even then, his own centuries of experience began to kick in. Impressive, he began to whisper under his breath, magic flowing into his body in an attempt to heal his wounds. Despite my research, I still underestimated you, Urza. You truly do defy all my expected dash. Kariya's eyes widened in shock, his sentence left unfinished. Urza was upon him again, her flight armor having closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Kariya did not allow himself to be caught off guard again. He adamantly refused to allow it happen once more. His wind blade collided quickly with Urza's twin swords, holding her at bay. Yet then she let them both go, disappearing in the blink of an eye with her incredible speed. Kariya prepared to turn, wonder if she would requip a new weapon and attack his back once more. Yet then did his eyes widen in shock despite his best effort, a hand clad in black leather clasping against his face. Past the fingers that tightly held to his face could Kariya see a golden gauntlet, one that was familiar to him. Clad in her giant armor once more, Urza moved faster than her armor would appear to allow her. She spun her body around, building momentum, and she threw her arm forward. Kariya was cast away then, the incredible strength of Urza's armor propelling him forward. He fought to take control, to pull the wind to him, to use the sky itself to stop his momentum, but it was all for naught. The Bound cried out, blood issuing forth from his mouth, as both the back of his head and body slammed into the side of the super mage giant phantom with enough force to dent the metal. Kariya shook his head, trying to clear away any cobwebs. Even with his barrier restoring itself, new wind replacing what had been cut away, that had hurt. Yet Kariya could not help himself. His lips curled up the faintest bit at the corners, the Bound feeling a sense of satisfaction that had been foreign to him for some time. This was a battle worth fighting, now more than ever. That smile, however, was quickly wiped away. Urza was upon the Bound once more, the warrior once more changing armors on a flash of light. Requip. Piercing armor. Elfman Strauss was in the fight of his life, the wizard finding himself besieged by a myriad number of stone golems brought to life by Soul of the Earth. Their numbers were daunting, their combined strength the very definition of intimidating. Yet to Elfman it meant little. He would never surrender, not even with his dying breath, and so he pressed on. He kept himself in the fray of the battle, his monstrous right arm tearing asunder any golem that dared come close to attack. Such an uncouth barbarian you are, Soul mused from afar. Though I suppose I shouldn't have expected anything less from someone who would dare be a part of a band of ruffians the likes of Fairy Tale. You just keep talking. Elfman screamed as his knuckles tore through stone and earth. I'll show you what kind of a ruffian a real man can be when I get over to you. I think not. Soul clasped his hands together, a magic circle sparking between his palms. The remaining golems began to come together then, dirt and stone referging itself into one massive being. If quantity can't bring you down, then perhaps quality will. The towering hulk struck at Elfman then, driving the wizard into the wall with its massive fist. He cried out but continued his struggle, raining down on the stone hand with not only his monstrous fist but also his human one as well. Flesh bruised and tore, blood leaking out, but he refused to stop. That's more like it. Elfman shouted. This is a real man's kind of fight. Then did reality come into the light. The battle between Elfman and Soul was interrupted then, their arena shaking. Before either combatant knew it, a hole formed in the wall, shrapnel bursting forth. From the damaged hull came two figures locked in combat. Urza Scarlet and Jin Kariya. Then they were gone as fast as they had appeared, Titania driving the Bound through the opposite wall with her lance with enough force to leave the guild hall shaking once more. Well, Elfman began to say, the wizard blinking in surprise, maybe that's a real man's fight. Kariya felt the pain of tearing through a wall once, then twice, but he refused to relent. Urza was before him still, clad in a black bodysuit that was adorned by golden armor. This, however, was different from the giant armor. While that had been imposing and bulky, this one was sleek and refined. An elaborate lance was in her possession, the weapon bursting with magic, and it pressed against Kariya's wind barrier. Kariya grit his teeth, pouring all of his power into his wind barrier, but it was only able to keep his body free from more severe harm. It struggled against the lance's awesome power, the wind beginning to tear asunder, and the Bount did all he could in response. He focused the entirety of his power on that whole soul spot, forcing his entire barrier to flow inwards and reinforce Urza's focused point of attack. Yet it was still not enough. Further blood had been kept from being shed, yes, but the power behind the attack could not be entirely abated. No, Kariya knew the armor and the weapon would live up to their titles and pierce through his barrier soon enough if he did not manage to free himself. Then did Urza's body burst with light again. The spear faded, as did the suit of metal, and she was once more in her flight armor. It made no sense to Kariya. They were in the air and, despite the armor's name, it did not give her true flight. Yet he could see Urza's feet hitting a piece of large shrapnel, the metal giving her something to gain traction on, and she pushed against it. Then, like a flash, she shot past him. Kariya prepared himself to turn, to attack, but he did not get the chance. Urza had both his back and the high ground, a deadly combination, and she switched from her flight armor to the Morning Star armor in the blink of an eye. Twin swords in hand, she flung the sabers forward until they met. Energy formed and coalesced before firing forth. Photon Slicer. The devastating energy was as quick as it was devastating, the massive orb of energy engulfing Kariya near instantly. It pushed him down and slammed him to the roof, the energy exploding outwards upon contact. Smoke arose from the crater of metal and wood, nothing moving from within. Landing gracefully in a crouch, Urza surveyed the damage she had done. Surely that had managed to make it through the weakened wind barrier. Surely that had been enough to put Carrier down long enough to consider this battle over. The Bount was right after all. Urza had other matters to worry about, and she could not afford to deplete any more power on battling him, not with Jose Porla waiting in the wings. Yet Urza could see a figure beginning to stand within the smoke, leaving her eyes to sharpen. Stand down, Kariya. You cannot win this battle. You must know that. A tornado formed within the crater, blowing away the smoke in its entirety. Kariya glared at Urza from over his shoulder, Messer's blade of wind swirling violently, as if it was growing in strength. You'd like to think that, wouldn't you? But it's not over yet, Urza. Not by far. Urza could hear the confidence in Kariya's voice, the absolutely certainty that he could still defeat her. In response did the wizard keep a tight grip on her swords and assume a defensive stance. The wind is my ally, Urza, Kariya began to say, and it grants me many gifts, many of which you have already seen. But there is one left. One that I never expected I would to unveil this day. Tell me, Queen of the Fairies, do you know what is generated by the wind through atmospheric pressure? Urza kept her calm, her wits truly about her. Lightning. Clever girl. Kariya raised his arm high, pointing Messer to the sky. Both the wind emanating from it and the magic power it had absorbed began to intensify, the currents of air pressure beginning to spin at an alarming rate. Then did an arc of golden power spill outwards from the metal handguard, spiraling around the blade of wind until it had becoming nothing more than a field of crackling electricity. Then, without warning, Kariya swung his arm down, the golden lightning arcing outwards. Urza was quick to respond in kind, the wizard requipping back to her flight armor. She was not so foolish as to trust her base level of speed to outmaneuver lightning itself. No, she would use the properties of the armor to assist her in that endeavor. Her entire body went into motion, the heels of her feet pivoting as she leapt to the side. Several yards, that had been more than enough to clear the lightning, the solace of Urza's feet touching down on the roof. She pivoted again, intent on lunging for Kariya, but she suddenly stopped. Out of the corner of her eye could Urza see something unnatural. The lightning was bending. It was not a technique that Urza was unawares of. She had seen it in the past. Laxistri are able to convert his entire body into lightning itself, to ride it to the destination of his choosing. He became the lightning and could divert himself in any direction he desired at a moment's notice. Kariya, however, was merely controlling this lightning like an extension of his will. It was far removed from Laxus' ability, the wizard only able to project lightning from his body in a straight line. It was enough to take Urza by surprise. The bolt of lightning struck her in the side, the armored wizard crying out in agony. Then it was over in a flash, the electricity fading from her body. All that remained was smoke curling up into the air from charred flesh, leaving Urza wounded. "So," Kariya asked as he watched his enemy drop to one knee, "was that enough for you, Urza?" The Bount watched as Urza's head bowed forward, scarlet hair slipping down in front of her face. He took that as a yes, but he was quick to receive the true answer Urza had for him. Her eyes, they were peeking out from behind Urza's bangs, a look of utter defiance burning within the orbs. It was enough to make even Kariya feel a chill in the air. He felt it, yes, but he refused to show it, of course. Such a beautiful sight. "It's a shame I'll have to beat such strength out of you." Kariya swung Messer around again, another arc of agonizing power bursting forth from the blade. It arced towards Urza once more, threatening to bring her down. It struck the wizard in an instant, a burst of static and condensed electricity consuming her entire body. "It's over," Kariya said simply, watching as more smoke began to cover the scene of his victory. "Such a shame." Kariya turned away then, all but ready to return Messer to its traditional, hidden form. This battle was over, his victory having become assured once he had used his full power. That alone would be monument enough to Urza Scarlet's stature as both a wizard and a warrior. She had pushed Kariya to a level he had not intended to go to in this battle. Now however it was over. Yet then Kariya felt it, a spark of power that assaulted senses. The Bount turned, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of Urza between the wafts of dissipating smoke. Then, when it was all gone, he could see her in full. Light blue armor, adorned with golden highlights, and white flowing cloth. That was all Kariya could see. No, that was not all. He could see that Urza was entirely unharmed from his attack. "Another armor," Kariya whispered. "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised." "Lightning Empress armor," was all Urza had to say, the wizard raising her right hand. There was a flash of light, leaving a lance with twin spearheads within her grasp. "Lightning of your caliber will have no effect as long as I'm wearing it. Though I have to wonder if you are immune to your own element." Urza spun the spear around then, the wizard pushing her feet off the ground. She leapt towards Kariya, a burst of lightning projecting from her weapon. Kariya was unwilling to test his durability against an unknown factor, leaving the Bount to step back in a flash. "No, I can't say that I am," the Bount answered, his coat fluttering as he came to a stop. "The wind is my elemental affinity, while lightning is simply an added bonus. But I suppose you didn't need me to answer that. You know what you're up against." Kariya swung Messer out as Urza approached him again, his blade coming into contact with her advancing lance. He stared at her over the interlocked weapons, the Bount unwilling to stay silent. "However, lightning simply being an added bonus is why you will lose, Urza," Kariya said, his confidence never wavering. Urza was about to respond, to counter with both words and weapon, but she suddenly felt nothing but pain. Her arm was exploding in sheer agony, leaving her to glance to the left. There was blood spraying out from her upper arm, flesh cut open by a blade of wind. "It's just as I suspected," Kariya said with much satisfaction. "You can't hope to counter two elements simultaneously." Another blade of wind came at Urza again, but this time it did not strike her body. No, it simply left her to watch in horror as her spear of lightning was cut in half, the two-pronged blades falling off. Then did Kariya's free hand suddenly shoot forward, grabbing Urza around the throat once more. The Bount was quick and precise, calling upon the greater winds around him. Just as they had before, at the start of the fight, did multiple tornadoes form around himself and Urza, leaving the mage to cry out in agony once more. Armor shattered under duress, blood flowing forth from a myriad number of forming cuts. Kariya let the winds die down then, leaving Urza limp in his grasp. He flicked his wrist then, using the strength inherent to a Bount, and flung Urza to the side. Her battered body hit the roof hard, bouncing and rolling for a few moments. Drops of blood and fragments of armor were left behind in her wake. Yet Urza managed to stop her momentum, landing in a crouch, and she slowly began to rise. Still could Korea see the unwillingness to yield in her eyes. What will it take to make you relent? He asked simply. Death. Urza felt her legs buckle a bit, but she refused to allow herself to fall. She simply stared at Korea and began to summon her magic. She needed armor and quickly. Something, anything, to counter this bounce's unimaginable powers. She had to stop him. She had to stop Jose. No, that was not it. She had to at least try her best. Makarov would have done no different. To fight for your guild with such drive, Korea said as he relaxed his posture for a moment, his arm and messer lowering down by his side. I suppose you would. Anything to make up for the comrades you abandoned at the Tower of Heaven, yes. Korea's words did what his lightning had not a moment earlier. Urza flinched. What? Oh, don't act so surprised, Korea said casually. I always intended to fight you, Urza, so it's only natural that I would do everything in my power to find out all that I could. My drive and Phantom Lord's connections are a very potent combination. I suppose you could say that over these past few months you've become my hobby. Urza's skin began to crawl, her teeth clenching together. Still did she try to keep herself composed. It was a losing battle however, leaving the wizard to feel as if she was trying to hold back the ocean with her bare hands. Forced into slavery by a cult, Korea continued, his voice soothing in its tone despite the words he spoke, and yet you were the one chosen to defend your friends and comrades. You were to protect them. And yet, despite doing all that you could, they were fools and rendered your efforts meaningless. Korea sighed for a moment, as if a bitter memory was playing across his mind. We are very much alike, Urza. In the end we both abandoned those we were meant to protect when they abandoned all reason. Korea's eyes suddenly sharpened, her expression hardening as his voice showed the slightest bit of rage. However, you did not go far enough. If our roles had been reversed, I would have led them to their deaths. I would have made the foolish old man who put the weight of the world on your shoulders pay. Urza's body shook, her lips curling back and revealing her grit teeth. The ocean was pushing her back, her resolve wavering. You're insane. Oh yes, Korea replied, a smile playing out across his face. I'm quite mad. It's the only thing that can happen when you're born into a world gone crazy. Even here, that madness is still with me. That's all. You, Urza hissed, the wizard trying to find her footing against the waves that threatened to engulf her. You're a broken person. And you're not. Korea shook his head. Don't lie to me, Urza. I've been to that falsely named Tower of Heaven. It's no different than the place where the Bounce hoped to find their salvation. A soul society full of hatred and lies. Korea glared at Urza once more, taking note of how her body, mind, and soul was teetering on the edge of the abyss. In the end I led the Bounce to what they foolishly wanted. I caused their extinction. It was liberating, Urza. It completed me. Perhaps you would feel the same if you returned to the Tower of Heaven and put an end to comrades you abandoned. The ones that also abandoned you. Simon Mikazuchi, Miliana Tiger, Wally Buchanan, and Shokato. Korea could see Urza's hands tighten into fists. Yes, he was almost there. One little push and he would have a true battle between himself and the legend of Fairy Tale. Nothing would be held back. He would defeat Urza at her greatest. That was all Korea wanted. It was the only battle that was worthy of being the victor of. Oh yes, the Bounce said, his voice taking on a cruel tone that matched his words, and no doubt you would be better served if you killed J.E. Requip. Purgatory armor. Urza had failed. The veritable ocean within her that she had tried to hold back had engulfed her now, drowning her in rage. Korea could see it clearly, the pitch-black and silver armor that adorned the wizard a sight to behold. Spike jutted out from the plating, as if it was designed solely to intimidate. It succeeded on some level, yes, but there was another matter altogether that was concerning Korea. He could feel Urza's magic, her spirit, and it was nothing but rage. That was what the Bounce had wanted, yes, but he was beginning to wonder if he had pushed the matter too far. Worse, he could see a red glow emanating from Urza's left eye, the light shining out from behind her bangs. Korea! Urza screamed as she brought into existence a massive, spiked sword that dwarfed her body in size. She swung it about with one hand, bringing the end of the blade down to the roof. Kariya braced himself for what was to come, the bout allowing his body to absorb as much magic as it could. He poured it all into Messer, forcing so much power to emanate from the blade of electricity. He raised the weapon up and prepared himself to attack. What? He never had the chance, Urza on him in an instant. She had moved fast, perhaps not as fast as she had in the flight armor, but this was still more than Kariya had expected from such a meticulous and bulky suit of metal plates she wore now. The spiked sword crashed against Messer, Kariya trying to parry the blow. The power behind Urza however would not allow him to do so. No, Kariya felt his feet skidding across the rooftop of Phantom Lord's mechanized guild hall. Damn, he whispered as he continued to lose ground. I won't lose. Kariya felt his blood run cold then. He could see in Urza's eyes a look of uncontrolled malice. The Bound had to wonder then what he had down, what sort of monster he had unleashed. It was enough to give Kariya pause, to force the man to redirect the magic he had absorbed away from solely Messer. He strengthened his wind barrier as much as he could, a knot forming in his stomach. His concerns were not unwarranted. Urza pivoted her body quite suddenly, putting her entire force of momentum behind her sword. Kariya felt it around him then, the wind blowing away. It left him shocked. Had Urza truly generated so much force behind her blade to have blown the very air away? Yes she had, but it was much worse than that. Kariya could sense it. His wind barrier was gone. Urza had cast it aside so easily in this armor, with this weapon, that it left the Bound shaking. All he had now to rely on was his own innate durability in Messer. Yet his faith in that weapon was suspect at best. Kariya had hoped to parry Urza's sword with Messer, but she had done it instead. The Bound's feet lost complete contact with the roof, leaving Kariya to fly backwards. She's a damned monster, Kariya said to himself as he fought to regain control of his body's place in midair. It was a struggle however, his forced momentum not of his choosing. Still, the sky around him was his to command and he managed to slow his movement. Madness. Kariya took a deep breath as he floated above the shoulder that made up the super mage giant phantom. He was ready to continue the battle, his power slowly coming together to reform his wind barrier as he prepared himself to charge at Urza himself now. Yet there was one problem. He did not see Urza on the roof where they had just clashed. Where? Kariya looked to his left and right quickly, ready to attack or defend himself. Yet there was no sight of Urza. Quickly did the Bound look over his shoulder to make certain that she was not behind him. Still there was nothing. But Kariya looked up, catching sight of Urza descending down upon him. She could not fly, not in that armor without wings, and yet there she was. She had leapt after casting him aside with a single swing of her sword. Damn. Kariya brought Messer up, desperate to protect himself. It was not nearly enough. Urza's purgatory blade collided with Messer and drove Kariya down. Once more was his wind barrier annihilated, the shield having barely even begun to reform. Faster and harder than he had ever expected, the Bound was slammed into the metallic structure of the super mage giant phantom. No, it was worse than that. Kariya grit his teeth as his very body was drove down through the metal framework, the shrapnel ricocheting off his wind barrier. Still did Urza push down with her blade, gravity assisting her already tremendous power. Kariya held his own as best he could, unleashing as much magic as he was absorbing directly into the blade. He could not afford to allow Urza to cut through it, to cut through him. His body was already being torn asunder by the structure of the super mage giant phantom as it was. He could not allow any severe damage to be done. Yet still did the wizard drive the Bound through floor after floor, metal and wood cracking and splintering around them. Kariya was growing desperate then, the warrior drawing on the wind around him. Blade after blade of compressed, razor-sharp air struck Urza, yet the armor held against it. Hesitant as he was, Kariya reached out and put his hand in harm's way, gripping on Urza's enraged face. He called upon the greater winds, causing whirlwinds to form around himself and Urza as they continued the descent she had forced. The armor did not break. Worse, neither did she. All Kariya could see between his fingers was Urza's left eye staring at him with grim determination. That was not enough to deter the Bount. As he pulled his hand back, Kariya put all he had into Messer's lightning form, knowing what he had to do. As he held the blade against Urza's own, intent on keeping it at bay, he forced the electricity to arc outwards. The bolt of lightning twisted around Urza's body, Kariya's command absolute, and he directed the attack to strike Urza in the back. Kariya expected many things. He expected the wizard to pull back, to relent, to scream. He received none of it. As electricity arced through Urza's entire body, Kariya came to understand one thing. The look in Urza's eyes, the roar that echoed out from her grit teeth, the unleashed fury of it all left Kariya unnerved. He was hurting her and she did not care. This was not the warrior he had meant to fight. He had pushed her hard so that he could defeat Urza Scarlet at her very best and, while he had gotten his wish in terms of power, this woman before him was not Titania, queen of the fairies. This was a true monster. That was the last thought Kariya had, his descent through the structure of the altered Phantom Lord Guild Hall coming to an abrupt stop. His back hit not the floor, but the ground itself. He and Urza had gone through the entire mechanized arm, having pierced through wall after wall, floor after floor. Now Kariya's battered and ragged body was left making a crater in the ground outside, blood spewing forth from his mouth. Messer began to fade, the lightning blade unable to withstand the pressure and power of Urza's own sword. All that was left then was the physical form of the doll, nothing more than a silver gauntlet upon Kariya's right hand. His offense was gone, his defense was gone, and all that remained between Kariya and Urza's blade was his own ability to move. That, the Bount knew, was not something he could rely on in this instance. He was too broken from the fall to hope to evade her attack at this close range. That was why Kariya began to understand what was about to happen. He was going to die. Kariya watched as the ebony and silver blade came towards his head then, the colors all he could see in what was going to be his last moments of this new life. He was content with that, wondering if this was the fate of the Bount in any word. His fate. Urza, I. Kariya knew he would have no chance to complete what he had to say, death upon him once more, and he accepted it readily. He closed his eyes and prepared himself. Yet there was no moment of agony. There was nothing but the sound of sword against stone and then endless quiet. Kariya opened his eyes then, taking sight of Urza standing over him, her dark armor still upon her. By her side was the purgatory sword. Kariya glanced to the side and could see the blade plunged into the ground beside his head. Finish your sentence. Kariya had heard Urza's words, leaving the Bount to stare up at her. She was holding on to the handle of her sword, steadying herself against it. Yet, despite her attempts at keeping herself on her feet, despite the ragged breaths she was taking, she was staring down at him with the same fierce determination as earlier. What? I said, Urza repeated, finish your sentence. Kariya could feel it, the pain racking his body. Broken bones and lacerated flesh. They were all the results of Urza's attacks in the dreadful armor she wore. He had not cared at the time. For while there was the goal of proving his strength in this new world by defeating one of its very best, for taking Urza's fame as his own, there was another objective Kariya had sought as an alternative. Urza, I. Kariya's voice faltered for a moment. I wished to thank you. Urza knelt down by his side, her own body at its limits, her magic wavering. What could you possibly mean by that? What indeed? Kariya spoke once more. I suppose it doesn't matter. Such nonsense, Urza whispered as she leaned against the sword she had embedded into the ground. Do you have any idea why I relented just now? Because you're a fool, Kariya replied. A fool who couldn't give me what I. Kariya kept himself quiet then, unwilling to follow through with that sentence. You spoke ill of people I cherish, Urza said as she took a deep breath. You brought to the surface feelings and thoughts I wished never to experience again. But. Kariya looked up at her. But what? Despite what you said, I could hear it in your voice, Urza continued to say. Oh yes, Kariya whispered. And next you'll tell me our hearts connected when our blades clashed, is that it? You wanted me to kill you. It was a simple statement, a potential truth that Urza was more than willing to bring to the surface for Kariya. Am I wrong? There was a silence then, one that left Urza with a potential answer. Soon, however, She received one in full. Yes. That was all Korea had to say on the matter. He had led the Bounce to their destruction, feeling that it was what they deserved for their foolishness from generations earlier. He had sought to punish them for those mistakes as well as punish those who had betrayed them time and time again. Yet while he had failed in that last endeavor, Korea had been granted something else he had desired, an end to his eternal torment as the failed experiment that was the existence of the Bounce. Yet he had been denied even that, having found himself alive once more in this new world. Then everything you said to me was a lie, Urza replied as she leaned up against the broadside of her sword. No, Korea interrupted. I joined Phantom Lord so I could fight, so I could make my name known to this world. However, that all changed when I began to look into my chosen prey. And when I visited that damned Tower of Heaven, everything changed. Urza felt it then, a wellspring of emotion building within her again, but she did her very best to keep it at bay. Korea continued to lay upon the ground, his broken and bloodied body instinctively drawing on the surrounding magic to slowly heal his injuries. He knew it would take time, but it did not matter. This battle was over. I knew of your fame, of your title. I thought I understood your magic, your tactics, but that was not enough for me. I wanted to know what kind of warrior I was going to face. So when my journey to retrace your steps, to peer into your past, took me to that tower, I learned so much. Despite your having abandoned your friends there so you could live a better life, they all spoke quite highly of you. Simon especially. Korea chuckled slightly, pain radiating in his ribs in response. He told me a great deal about you, Urza. About how you were all taken from a little village by that cult. How you were kept safe by another prisoner. Grandpa Rob, was it? Yes, he protected you all with his dying breath. And you, your power was awakened by him. The power needed to save your friends. But, they opted to stay and you left. Urza could not help herself. A gasp escaped from her, the wizard feeling unrequited rage tearing at her mind again. Yet still she held the feelings back, Urza unwilling to surrender herself to the ocean she had nearly drowned in only minutes earlier. That, Korea said as he looked up past the damage arm of the super mage giant phantom and towards the pale blue sky, was when I made a decision. You and I are quite alike, just as I said. We were left in charge of fools who clung to naive hopes and so we abandoned them. My desire to defeat you and make my name known in this world vanished. All that remained was the desire to take back what had been stolen from me, my death. You, Urza Scarlet, were my chosen executioner. I could not find a more fitting way to die. Urza leaned her back against her sword, sitting down on the ground as she let her body relax for a moment, her magic slowly coming back into a form of stability. So you hoped to die to make up for your past mistakes? Urza lowered her head then. I would gladly die to protect my friends, but you. Urza leaned forward, allowing herself to bath in the light of magic once more. The purgatory sword was gone, as was the matching armor. Urza simply knelt beside Korea, wearing nothing more than a white blouse and blue skirt. Fairy Tale gave me a new life, Urza said. It was the left gift Grandpa Rob gave to me, to have pointed me in the direction of his old guild. However, I was still lost, undisciplined. I didn't feel as if I deserved to keep going if my friends could not. That was when I was given discipline. Master Makarov and poor Lyusica, they sent me to one who could provide me with the knowledge of the sword and a clear heart. That was what allowed me to move forward. Urza raised her arm up, allowing the magic of the night to form within the palm of her hand. As that light faded, however, an ornate katana was left behind. This sword, Yato Benizakura, was the last gift he had for me as his student, Urza said, and for the longest time I felt it was the most important. His knowledge of swordsmanship and this, his ultimate blade, one that cannot be held unless the wielder sacrifices all defense. However, now I understand what he was truly trying to impart to me. Urza closed her eyes for a moment, recalling the pleading expression that had adorned the face of Bambietta Basterbine's undead body when first they had met. In her own way she had begged for what had been taken from her, life, and in the end Urza had helped her move towards that goal. She had brought her to poor Lyusica, the only one Urza knew who could hope to rekindle the spark within the shell, and that had been enough. This man, however, was alive and demanding death. It cut to Urza's soul then, the wizard remembering when she had felt the same once upon a time. Young and broken by the Tower of Heaven, she had felt the same even despite fairy tales welcoming. If I had allowed myself to fall into the despair you have, I would not have been able to rescue others from their own. I suppose now I understand what Master Shinta's parting words. Urza allowed Yato Benizakura to return to her armory in a flash of light as she began to stand. She started to walk away, leaving her back to the fallen Bount. We all can die at any time, Kariya. However, you can rise above the sins of your past. Live with the courage to face them. Urza began to walk away then, knowing that despite her depleted magic and injuries that she had to stand by her guild in the face of Jose Porla. Still did she stop, the wizard looking over her shoulder at Kariya. You went to the tower, Urza said. You know of it and yet you and Phantom Lord did nothing. It was a statement, not a fact, but also one that Urza refused to put any true malice behind. Don't let the conclusion to our battle fool you, Kariya answered. I do not ever intend to seek out a battle I know I would lose. And I knew the Master of the Tower of Heaven was beyond what strength I have now. Besides, I will not be lectured on this subject by one who abandoned her comrades for her own sake. And I will not be lectured by one who speaks about what they do not understand. It was spoken through teeth held together tightly, Urza trying to keep herself composed despite the unpleasant conversation she now found herself in. I did not abandon my friends of my own accord. If I hadn't left the tower, then its master would have killed them. So maybe you were right. Perhaps it would be best if I were to return and kill J.E. Urza stopped herself then and there, the wizard unwilling to say that name in full, to end that sentence. That tower compromises me to this day, Urza whispered as she looked away from Kariya once again. First that man on the Magic Council and now you, a member of a legal guild. None of you are held back like I am and yet neither of you will do the right thing. Oh, don't get me wrong, Kariya suddenly interjected. I knew my place but I did tell Jose Porla of the situation upon my return. Don't get the wrong idea of course. I simply felt that if Phantom Lord were to bring such information to light it would improve the guild's standing. However. Urza looked back to the downed Kariya. However. Jose had no interest, Kariya replied, the Bound closing his eyes to concentrate and allow his spiritual healing to progress. A curious reaction on his part, even despite his madness. Urza turned her attentions away from her defeated opponent, intent on what she had set out to do in place of Makarov. She had to defeat Phantom Lord's guild master no matter once. For Fairy Tale and now for herself. Yet as she took another step forward, she pitched forward, bending at the right knee, her left coming down on the ground. Urza pressed her hands against the ground and took a deep breath. The battle with Kariya had taken much out of her. Physically, mentally, and magically she was at her limit. However, she knew that did not matter. Jose. Holy shit. Bambietta and all those who bore the mark of Fairy Tale watched as the right arm of the super mage giant Phantom began to fall apart, the entirety of the mechanized limb falling away from the main body and to the ground. The moment all but created a lull in the battle, even the shades of Jose Porla slipping and rethinking their plan of attack. To the guild it was a freak accident, but to Bambietta the truth was known. She had felt the clash of Urza and Kariya's strength at the epicenter of the devastation. The wizard's magic had spiked to unbelievable limits while Kariya's had begun to dwindle. I knew Urza could beat him, Bambietta whispered, her eyes wide, but damn. Urza did that. Lucy said in a low hush, her hand covering her mouth as she approached Bambietta. But how? Bambietta simply stared at the destruction that had been wrought, the Quincy beginning to understand the depths of Urza's powers if left unrestrained and unchecked. She looked at Lucy then, a smile on her face. Because she's Urza. Lucy giggled a bit, her wild emotions brought to the surface by the current situation abating for the briefest of moments. However, those emotions were going to come to the forefront once more soon enough. For unknown to either Lucy or Bambietta was the fact that they were being watched. All the attention of the remaining Fairy Tale members was on either the super mage giant Phantom or the shades of Jose Porla. What none of them knew was of the being hiding in their midst. Hansen Nokui kept his spiritual powers low and restrained, the shinobi unwilling to be detected by any Quincy within the immediate area. He kept his back behind the stone wall on the outskirts of Magnolia, his masked face peeking out from behind it. "Lucy Hartfilia," he whispered as he looked at the backs of both the target and Bambietta Basterbine. "It's time I make amends for my earlier failure. And if I can kill that damned Quincy at the same time, then all the better." Chapter 27, Never Meant to Belong. Bambietta Basterbine had to admit that the battle with Phantom Lord was apparently going better than she had ever hoped. The magic circle of the Abyss Break was faltering, power draining from it. That was a clear sign that Liltata Lampard's plan to take out the Element 4 and their substitutes was progressing well enough. However, to the Quincy, the sight of Urza Scarlet tearing apart one arm of the super mage giant Phantom and defeating Jin Kariya in one fell swoop was the true testament to Fairy Tail's future victory. Still, there was one part of Bambietta that wished she could do more to battle the forces of Phantom Lord than simply take care of Jose Porla's shadowy creations. However, she also had no problem fighting side by side with Lucy Hartfilia. She had fully expected herself to have to protect Lucy at all costs, but the Celestial Spirit Mage was more than holding her own. That alone made Bambietta one content Quincy. What? That was when Bambietta could feel a sudden surge of spiritual power nearby. There was no way it could belong to Kariya, Kyuzaka, or the two Arankar. No, they were all busy fighting their battles. That only left Bambietta with one other option when it came to Phantom Lord. Her eyes narrowing, Bambietta whipped her body around quickly, all the while summoning Damon Bogan into her right hand. She forged an arrow of blue light within the bow and took careful aim. Hansa. The Quincy. That was all the shinobi of the Soul Society had to say, his eyes cold and unfeeling, the rest of his face a mystery thanks to the mask upon his face. The tone of Hansa Nukui's voice, however, betrayed his emotions. "Upon Master Jose's orders I've come for Lucy Hartfilia. However, I will take your head for myself." Bambietta stared back at Hansa, her eyes narrowed as she looked past the glow of her arrow. "I'm glad you recognize I've got a good head on my shoulders, but most guys would want the full package. As for Lucy, I prefer her being right here at my side, so why don't you go scurry off with your tail between your legs before I put this arrow there instead?" Hansa said nothing in return, the ninja inching 1 foot forward. Bambietta paid it little mind, instead keeping on the peculiar sword the man was wielding. Just as she had felt back in the basement guild hall, Bambietta was still of the opinion that it was no Zanpakuto. However, it was much too strange in design to be a traditional sword either. She would have to be on her guard. That, however, did not mean she could not be her typical self. "Well, you want to win and take my head and my big buddy here, right?" Bambietta asked. Lucy brought up a hand, pointing one index towards herself. "Big. Trust me, it's a compliment," Bambietta replied without resorting to her baser instincts and looking towards Lucy. She instead kept her eyes locked on Hansa. "Well, you know what I want if I win? That nifty little sword of yours." "You're not worthy to hold a secret sword of the Kazumioji clan," was all Hansa had to say to Bambietta. "Your throat, however, will be graced by its blade." "Man, aren't you a grim little sadist?" Bambietta retorted. "At least be chipper about it. Tell a joke, crack a smile, something. But I guess boring little Hansa just wants to slash away, right?" "Exactly." Hansa inched forward once more. "You caught me unawares last time, Quincy, but now I'm ready for you. Your bow and arrows won't do you any good once I'm in close." "Oh," Bambietta began to say, her eyes widening, snap. Hansa suddenly lunged for Bambietta, his speed befitting an assassin. The Quincy let loose her arrow, aiming right between the shinobi's eyes, but he was too quick to evade. His body flicked for a moment, a flash step taking him closer to Bambietta from his side. Her arrow struck the ground, tearing it asunder but nothing more. Hansa was crouched beside Bambietta's left side then, his sword at the ready. "It's over, Bambietta Basterbine." Hansa stood suddenly, bringing his sword's edge dangerous close towards Bambietta's throat. He was ready to enjoy the of tearing flesh and bone. Yet that was not what echoed through his ears. No, it was the sound of metal against metal. Hansa's eyes widened while Bambietta's simply glared down at him. A confident expression on her face, But that was not what Hansa looked out. No, what he was staring at was the clash of twin swords. His and Bambietta's. That's not possible, Hansa whispered. You Quincy only use bows and arrows. Is that what impression you were under? Bambietta asked. Oh, how dangerous it is to be ignorant. That was when a savage smile played out across Bambietta's face, her eyes widening with delight. Let's get dangerous, shall we? With a casual movement, Bambietta parried Hansa's sword, pushing him away. The ninja was quick and nimble, stepping back so as to get a small amount of distance between himself and his opponent. He needed to get his bearings back. This was not right. Everything he had been told of the Quincy was simple and to the point. Spiritual archers and nothing more, that was all the Soul Society and the Kazumioji clan had ever spoken of. Not bloodthirsty swordswomen. Bambietta, meanwhile, was trying her best to curb the vicious streak in her. Much to her surprise, it was harder said than done. That simply did not seem right. Bambietta was far too used to succumbing to her baser instincts, the ones that had been drilled into her by the Vandenrijk. Yet she had done her best to change that. Oh yes, she remembered it well. So what do you know about the sword? That was not what Bambietta had been expecting from right from the start. She had asked this wizard to teach her how to use a blade without going for the kill, not to start asking questions immediately. When they had stepped out into the solitude of the woods outside Magnolia, she had expected to receive tutelage, yet this was how it was going to start. Yet Bambietta knew she had to expect that sort of thing. This was no different from her instructor in the Vandenrijk after all. Well, Bambietta said, her voice as lost as her thoughts were. I know the pointy end is supposed to go into the other person. Took a deep breath. And? Bambietta stared at her quizzically. The edge of the blade should too. Heavens above, give me strength, whispered. She looked at Bambietta, trying to look at it from her perspective. I suppose neither is necessarily untrue. But you wanted me to show you that there's more to swords, right? Well, yeah, Bambietta said. All I can do is kill with them. But you. I've seen you fight. You and all those swords of yours brought down just about everyone in Eisenwald without spilling a drop of blood. Not a single casualty. That I did, said simply, her eyes locking with Bambietta's. Bring out your sword. Okay. Bambietta raised her right hand, letting magic flow into the palm, converting it into power. Her short sword formed instantly, Schragstrich at the ready. Bambietta's body began to tense up, her own eyes narrowing as she felt against her hand the instrument of her bloodlust. No. That was all had to say in response to the shift in Bambietta's posture, the alteration of her body language. That's where you're making a mistake. Stepped around Bambietta then, standing directly behind her. Bambietta tensed up further in response, the Quincy finding it very hard to let anyone get close to her under these circumstances. It felt wrong to allow someone to do that while she was wielding a sword. She knew this was not a combat situation, but it was so hard to ignore the instincts that had been drilled into her for decades in the Vandenrijk. Let me do what I can to assist you, said gently from behind. She turned to face Bambietta's back, the wizard leaning in close. Okay. Bambietta could say nothing else, the Quincy's battle instincts faltering as she felt Urza's chest press against her shoulder blades. For once did Bambietta wish Urza was wearing her armor when she got close to her. This was proving rather awkward with only cloth and fabric between them. Urza's right hand slipped past Bambietta's arm, softly touching her wrist. Urza began to reposition Bambietta's sword hand, giving it a different, more relaxed posture. I understand why you get so tense when you hold a sword, Urza said, but you're going too far with it. It's working against you, not for you. And this posture. Bambietta's eyes widened as she felt Urza slide down her back. The wizard knelt down behind Bambietta, leaving the Quincy to be further caught off guard. She could feel Urza's hands on her thighs now, the wizard carefully shifting their position. Hey, Urza. Relax, the wizard said, giving Bambietta the clearest of impressions that she had no idea that her fingers were too close for Bambietta's comfort. I'm just improving your stance. Relax, she tells me, Bambietta whispered. right while her hands are at the hem of my skirt. There, Urza said as she stood back up. How does that feel? Erotic seemed like the wrong answer, so Bambietta kept that to herself. Besides, she did feel different. More relaxed despite holding her treasured sword. More confident, something Bambietta had not thought possible. More importantly, however, she already felt stronger. You can't let your sword control you, Urza said. You can't be a slave to the instincts it brings to the surface. You are the master, not it. Yeah, Bambietta said, her flippant ways refusing to fade away. Kings and horses, got it. That's just the start, Urza said as she stepped away from Bambietta, the wizard re-equipping the silver armor that the Quincy had grown accustomed to seeing her wear. I used to be wild in battle once too, ever since I first began to use the knight. It felt right to lash out at those who had wronged me. And I stuck to that way of fighting. But Master Makarov brought me to one who helped me, one who showed me that there was more to swords than putting the pointy end in the other person. There was a flash of golden light then, a broadsword appearing in Urza's armored right hand. She turned to face Bambietta, a look of genuine compassion on the wizard's face. So we will spar, Bambietta Basterbine, Urza said. And I will help show you what else swords have to offer. A sword can protect as well. Bambietta spared a glance away from Hansa, looking down at her sword. She did not even have to look back, her spiritual senses feeling Lucy's presence behind her. This was what Urza had made very clear to Bambietta earlier, and now, in the midst of this battle with Phantom Lord that seemed to be without end, did the Quincy at last begin to understand. What was all Hansa had to say? Oh, it's nothing, Bambietta replied, the Quincy raising her sword arm and aiming the blade towards the shinobi. Besides, I'm still mighty tempted to make sure the pointy end of my sword goes in the other person. You know, you. Charming. Hansa lunged for Bambietta then, his strange sword thrusting forward as if the ninja was clearly intent on making her threat his own. Dust kicked up from the ground where his feet had once been, the ninja propelled across the ground. Metal clashed with metal once more, Bambietta's blade once more parrying Hansa's. The shinobi was relentless however, going for another lunge towards the Quincy's throat. Bambietta saw it coming, however, her sword meeting his only inches from her flesh. You are just a one-trick pony, aren't you? Bambietta asked as she pushed forward against Hansa. She wanted to get him as far away from Lucy as possible, the Quincy unwilling to allow him even the chance to try and take her away. There was one way she figured she could do it, a manner she had seen when the Vandenrijk had been observing the conflicts of the Soul Society. Keeping one hand gripped tightly around her sword, she reached out towards Hansa's masked face. One loser ninja to grab and go please. Take hold of his unwilling face, and a dash of Hiran Kyaku and Bambietta would have what she wanted. Hansa would be far away from Lucy, preferably thrown into a mountain range or something, and it would look cool to all those around. At least that was what Bambietta was hoping for. Hansa, however, had other plans. As he could feel Bambietta's gloved fingers tightening around his face, fingertips digging into flesh, he tried his best to concentrate on his sword instead. It was locked in combat with Bambietta's own, yes, but the shinobi was able to twist his wrist and shift the angle of his sword. More importantly, he was able to shift the position of the sword's mirror hilt. Be it the light of the moon or the sun, it mattered not. What the sword Hansa wielded was light and either would do. The rays of the sun began to reflect upon the mirror's surface, casting outwards towards Bambietta's face. You're going to blind me? Bambietta asked as she prepared herself to leap away with Hiran Kyaku. Man, you are so lamb dash. Bambietta's voice stopped then, her body frozen in a state of tensing up. Hansa peered out through the Quincy's fingers, his voice full of a smug nature that was always a part of him. Now you see what Saiga can do, don't you? Yes, the Bakuto of the Kazumioji are not to be trifled with, Quincy. Bambietta wanted to say something, anything, to counter Hansa's statement. She simply could not live with herself if she allowed an enemy to boast without her returning fire. It just was not in her nature. However, her mouth could not move, leaving her unable to speak. No, it was worse than that. She herself could not move, not in the least. The light, it had frozen her in place. All Bambietta could do was swear internally, her inner voice ranting in her head. Hansa, his face still held by Bambietta's hand, raised Saiga up high, the light of the sun now catching the blade and not the mirror. Then did Hansa swing his arm down, fully intent on cleaving Bambietta in two. Die. Bambietta was so very annoyed by her predicament, her desire to fight or give in to flight weighing heavily on her mind, her body unable to do either. She could not keep an eye on Hansa's attack even, her glazed-over eyes unable to look around. All she could do was look ahead and await the feeling of the Bakuto on her flesh. What? Hansa was left dumbfounded. His sword had found its mark, the sound of spiritual metal against flesh and bone having become music to his ears. However, there was no sign of blood, no torn skin. The most he could see was his sword pressing against Bambietta's shoulder, having torn her coat and nothing more. Hansa could only gaze upon the flesh beneath the damaged fabric, his eyes settling on the faint blue glue that was pulsating from under Bambietta's skin as if it was a product of her very veins. What kind of Quincy are dash? Hansa's question was lost to time itself, the shinobi suddenly feeling Bambietta's hand tighten around his face. The tips of her fingers plunged deeply against his mask and skin, leaving Hansa's eyes to widen in shock. Saiga's affect had dissipated, the vulnerability it had granted him squandered and wasted. Now you listen here, Bambietta hissed, her body's dazed state a thing of the past, her physical form hers to command once again. Just because my nickname kind of sounds like a lovable Disney character, it doesn't mean I'm just going to roll over and be a deer in the headlights for that technique of yours. Hansa flinched from Bambietta's grip, the ninja once more attacking with Saiga. Much to his concern, however, Bambietta caught the blade with her free hand. Her glove was cut open, giving Hansa a glimpse of the pale blue light that was flowing beneath the surface of Bambietta's skin. See that? That's blood vein, Bambietta hissed. You're not the only one with a magic light show, Mr. McNinja. Now, for my next trick, I'm going to make a jackass disappear. Bambietta made her move then, her plan of attack having changed. She did not leap forwards to propel Hansa away like she had initially intended. No, she simply spun herself around, dragging her opponent's feet off the ground. Having built a good amount of momentum, Bambietta cast Hansa aside. It was done in an instant and nothing more, blood vein shifting to blood arteria, leaving Bambietta with much more physical force at her disposal than before. That was all she needed. She let go of Hansa's face then, leaving his momentum to take hold, unfettered by Bambietta's grip. The shinobi spun helplessly through the air, moving far and away. Better. Bambietta wore a smug expression then. She was chiding herself for her original plan, having found fault in it. Yes, she would have dragged Hansa away like she had seen one more potential due to another long ago, but that would not have been for the best. Hansa would be away, Bambietta taking care of him, but that would have left Lucy here without her. That just would not do in Bambietta's eyes. Lil Tato had given her the task of watching over Lucy and she was determined to see it through for many a reason after all. Going, Bambietta said as she peered out from underneath the visor of her hat. She could see Hansa's flailing visage growing smaller the further he flew towards the horizon. Going, and gone, damn it. Bambietta had seen it then, Hansa hitting the ground only to quickly rebound. He was coming back towards her, his body vanishing for several seconds before reappearing closer time and time again. Stupid flash step! Bambietta shouted. Hiran Kyaku is so much cooler. And so's this. Bambietta allowed her bow to manifest, the Quincy loading it with a glowing arrow. She took careful aim, her eyes narrowing as she watched Hansa approach. Then did Bambietta pause. Wait, why am I even doing this old, hard way? The Quincy glared at her right hand. Stupid Sanrei glove, you got one job, so let's put it to good use. Bambietta let loose with her hand, allowing the arrow to fire forth. Hansa saw it coming, the shinobi sidestepping it as his momentum continued to propel him forward. Yet then did his eyes widen in a panic. There was another arrow already coming towards his new position. No, there was more than one. If he had to guess, it was dozens. Surprise, motherfucker! Bambietta shouted as she kept pouring her spiritual power into her bow, allowing dozens of arrows to keep firing off. She could see Hansa using flash step to evade to the left now, but it did not matter. Bambietta simply turned to match his movement, guiding her bow towards Hansa nonetheless. Damn it! Hansa cried out as the onslaught of arrows began to strike him. Pain enveloped his body, the blue lights tearing into his flesh. He brought his sword up to try and block or parry what he could, but it was to no avail. The ninja could feel his feet skidding across the ground, Bambietta having him pinned under her assault. No. It's not over. Bambietta watched as energy began to flow down the length of Hansa's arm and into Saiga, the weapon glowing in response. Then did the light flow back towards Hansa's, covering his entire body. Bambietta did not like what she was seeing, the strange power blocking the arrows that had remained in transit. The Quincy could only watch as the sole piece of red armor on Hansa's left shoulder began to shift, to change. It was growing, extending outwards around his entire upper torso, its mass taking on a new form. Soon he was adorned with massive, crimson armor, spiked pauldrons covering his shoulder. A black cape began to flow out from underneath the plating, the fabric coming in contact with the ground itself. Worse, Bambietta could see that Saiga had also grown in size. What had once been merely a katana blade was now more apt to belong to a broadsword. Bambietta did not know what to make of it all. Something was different. Something had changed. It was not simply Hansa's armor and sword that had been altered. No, it was something more. He himself had changed, as if to make his armor. The shinobi was taller, bulkier, his lavender hair longer and wavier as well. You some kind of super shinobi? I guess that's the secret of the Bakuto. One of many. Hansa shouted, his dark cloak beginning to waver as the wind tugged at it in passing. Through me it finds strength. Through it I find victory. Now, Quincy, you shall suffer. Hansa charged at Bambietta once more, the shinobi doing nothing to hide his momentum. He left himself in clear view, avoiding the usage of flash step. Bambietta had to wonder if it was an attempt at intimidation. That she found simply foolish. She was unwilling to be scared by him of all people. No, she simply looked forward to taking him down a peg. Yeah, come closer, Bambietta whispered as she took aim with her bow. Drag the edge of your overcompensating sword across the ground for all I care. Bambietta prepared herself to fire off another barrage of arrows, intent on taking out the big target that Hansa had become. However, much to her surprise, she saw something else new. Over the blue glow of her bow she could see a violet energy flowing around Hansa's massive sword. Then did Hansa's advancement stop, his arm swinging around past his torso, the sword known as Saiga following along. The energy flew away from the weapon then, forming what appeared to be a lavender burst of pure magic. Now what? Bambietta complained. She put all of her power into blood vein, her bow shifting to her sword. She held the weapon vertically before her, one forearm braced against the dull back of the weapon. Hansa's arc of energy crashed against the short sword then, the unimaginable force of the attack catching Bambietta by surprise. Guess he's more of a video game super shinobi than a movie sequel one. Great. Terrific. Bambietta felt herself go head over heels then, the violet wave finally pushing her over. She hit the ground on her back hard, left to watch as the crescent projectile shot past her so fiercely that the wind kicked up, dirt scattering about Bambietta. Well, Bambietta began to say as she stared up at the sky above and tried to get back her bearings, shit. Something completely obscured the azure sky from Bambietta's field of vision. No, not something. Someone. Hansa in all of his dreadful glory was standing before her, his dark cloak spreading out as if it was intent on consuming all that there was. However, amidst the shade he cast down, Bambietta could see the sunlight reflecting off of his terrible blade. Worse, she could see it coming down towards her. That was enough to get the Quincy to repeat her last chosen word with much more spirit. Shit. Bambietta could see the end of the sword coming right towards her, Hansa no doubt intent on piercing her torso. Panicking, the Quincy's gloved fingers closed, tearing into the dirt itself until their very tips made contact with the palms of her hands. It all hinged on that moment and none other, Bambietta allowing the magic she had absorbed into her body and converted into spiritual power to form beneath her back. It was desperate, it was insane, but Bambietta had to admit that she was both of those, though she only liked admitting the latter. It was only natural to use Hiran Kyoku with one's feet, to ride the spirit particles beneath the solace, but there were other methods. Robert Accutrone had tried time and again to impart the wisdom of free thinking to those under his tutelage. This was one of them. There was no momentum to be used in Hiran Kyoku. It was not a matter of using your muscles to move. No, you had to surrender yourself to your own spiritual power. It was just so much easier for a Quincy to comprehend the technique if they gave themselves the illusion of moving under their own power. Bambietta, to her credit, was willing to fight through that illusion. The particles beneath her back went into motion, clinging to her back. The Quincy was propelled along the ground quickly then, leaving nothing but an empty space for Hansa's sword to impale. His blade drove into the ground then, Hansa glaring at the retreating Bambietta with much annoyance. Wow, I haven't had to use that technique since I had to get out from underneath the skin and his premature little Volstern dike. Bambietta shouted as she let her power dissipate, the quickly rolling off her back and allowing the solace of her feet to touch the ground. She stood to her full height again. Talk about a kinky flashback. You're a maniac, was all Hansa had to say in response, the shinobi unsure of what kind of Quincy he was dealing with, both in terms of powers and personality. Now don't go and try flattering me, Bambietta said as she brought her sword into existence again. It won't save you. Hansa's shoulders began to rise and fall, the ninja unable to help himself. He had to laugh, that was all. Save me? You're unbelievable. You can't even begin to understand what power you face. No mere Quincy can ever hope to challenge the power Saiga grants me. Mere. Bambietta puffed out her cheeks, her annoyance building. Okay, so I liked it better when you were trying to flatter me. Away with you. Hansa's shout was one of complete annoyance, the shinobi's mirth fading in light of Bambietta's attitude. He swung Saiga outwards again, another chain of violet lightning shooting away from its blade. Oh, I'm sorry, Bambietta said quite casually as she sidestepped the attack with Hiran Kyoku, that sort of thing isn't going to strike twice with me. Hansa swung his blade again and again, the man growing frustrated as Bambietta kept on advancing, her unsettling movements closing the distance again and again. Worse, he could see that the Quincy was smiling all the while. That only unnerved him further. Back off! Hansa shouted as Bambietta appeared not a single yard away from him. The shinobi swung his sword out once more, this time not with the desire for a projectile attack but simply to cleave Bambietta in two. Yet then there was the clash of sword against sword, Bambietta's having come forth into the material world once again. She held it tightly with her right hand, the left bracing the flat backside with her opposing forearm. Blood venin flowered through her once more, giving her the strength to withstand the strike. Yet still did Bambietta feel her feet slipping across the ground, the force behind Hansa's attack proving significant. Damn it, Bambietta hissed between grit teeth. First that boulder and now you? I am so sick of all of you trying to push me around in front of Lucy. You better believe it. Bambietta dug her heels into the ground, the Quincy unwilling to give Hansa another inch. This was more than a matter of pride. This was more than for herself. This was for Lucy, and Bambietta was unrelenting in allow her to break in front of her. Not when her safety was on the line. So Bambietta let it all go. Blood venin left her then, blood artery taking its place. She was fighting to defend Lucy, not herself, and there was no room for the former skill in that endeavor. To be truly defensive of Lucy required Bambietta to be offensive. So she drew a line in the sand, unwilling to fall past it any further. No, it was much more than that. Her body, her muscles, empowered by blood artery, Bambietta pushed forward. There was another line in the sand that she had envisioned, its location being directly behind Hansa's back, and she was determined to push him back across it. A scream echoed out from Bambietta's vocal cords, the Quincy putting all that she had into parrying the massive sword that was Hansa's. Her arm swung out wildly as she did so, all the while the ninjas flung out to the side. Hansa took a step back then, trying to regain his sense of balance as Saiga's redirected mass tore at his arm's shoulder. Bambietta took that moment to step forward herself. She had pushed Hansa over the line she had drawn, yes, but she wanted more. She wanted him to fall. To no longer be a threat. After all, if you did not definitively defeat your enemy in battle, then what would be the point in winning? Fear seized Hansa's heart for the briefest of moments. He could see Bambietta's sword tearing through the empty space between himself and her, leaving him to wonder if she was intent on ending his existence to protect the guild she was in now. He was determined to parry the move, to counter-attack, but he knew it was out of the question. The Quincy's sword was short and lithe, the polar opposite of Saiga's released form. No matter the reflexes he possessed, time was not on his side. He could not hope to swing the massive sword around before Bambietta's own had found its mark. All he could do was fall back on trickery. So Hansa twisted his wrist, bringing Saiga's handguard into view. The sun's light caught the mirror then, its reflection aimed directly towards Bambietta's eyes. "Oh no you don't!" Bambietta shouted, her eyes narrowing. She twisted her own arm around, changing the trajectory of her sword. It struck home then, the tip of blade piercing Saiga's mirror just enough. The sound of shattered glass rang in Bambietta's ears, shards of the broken surface spreading out from the point of impact. She smiled in response, knowing that she had taken from Hansa's his true trump card. "I already told you, dumbass. You can't fool me with the same trick twice. Then I suppose it's good that I had another trick prepared for you." Hansa simply laughed again, leaving Bambietta annoyed. "And you walked right into it, Quincy." "Hey," Bambietta said in a huff, "don't you go all, I planned this all out, Mr. McNinja. I got you fair and squa-. Bambietta's eyes widened then, a column of light bursting out around her. She looked around in a panic then, catching the briefest of sights of Hansa through the pure white energy. He was stepping back from her, yes, but she could see a look of supreme confidence in his eyes. "I bid you farewell, Quincy. May you suffer." Bambietta wanted to say something, anything, even if it was born from spite against her enemy, but it was not to be. She could only scream as the world around her faded to white. Hansa took in that scream and reveled in it. His black mask folded slightly as his lips curled up in a smile. He, however, was not the only one to hear. "Bambi!" Lucy ran forward then, her eyes on the column of light that had enveloped her friend. Then, as she was nearly upon it, the light faded. All that remained was Bambietta herself, the Quincy's body going limp. She began to fall to the ground then, leaving Lucy little choice. She leapt to the side, bringing her arms around her friend. They both tumbled them, Lucy using her body to cushion Bambietta's fall. "Bambi, please be okay." There was no answer from the Quincy however, something that unnerved Lucy. She shook her body gently then, trying to get her attention. "Please, don't." Lucy could feel a heartbeat, she could hear the sound of Bambietta breathing, but there she was not responding to her. The celestial spirit mage turned her body around so as to see Bambietta's face. Lucy gasped then, her eyes focusing on Bambietta's own. They were cold and lifeless, a dull color upon them. Lucy pulled her closer then, her own voice threatening to split the heavens with its cry. "Bambi. Call her name all you want," Hansa said as he took one step closer to Lucy and the unconscious Bambietta. "It will not save either of you." Bambietta felt her consciousness stirring, her thoughts beginning to coalesce. She could remember it, the blinding light that had engulfed her. Now however she could only see darkness. No, that was not it. Bambietta was seeing nothing. She began to open her eyes, the pitch-black void fading as she took in her surroundings. This was not the battlefield she had come to grow used to in recent minutes. No, but it was oddly familiar. This was her home. No, not the one she shared with Lucy and Wendy. Where am I? This room she found herself in possessed no warmth or color, a clear sign that it was not the quaint apartment she had found herself calling home in recent time. This was just a cold, barren room that had she grown used to over the course of several decades. The familiarity tore at her heart then and there. Silver Cross Castle. Bambietta began to move then, the Quincy beginning to at last realize the soft material beneath her. She shifted around before at last sitting up. She was in her bed, blankets rolling down off her chest and into her lap. She sat there for a moment, processing that she was simply alone in her room, dressed in purely white nightwear. This. Bambietta brought one hand up to her face, her thumb and index finger rubbing against her eyes. That was all a dream. No, that was too real. Wendy, Levierza. Lucy. Bambietta felt her skin grow cold, the Quincy pulling one of the blankets up towards her chin with both hands. She closed her eyes for a moment, trying to remember those she had just spoken of. Those she had gotten to know in Fiore. No, Bambietta whispered. That couldn't have been a dream. They can't be fake. They can't be fake. They can't be a dash. Bambietta stopped then, her eyes opening up. A cold satisfaction played out within her mind, her lips curling up a bit. If that was all a dream and she was as alive as she felt, then that made other things nothing more than a nightmare. Yes, that had to be true. It had to be because it helped Bambietta feel at peace. She had lost one cherished thing to the imaginary depths of her inner self, but she had also lost something that she did not want her memories. It would be cast aside, lost and forgotten within her mind as all past dreams and nightmares were. It was all. Bambietta paused once more, the Quincy trying to process it all. My death, my return, all of it, false. That's great. Bambietta suddenly flinched, the image of a woman with her blonde hair skirting past her eyes. No, it's... Bambietta lowered her head then, her legs pulling up until her knees were against her chest. She wrapped her arms around her legs then, resting her chin atop her knees as she stared out blankly. The Quincy said nothing then, unsure of what to say, to think. She closed her eyes then, trying to shut everything out. The pristine world of frozen reality faded to nothing but black, leaving Bambietta to try and recall the memories of someone. On and on it went, the Quincy clawing at scraping at those fleeting images. If it was all a nightmare, then why did those images tug at her heart so deeply? Bambietta. The Quincy opened her eyes then, the calling of her name take hold of her attention. However, what Bambietta did then was nothing but gasp. The Van den Rijk fortress was gone. Bambietta's home away from home was no longer in sight, replaced instead by something she could only faintly remember. Her home. The lavender walls, the pink carpet, it was just as she remembered it from decades earlier. Memories began to surface, freeing themselves from the deepest parts of Bambietta's mind. It was all coming back to her. Glancing about, the Quincy could see that she was sitting in a bed still, but not the one that had been provided to her by the Van den Rijk. This one was both much older and much more comforting. Bambietta. The Quincy froze up then, the stern voice she had heard just moments before repeating itself, rage apparent in its voice. Bambietta turned her chin up from her knees, casting her eyes forward. She saw him then, the man standing in the open doorway. Dressed in impeccable white, a contrast to his black hair and neatly trimmed goatee, was a man who had been lost to time and yet still remained both faithfully and cruelly tucked away in Bambietta's mind. Bambietta spoke then, her voice nothing more than a hushed whisper. Daddy. There was a glare then, a narrowing of Haas Basterbine's eyes as he kept his attention focused on his daughter. You know better. That was it then. With only 3 words had her father made her feel smaller. It was not simply a state of mind, no. Bambietta looked around herself nervously then, catching her reflection in the mirror on the wall to her right. There was a face looking back at her that she only faintly remembered. One of stolen innocence, of spoiled youth. The tear-stained face of a young girl who had been denied for so long the distant musics of a calliope, to have been forced to quickly grow up past the parks, the merry-go-rounds and the cotton candy. Just like that had Haas Basterbine made truly Bambietta feel like a child. A broken one at that. Her mind lost in the moment, unable to understand the nature of what was happening, the young Bambietta looked towards the overbearing presence that had stepped into her room. She spoke once more, her voice carrying the slightest hesitation, her body trembling for the slightest moment. Father. That's better. That was all Haas had to say then, the man's cold expression never wavering. He held his ground, one hand always on the knob of the door. He was never one to step further. If only he would, Bambietta would have loved that. For him to come closer, to treat her as a father would, but that was not to be. He would never enter her domain, even if he was wanted. He simply never wanted it himself. Tomorrow, Bambietta. I've arranged for an instructor to come tomorrow so that you may continue to hone your Quincy powers. Bambietta, Do you feel capable now of carrying on the Basterbine bloodline? A question? He had asked a question? He was asking her what she wanted to do? All those questions and more ran through Bambietta's mind, the options presented to her unfathomable. She felt it then, the first ray of hope since her mother had died. Looking at her father with a hint of newfound optimism, she began to speak. Father, Bambietta shivered for a moment. I don't know. I miss Mama's teaching. Can't you train me, Father? Haas' expression hardened then, his lips curling back for the fleetest of moments. Bambietta could have sworn then that she saw a flash of his teeth grit together. Within our blood flows the greatness of our predecessors, Bambietta. Of what concern is my daughter when an entire village and its people require my ruling? So do not play this game with me. Whether you want it or not, you will train with the instructor I have selected. You are my living legacy, Bambietta, and I will not let the weakness of your mother's blood ruin that. That was it then. The question posed to Bambietta was gone, leaving her to wonder if it had ever truly been a question at all. There was no choice to be had, not with her father. She understood that now. That was when Bambietta heard it then, a piercing howl that shook the room. It tore at her soul then, leaving her skin to crawl. This all seemed so familiar indeed, but she had no control over it. She had no control over even herself in this circumstance. All she could do was quiver, as if she was being forced to live things out, as if that was all she was capable of. What music that hollow makes, Haas said as he looked out past the room's window, the panes of glass still shaking from the roar. I suppose your instructor has brought with him a particularly nasty hollow for to fight, Bambietta. One only a third-seat Soul Reaper could hope to vanquish. What? Bambietta's heart seized up then, fright consuming the young girl. She leapt from her bed and ran towards Haas, her breathing erratic. Completely lost in a panic, she gripped at the sleeve of her father's right arm, looking up towards his unmoving face. Father, please. I can't dash. Silence. The palm of Haas' left hand made contact with Bambietta's face then, forcing her head to turn to the side. The skin of her right cheek began to redden, Bambietta's eyes began to tear up. It only lasted for a moment then, Bambietta's expression becoming cold. This was nothing new after all. Her hands limply fell away from the grip they had had on Haas' sleeve, leaving him free. I will not tolerate such disgrace from you, Bambietta, Haas continued, his voice no longer shouting but no less harsh in tone. You who dared steal hollow bait from my stockpile to try and fight the monsters yourself. Where has your drive gone, Bambietta? Do not tell me it died with the mother. Bambietta said nothing. Her face, void of emotion, simply continued to look away from Haas. Look at me when I am talking to you. There it was again, the projection of Haas' voice. His left hand suddenly wrapped around Bambietta's jaw, fingertips pressing into the skin severely. He yanked her head to the side, forcing Bambietta to look into his eyes. You are the blood of my blood, Bambietta, and I will not allow you to be this weak. Despite what your mother was like, she was of Quincy nobility, and I will not allow you to tarnish the marriage I endured to cement my progeny. Bambietta's eyes widened, the emotion of fear finally playing across her face. The whole point of fighting is that you don't want to die. That you'll be killed if you lose. Haas continued to shout, her rage consuming him. If you throw your life away in battle, where's the point in winning? So why are you running away from this fight? Answer me, Bambietta. Father. Bambietta whimpered. It was all she could do. Liba threw her life away for you. Haas continued to shout. You? And this is how you honor us both? By throwing away your life? Your potential. Once more did Bambietta cry. Her tears began to slip down her face then, coming closer to the hand that was tightly wrapped around her jaw. Haas pulled away then and there, not allowing those very tears to make contact. So then, Haas began to say as he looked down at the sobbing Bambietta, my daughter is dead. Haas simply closed the door then, not giving Bambietta another word. Not a one. Not even the ones she longed to hear. She knew better. She had to know better. A word such as love could never come from her father. It never had before. Yet still she longed for it, She yearned for, yet all she had received was his condemnation. "Father!" Bambietta whimpered, body growing numb. "Daddy, please, just, don't hate me." It was all so familiar to Bambietta, the memories she was lost in. The pain, the anguish. Yet she could feel something different. Amid her sad soul was something else beginning to light a flame. Anger. As if driven by the emotion, her body began to change, to transform. The little girl, crying for her father, began to vanish, an older woman taking her place once more. Sternrittery. A member of fairy tale. Bambietta Basterbine. "Father!" she screamed, rage consuming her. She reached out then, the hand encased in the sonray glove grabbing hold of the doorknob. She tore the obstruction open then, intent on running after the man whose approval she both craved for and despised. Bambietta prepared herself to step forward, to walk out into the hall and give pursuit, yet she stopped. The hall was dark, consumed in shadow, yet it was not empty. Bambietta could hear it then, a low growling sound within the dark, a pair of glowing, amber eyes appearing. They stared at Bambietta, growing closer. That was when she saw the beast in full. It was a brown-colored wolf, one that was slowly pacing towards Bambietta. The creature was obscene in size, as if very nearly dwarfing Bambietta in both height and width. Saliva dripped from its jaws, fangs bared as it continued to snarl. Bambietta felt it then, a desire to fight, to defend herself, but she was caught in the moment, as if unable to process anything. Even the option of flight seemed out of the question, her body unwilling to respond to her. Then the wolf was upon her, the beast leaping forward. Before Bambietta knew it, she felt nothing but pain, the wolf's fangs sinking into her throat. Her eyes opened wide, her mouth falling open into a scream. Hot blood began to pour out from her neck then, staining her white uniform. No, that was not all. The very same crimson liquid sprayed out from her mouth, gushing down from her lips. The wolf pulled back then, leaving Bambietta to stumble away. She clutched at her wound, hacking and coughing as she did so. The pain was indescribable, yes, but worse was the horror of simply watching the wolf that had inflicted it. The beast was stepping back, turning its head so as to spit out the ragged flesh it had torn from Bambietta. The wolf simply slipped back into the darkness, leaving behind nothing but its amber eyes until those too vanished from sight. Bambietta crumpled to her knees then, her cloak draping down around her as more blood sprayed out from her mouth. She thought it over then, her life bleeding out from her 1 ounce at a time. The Quincy planted her hands against the carpet, trying to steady herself. Yet there was something wrong. There was no carpeting. The pink fabric was not what had been adorned with her split blood. What Bambietta found herself staring at, what she found herself holding herself up against, was nothing more than smooth, grey stone. Turning her head weakly, Bambietta glanced around from the position on her knees. She tried to speak as best she could, her exposed vocal cords pulsating with blood with each syllable. "Soul. Society. Ah, look at that," a voice called out from behind Bambietta. Bambi sure got roughed up. "I guess that's what happens when we leave our little leader to fend for herself." Bambietta felt her entire body go numb, the Quincy peering over her shoulder towards the source of the familiar voice. She saw them all then, her sense of dread pervading across her entire soul. Lil Tato, Candace, Meninas, and one other. Giselle. It was all Bambietta could say in her condition, her cords screaming at her for ever daring to say the 2 syllables. She had meant to speak it in spite, to display her disgust, but it had not been possible. The Quincy had spoken the name with something else, something that concerned her. She had said it with nothing but fear. "I'm sorry, Bambi," Giselle said as she began to skip forward, her eyes beaming. "I know we were mean to ditch you, but don't worry. We won't let it end here. Stay away." Bambietta's breath seized up in her lungs then, the Quincy scrambling to get up onto her feet, her knees scraping against the ground, her fingers clawing at it as she began to rise. She began to swing her right hand forward, her bow coming into existence. An arrow fired forth then and there, aimed directly towards Giselle. It never hit its mark, the repulsive sight of a mouth extending and expanding outwards. The maw opened wide, swallowing the arrow whole, keeping Giselle from harm. The mouth returned then, Lil Tato's eerily calm face returning to its original state. Bambietta further went into a panic, the Quincy prepping another arrow. She never got the chance, however, her entire body igniting with electricity. The currents tore through Bambietta's form, leaving her muscles to spasm in response. Her bow began to fade from sight, leaving Bambietta defenseless. Her teeth grit together as the agony continued to spread, leaving her locked in place. All Bambietta could do was scream, watching as darkness began to descend upon her. She was caught not only Candace's lightning but the shadow of something threatening to overwhelm her. She could see it then, Menina's standing close, a massive building held high atop her head with both hands. "Sorry, Bambi." The structure came crashing down on the prone Quincy then, the electricity fading from Bambietta's body then. One form of pain was replaced with another, rubble and debris smashing into Bambietta with such force that she could only imagine bones were being broken. Then did the momentum of the collapsing building stop, leaving all of the world around Bambietta still. No. Bambietta lay there, unsure of if she could even move. She was left in the debris, half buried in it as she stared up towards the blue sky. She could see the sun clearly, the light shining down upon her. Then there was shadow once again, Giselle coming into view, her head and shoulders obscuring the sun itself. "Silly little Bambi," Giselle said in a chipper tone, "don't be like this. We're all friends here. Get away." Bambietta gasped out. She reached out with her hands, her arms all but screaming in response. Her fingers found purchase in the debris and she began to pull herself away, her back sliding across the battlefield. "Gigi, please, just don't go, Bambi," Giselle said, her tone wavering. "Please don't leave us." Giselle took another step towards Bambietta, leaving her to go deeper into a panic. She turned her head away, hoping to see anything but Giselle. Lucy. Bambietta could see it, even if barely. Not far away, standing not even a few yards away, was the blonde she had remembered before. No, it was not just her. There was a petite young woman with light blue hair. A young girl with pigtails. Another woman possessing both scarlet hair and plated armor. By her side was a young woman with peculiar shade of hair, pink if Bambietta could see it clearly. Fairy tale. Bambietta did not know entirely what she had said, nor did she understand the sounding desire welling up within her, but she simply knew she had to get to those people in the distance. They were her salvation. They had to be. She just had to crawl further forward. She just had to get away from Giselle. From the others. From the Vandenrijk. From the Soul Society. She had to get away from it all. So she reached out with her right hand, her fingers extending out towards those people in the distance. "Please, just save me." "Where are you going, Bambi?" Bambietta froze then, hearing Giselle's voice far too close, as if she was right over her shoulder. Bambietta began to scream then, the fingers of her right hand closing inwards and clutching around her sword as it came into being. She turned violently then, swinging that blade out. "Just stay the hell alone." Bambietta could hear it, the sound of metal tearing through flesh, muscle, and bone. It was a clear sign that her weapon had found its mark. More evident of that, however, was not the sound but the sight. Bambietta could see the blood spraying out, flesh and white fabric tearing as her blade made its way through Giselle's torso. Oh. That was all Giselle had to say, the Quincy barely phased. She looked down at the sword as it stopped and lodged itself in her midsection, then at Bambietta. Giselle shook her and smiled at the futility of it all. "You can't keep me away, Bambi. Because I love Dash." No. That was a word Bambietta had longed to hear from others, yes, but not Giselle. She refused to hear it from her. "Don't you dare. Please. I just..." Bambietta thought again of those she had called fairy tale. The fire inside coming alive again, she pulled her sword out from Giselle and prepared herself to attack. Perhaps decapitation would work. Or splitting Giselle in half from top to bottom. That always worked. "I just want a happy ending." Bambietta screamed as she pulled her arm back, preparing herself to attack. Then she felt it, a force pulling back on her arm, leaving her unable to attack. Caught off guard, Bambietta turned her gaze behind her. She something then and, in her fright, all she could do was gasp. There were Quincy behind her. Several in fact, all of them familiar if not entirely recognizable. Not by names at the very least. That was unnecessary to Bambietta. She knew them all by their fates. All because she had been responsible for each and every one of their deaths. You. The one holding Bambietta's arm said, a red mark running from the top of his face down to past his chin, vanishing into the collar of his white coat. How could you deserve happiness after what you've done? Bambietta had no answer, none at all. There was nothing she could say, nothing she could do, not in this situation. Don't go away, Bambietta, Giselle repeated as she knelt down beside the Quincy. I'd be lonely without you. I mean it. And that's why. Bambietta looked at Giselle and only Giselle, her breaths becoming labored and ragged due to the panic that was mounting within her. No. Don't. Don't do it, Gigi. Giselle silenced Bambietta then, her right hand gripping down around her nose and mouth, holding both shut. Bambietta began to struggle then, her body and soul beginning to weaken. She could not breathe, it was as simple as that. Giselle's grip on her in this weakened form was too great to resist, yet Bambietta tried anyway. On and on it went, her struggle beginning to wane little by little with each minute. Don't resist, Bambi, Giselle whispered. This is for your own good. And I want. Bambi, Bambietta could feel her lungs threatening to explode, her body dying around her as all hope began to fade. Giselle leaned forward then, her mouth so close to Bambietta's left ear as to make contact. Bambi, Giselle whispered as if speaking to a lover, can I keep you? Bambietta wanted to answer, to scream her defiance, but it was to no avail. All around her went to black, leaving her to fall into despair. Lucy Hartfilia was left aghast. Bambietta Basterbine had fallen before her, the Quincy's back hitting the ground after she had stared into the reflected light of Hansa Nukui's mirror-like sword. That had prompted Lucy to rush forward, to reach out to her friend and roommate, but from there had the situation only grown worse. Not a moment before she could have taken hold of Bambietta, to try and pull her away from the battle, had she been denied. A barrier had enveloped Bambietta, entrapping her within a cocoon of pure, white light. No longer could Lucy reach her now. She could not even see her. All that remained was herself and Hansa, the rest of Fairy Tale caught in the battle with Jose Porla's shade-like servants. The cloaked ninja, his massive sword held by his side, was fast approaching both Lucy and the prison that held Bambietta. Yet Lucy was not the least bit frightened, at least not for herself. What did you do to her? She asked, her body inching closer to the cocoon of light. I've trapped her in a hell of her own making, Hansa said as he took another step closer. The specifics don't really matter, however. Lucy screamed then, repeating her question. What the hell did you do to her? Do you really wish to know? Hansa asked with some annoyance, taking a moment to stop in his tracks. He grinned beneath his mask then. Yes, such knowledge could very well cause this wizard despair. No doubt not as much as the Quincy was experiencing, but enough to rob her of the will to fight. Saiga's trump card is the ability to trap a victim within their own soul, within the inner world that dwells there. Sealed away as she is, that Quincy will be subjected to the whims of Saiga. It will poke and prod, finding weakness and insecurities. Then it will bring them to life, tearing apart her mind with nightmare after nightmare. You. Lucy trembled, her eyes looking back at the veritable coffin of light that had claimed Bambietta. No. In the end, the Quincy will fall into misery and despair, Hansa continued, and will commit the most desperate of acts. Saiga will force her to commit soul suicide, and she will not only die, but cease to exist in this life or the next. No. Lucy's teeth came together, tears slipping out from the lids of her eyes. Her hand trembling, she reached into the pouch on her skirt's belt, fumbling for a key. There was despair, just as Hansa had hoped, but all it had done was give way to desperation. The will to fight was not taken from Lucy. It had only been ignited. Bambietta had fought to protect her and now she would do the same. Open the gate of the gold dash. Lucy never got the chance to finish the sentence, the wizard gasping in pain. The toe of Hansa's boot had driven into her midsection. She was thrown back then, her body hitting the ground and skidding across it. Hansa watched as she did so, her momentum slowing as she hit the edge of the ground not a few inches away from the nearby lake. "Do you believe that by defeating me you would be able to break Saiga's spell on the Quincy?" Hansa asked as he began to walk towards Lucy. "I suppose such an idea would render my words unable to break your will. In that case, my actions will have to do that instead." Lucy did not pay him any heed, the wizard intent on never letting that happen. Fairy Tale had fought so hard to protect her. Bambietta had done so, right until this very moment. She had to do the same. She had to save her. She had to see her again. So she reached for her golden keys, preparing to summon an ally. Taurus, Virgo, Cancer, or Sagittarius. All she needed was someone who could stand up to Hansa. Yet then Lucy felt it, a coldness against her shoulder. She turned quickly and could see it. Her shoulder had made contact with water. Looking further, Lucy could see that Hansa had thrown her aside far, having left her at the edge of the land itself. Behind her was one of Magnolia's most treasured tourist locations, Lake Silura. Feeling a new rush of confidence, Lucy pulled out one of her keys and quickly thrust it into the water. "Open the gate of the water-bearer." "Aquarius." "Oh?" Hansa asked as he stood ready, watching as a golden light began to form from the lake itself, shining down upon the water. "What's this?" Hansa kept his eyes on the spectacle, preparing himself for anything that was to come. This wizard could summon any beast, mythical or otherwise, that she wanted. Nothing could surprise him. No, not even the sight of the mermaid with azure hair and matching scales. Hansa simply kept his grip on Saiga tight, curious as to how this mermaid, this Aquarius, would attack. He could see within her hands a large urn, giving Hansa pause. Was that her weapon of choice? Was it a mystical object, one that granted her the ability to hover in midair, free from the water itself? Whether it was or not, Hansa did not care. Nothing would take him by surprise. Yet then did something do just that. Aquarius' eyes suddenly narrowed, veins bulging at the sides of her forehead. Then she turned on Lucy, beginning to yell at her. "Lucy!" the mermaid shouted as she floated down towards her summoner. "I suppose I should be happy you called me out with a lovely body of water, but do you have any idea what you just interrupted?" Lucy stammered. "Well, no, but dash. But nothing." Aquarius continued to scream. "Do you have any idea how little Scorpio is around in the celestial spirit world? I swear, that summoner of his never gives him any time to just hang with me." "Oh, don't be like that, he always say. She's a darling little angel, my ass. Can't a girl hang out with her boyfriend without one of their summoners interfering?" Hansa was simply mystified at the spectacle before him. "Boyfriend?" Lucy asked. "You have a dash. Did I say boyfriend?" Aquarius panicked for a brief moment, her anger suddenly coming back to the surface. "I swear, if you two ever meet, you are not to breath a word to him about how cranky I can get. Not one more dash." "All right," Lucy shouted in response. "I won't, so just stop yelling and listen to me." Aquarius stopped speaking at all, the mermaid caught completely off guard. Had Lucy just interrupted her? Had she just yelled at her? Lucy? The young girl who had always summoned her on Wednesdays just so she could have some company? The young girl who had grown up to be afraid of Aquarius' anger? The celestial spirit was not sure if she should be upset or proud. "Do whatever you want," Lucy whispered. "Do what you do whenever I needed your help in a fight. Attack me in the process if you want to, but I need you to take out that man over there. Do whatever it takes. I just..." "Him," Aquarius said as she looked at the cloaked figure that was Hansa. "Is he threatening you?" "Yes, but..." Lucy paused. "If he isn't stopped, then Bambi. Then Bambietta. She's going to die." Bambietta. Aquarius was unsure of who Lucy was referring to, but it did not matter. Time and again had Lucy summoned Aquarius in the past. To simply speak with her. To simply stop herself from being lonely. To save her in a pinch. Yet now could the celestial spirit understand? Lucy had not called her simply for company in some time, something she had attributed to being a part of fairy tale. However, Aquarius could see there was more. Lucy had spoken back to her, she had risked her wrath not for herself but for another. This Bambietta is precious to you. Everyone in fairy tale is precious to me. Lucy exclaimed before becoming withdrawn. But yes. Enough of this. Hansa shouted as Bee began to step forward. I have a task to complete and I will not be delayed any further by your talking. Aquarius turned to face the approaching shinobi, the mermaid holding tightly to her urn. Step away, Lucy. All right, Lucy said as she slipped back, having not expected Aquarius to ask her to do that before attacking. But dash. Don't get me wrong, Aquarius said as she raised her urn above her head. What you want to protect doesn't matter to me in the slightest. But if protecting what I want does that too, then so be it. Hansa kept his pace consistent and deliberate, watching as streams of water from the lake began to defy gravity itself and flow into the urn the mermaid was holding high. What nonsense is this? Lucy Hartfilia will be taken to Master Jose, Aquarius. While you and the Quincy will die together. Aquarius said nothing, the mermaid simply throwing her urn forward. A torrent fired forth, all of it formed by the collected water from earlier, but Hansa paid it no mind. He readied his sword, prepared to cut through the meager attack and press his advantage. Fool! You can't possibly hope to defeat me with Dash. Hansa's voice was shut down, the onslaught of water colliding with him with such force that he found his feet leaving the ground. That's not possible. Bambietta found herself alone, standing amidst the shadow. There was nothing for her to hear, to feel, to see. Nothing but the incandescent aura of blue light of which she stood upon. It made no sense, she knew that much. She had been dying just a moment ago, a victim to Giselle's unassuming madness, yet here she was. Alive but clearly not well. Lucy. She called out, her voice trembling. The blonde. She wanted to see her so desperately even if she did not know entirely why. Then there were the others, leaving fleeting memories to dance across her mind. Levi? Wendy? Urza? Natsu? There was no response, not at all. Nothing more than a voice echoing through the darkness, leaving Bambietta to withdraw into herself. Her head tilted forward, locks of dark hair falling down and obscuring her eyes. Anyone? Bambietta whispered, unwilling to speak loud enough to hear the echo again. Giselle. There was nothing, which was precisely what Bambietta expected. So she stood there, alone and withdrawn, unable to find a reason to speak any further. Unable to find a reason to even think, to breath, to exist. There simply was no point. She at last began to say in hell. Bambietta closed her eyes, trading one realm of darkness for another. However, much to her dismay, it did not last long. Images began to play across her mind's eye. Soul Reapers' corpses lining the ground. Hollows dead and dying in pale deserts. The remains of Quincy after Quincy upon her bedroom floor. Then, at last, there was the sight of her mother walking towards her death. All of them dead. Each and every one of them. All dead for her. Because of her. I deserve it. Bambietta's shoulders began to perk up before dropping back down. Over and over it went, a low laugh slipping out from between her lips. It began to rise and rise again, reaching a fever pitch as she at last raised her head high. Yet, despite the laughter, her lips were trembling, her eyes running and her face stained with tears. No, you don't. Bambietta paused then, her twisted, depraved madness coming to a stop. She had heard it, a voice in the darkness, fast approaching. It was a familiar voice. One far too much so. It was her voice. Bambietta watched in horror then as a reflection of herself came forth from the darkness, stopping only a yard away. She looked similar in some respects, even if her uniform was in tatters, leaving much flesh exposed. Skin that was blood red in color. That was enough, yes, but it did not stop there. Bambietta could see the wounds across the body, the most apparent being the missing right arm and the thin wound running through her face. That face, however, was the most chilling of all. The wide, vacant, glazed-over eyes. the slack-jawed mouth hanging open, drool seeping down around the chin. "This shit is what you deserve," the mutilated reflection replied. "What we deserve?" Now, another voice called out from the darkness, "What did we say about that filthy mouth of yours? Am I going to have to wash it out with my blood again?" Bambietta watched as another familiar face, one last deformed but equally horrifying nonetheless, came into view. Giselle skipped over to the blood-red corpse that stood before Bambietta. She nudged the walking corpse in the side gently. Then, quite suddenly, did Giselle lash out, striking the other Bambietta across the face. "You're so dirty, Bambi." Bambietta herself noticeably flinched in response as she watched her damaged self fall to the floor of the darkness. "That's not." The blood-red corpse was quick to pick herself up, staying on her knees. Bambietta watched as her other self began to tremble, a brighter shade of red leaking out from what appeared to be a broken nose. Worse, however, were the tears that were forming at the edges of her glazes over eyes. "I'm sorry, Gigi. Please don't get mad at me. I just need it. Please. Give me it. You're..." Bambietta grit her teeth in response, her own body beginning to tremble. "Stop that." Giselle knelt down by the corpse, quickly embracing her. "Oh, Bambi. I could never stay mad at you. I love you to bits forever and ever after all. But you really need to stop being such a pig about my blood. That's just nasty." The reanimated Bambietta sniffed back her tears and returned Giselle's embrace with the one arm she had, pulling her close. "Gigi, I'm so sorry for making you upset. You're so kind to forgive a bitch like me. Just, please. One drop. I need one drop. I don't want to go another minute without a taste." "Oh, you want it that bad, huh?" Giselle said as she pulled away from Bambietta. "You really are a dirty girl." Bambietta watched as Giselle's right hand clasped around the pleading face of her other self, fearful eyes peeking out from between the fingers. She felt rage and despair once more come together in an unholy union, one that festered as the deplorable events, perhaps a product of her fragmented memories, continued to transpire before her. "And I thought Lil was the glutton, Bambi!" Giselle suddenly screamed, a frenzied expression etching itself into her face as she slammed the corpse's head back into the floor of the darkness over and over again, staining the environment with both blood and brain matter. "You terrible little sow, Bambi. I'll share when I'm good and ready for you to have good and plenty, okay? I'm so sorry." The corpse gasped out in response, the words nearly lost in the violence. "Gigi, please, don't be cross with me. No." Bambietta screamed at long last, her emotions getting the best of her. Her hands slipped around her torso then, clinging to the opposing arms as she continued to shout. "This isn't me. That wasn't me. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it." "Ah," Giselle suddenly said, turning around from the bloodied corpse that was lying on the floor. She looked at the actual Bambietta then, a wide-eyed expression evident on Giselle's face. "But I thought you wanted someone to love you. To pay attention to you. And you know that I'm always going to be there for you, Bambi. Don't you like that?" Bambietta did not know what to say, how to react to such a question. All she knew for certain was that there was a sense of dread pervading her very being, her stomach heaving as if she was growing ill. "Please say yes, Bambi," Giselle said as she stood up. "Because I. Giselle suddenly leapt forward, wrapping her arms around the shivering Bambietta, leaving her to stare blankly over Giselle's shoulder. "I love you to bits, Bambi." Giselle suddenly shouted, her voice a cacophony of excitement. "So please say you love me too." Bambietta tried to pull away, to free herself, but Giselle was holding much too tightly. "Come on," Giselle whispered. "Say you love me too." "I love you, Gigi. I want to hear it. Pretty please with a cherry on top." Bambietta kept herself peering over Giselle's shoulder, her expression a blank one. Then quite suddenly did she flinch, Bambietta feeling a change overcoming her. She was dying. No, that was not it. It could never be as simple as that. She could feel her very body rotting, every fiber of her being changing for the worse. Her skin was reddening, slowly spreading across her body, forcing it to begin to match with the living dead girl that Giselle had left on the ground. No, I. Bambietta's lower lip began to tremble, the Quincy feeling water building beneath her eyes. She wanted to hold it back, to keep herself calm, but it was not to be. Giselle, don't. Gigi, please. Nothing will ever keep us apart, Bambi, Giselle whispered into her ear, trying to be as comforting as possible. Not even death. Bambietta shut her eyes then, the agonizing, creeping death spreading across her body continuing. She could feel it now, her face becoming crimson and rotten. There was nothing she could say, nothing she could do to make Giselle stop. All she could do was beg. If not to the Quincy then to the world itself. I just want to live. No, a voice suddenly said, you just wanted to be loved. Bambietta opened her eyes up and found herself staring into the eyes of another. It was not Giselle, the Quincy still embracing Bambietta in a death-like grip. No, it was the brown eyes of the woman from before. The woman with the blonde hair. The one who the very glimpse of gave Bambietta nothing but a sense of hope. Lucy, please dash. Yet that belief, that desire, was destroyed with the simplest of movements. The celestial spirit mage's hand struck across Bambietta's reddening cheek, forcibly twisting her face to the side. What the person who Bambietta identified as Lucy Hartfilia said next all but broke the Quincy's heart. How could I ever love someone like you? Then Lucy turned her back on Bambietta, leaving her within Giselle's grasp. The wizard walked off with a slow, deliberate pace. All the while did the group of familiar faces appear, stone-cold in their expressions as Lucy joined them by their side. She turned back to look at Bambietta one last time, Lucy's own eyes staring at her with nothing but disdain. Then she was gone, the lot of fairy tale wizards fading into the darkness. Don't leave me. Bambietta could only choke the words out, her eyes shutting tight as if to hold back her tears. The Quincy spoke again, her voice trying its best to tear through the darkness. Don't leave me, damn it. Don't leave me. Bambietta felt her heart grow truly cold then, the Quincy realizing all that she had left. There was Giselle. If salvation was not an option then there was surrender. Yet as Bambietta opened her eyes, she took notice of one thing. Giselle was gone. Bambietta was alone in the darkness, now and forever. Gigi. Despite her skin having returned to its true complexion, Bambietta felt no relief. She slipped her arms out from beneath her cloak, wrapping them around her torso and clutching at herself with both hands tightly. She slowly began to descend down, her knees bending until at last they hit the ground. The white cape settled down around Bambietta then, as if to protect her from the shadows. Anyone? There was nothing. No response, no words, nothing. Bambietta simply knelt there then, her body growing number by the second, the Quincy beginning to sob. No. Bambietta grit her teeth then, the Quincy pulling her hands away from her upper arms. They balled into fists, Bambietta peering out from the visor of her hat. Her face began to twist, to morph, until at last she allowed sorrow to fuel an emotion she knew how to handle. Rage. Who cares if no one wants me? Who cares if my father didn't give a damn about me? Who cares if all I was to him was a means to an end? Who cares if Wywak considered me and everyone else a tool? Who cares if Giselle saw me as her bitch? Who cares if fairy tale? If Lucy? Bambietta's throat began to pulse slower and slower as her screaming began to falter, her mind growing tired from the stress that was tearing at its seams. She felt something running down her face, the tears she had tried to force back with angry resisting her every attempt. Why? Bambietta slumped forward, her balled-up fists resting on the darkened ground, her face hovering not a few inches away from it all. Why am I crying? I don't need anyone. No one. No one. No dash. Bambietta. The Quincy felt her heart go still for the briefest of moments, her breath catching itself in her throat. That voice, she knew it far too well. Trembling, Bambietta began to pull herself up from the floor, though remaining on her knees, and turned to look over her shoulder. Her eyes widened then, taking in sight of the person who stood by her now within the dark. Mama! There she was, standing directly before Bambietta. Her white dress and alabaster skin piercing through the darkness, her dark hair appearing as if to blend into that very same reality. She was there in the flesh, Liba Basterbine looking towards her daughter with auburn eyes. Pulling herself together, Bambietta began to pull herself up to one knee, shifting her posture around almost entirely. She brought one hand up tentatively, her fingers reaching out towards her. This was all that there was the one person who had come to Bambietta in her time of need, who had not abandoned her in this hell. "Look at you," Liba said quite calmly. "This is what I died for." Bambietta's hand stopped then and there, the Quincy peering up into her mother's eyes, finding them void of any and all light or emotion. She spoke in turn then, her choice of wording different but her tone of voice no less pleading. "Mother. You're all alone," Liba spoke. "Not a single friend to call your own. You have nothing. You are nothing." Bambietta all but flinched. Then did Liba suddenly change, her expression lightening, her eyes glowing and a smile adorning her face. "But I can set you free, my darling daughter. I can give you the very same peace you gave me. The very same release." Liba moved closer, dropping herself down to one knee. She reached out with her right hand, gently caressing a side of Bambietta's face. Slowly did her hand move about, her thumb slipping underneath Bambietta's eyes, wiping away her tears. "I died for you, my darling daughter," Liba asked as she embraced Bambietta with a hug. "Won't you do the same for me?" Bambietta's eyes widened once more, the Quincy taking in just what her mother had asked of her. Yet that shock soon gave way into submission. "Mother, I die with me, daughter," Liba interrupted. "Come with me to heaven and you'll never be alone again." Bambietta saw it then, a figure in the distance. A small one, yes, but possessing no less presence. It was herself, another past reflection in the madness, yet this one was of herself from a time she wished to forget. It was the young Bambietta who had been present to see her mother's death so long ago. She was staring now, her eyes daring to bore into Bambietta's soul, as if to tell her to stop. For the briefest of moments did Bambietta have to wonder if this was the last vestige of her spirit daring her to stay where it was, to keep herself whole, but if it was then Bambietta knew it had played a foolish gambit now. All she could see within her mind's eye was a past nightmare, another reflection of herself strangling her past self. What Bambietta had said in that dreamscape came to her again, a hazy memory growing sharper in recollection, leaving her able to repeat herself now. "This is your fucking fault. Do you hear me? Your fucking fault and no one else's." The younger reflection of Bambietta faded away then, leaving the true self alone with her mother. "Yes," Liba replied, still holding Bambietta tight. "Yes, it is. But I will forgive you, all of you, once you end it all." Bambietta held her mother tight then with her left arm, all the while stretching her right arm outwards. She kept her hand open, summoning power into it. Soon did her sword come into sight, Schragstrich held in a reverse grip as Bambietta's fingers tightened around its hilt. She kept the blade angled as such, the tip of the weapon pointed towards the back of her mother. That was it. All it would take would be one thrust and the blade would pierce through Liba and into Bambietta herself. It was simple, so simple, yet the hesitation was clawing at soul. "Do it, my daughter," Liba whispered affectionately. "Prove to me that you love me." Bambietta closed her eyes for a moment, doubt still seeding her thoughts. She wanted something to pull her away. No, she needed someone to keep her safe. She wanted to picture them. Lucy. Levi. Wendy. Urza. Natsu. Lil Tato. Even Giselle. Just something to keep her from the abyss. Yet there was nothing in her thoughts, not even a spark of light. It was as dark as the void that she had found herself in. Opening her eyes, the Quincy made her choice then. "Yes, mother," Bambietta said, succumbing to her failings. She tightened her grip on Liba with her one arm, pulling her closer. Bambietta took one last deep breath, closing her eyes once more and embracing what fate had chosen for her. "I love you." Bambietta began to pull her sword inwards then, prepared for the pain, the death, and the peace it would bring. Yet none of it came. Bambietta opened her eyes then, looking toward Schragstrich. Her hand was gripped tightly around it still, yes, but it was not budging. However, Bambietta could see why she could not bring about her hand. Hers was not the sole hand holding the sword. Bambietta blinked for a moment, forcing herself to focus. There was a hand that was gripping the blade of the sword itself, yet nary a drop of blood was being split. There was no torn flesh, nothing. All there was the rough and worn hand itself, an arm encased in a white sleeve that pulled back into the darkness. No, not the darkness itself. The arm was partially obscured by a shadowy black cloak, one that set itself apart from the rest of the world around it. Bambietta could see it faintly through that cloak, the arm belonged to existing beneath that cloak. However, what truly caught her eye was the sight of the head that rested atop the cloak. His was a rugged countenance, an unshaven face covered by translucent sunglasses and surrounded by a black mane of wild hair. It was a face that was as familiar as it was different, leaving Bambietta to find herself in awe of the presence. His Majesty, Bambietta whispered, as if lost in the moment and completely forgetting herself, "Why whack?" Chapter 28, Your friends and power are here to stay. Bambietta Basterbine thought herself left in the dark, her mother the only company she would have as she embraced the finality of death. To Bambietta it had seemed a fitting way to go as any, a blessing compared to the previous loss of life that plagued her soul even to this day. That, however, had been denied of her. She had thought herself and her mother the only company they would have in their final moments, but from the shadows had a hand crept out, taking hold of Bambietta's blade. The hand was worn and rugged, yes, but remained bloodless and unmarred by the weapon's edge. Looking up, Bambietta had found herself staring into a pair of cold eyes, ones that hid behind a translucent visor. His Majesty, Bambietta had whispered, "Why whack?" "You surprise me," the man spoke at last, his voice booming as his eyes settled upon Bambietta's visage. "How can you simply die here in a place like this?" Waiwaka's hand tightened suddenly, causing Bambietta's sword to burst apart into shards of blue light. Bambietta's own hand trembled then, the instrument of her chance at peace gone. Lost in the moment, her heart and soul teetering on the brink as it was, Bambietta was unsure of what she could possibly say. She could not comprehend what was going on. Was this all a dream? An illusion? Yet here Waiwak was, standing within the darkness, only his face and right hand truly visible. However, there was one thing she could ask, Bambietta's voice wavering. "How? How can you be here?" "I have always been here," Waiwak replied, as if such an answer was more than enough. "In any moment in which you hurt others, I was present. In any moment you were hurt by others, I was present. Your frustrations, your elation, your sorrow, I have experienced all of them and so much more." Bambietta's face crunched up, her nose wrinkling slightly as she sniffed back, trying to control the tears that had been dominating her eyes only moments ago. "What are you even talking about?" "I am Waiwak, yet I am not," the man in black simply said. "And I am you, yet I am not." "That still doesn't dash." Bambietta paused for a moment. "Prove it." "As you wish." Waiwaka's right hand moved outwards further from the shadowy cloak that covered him, an entire arm extending outwards, encased in a white sleeve. He reached out further, his fingers seemingly making contact with a solid object within the dark. His palm pressed forward, as if pushing against a wall. Then did the tips of his fingers sink into the darkness itself, as if pulling at some unseen force. "This power that has clouded your soul. I will cleanse the darkness with darkness itself." Bambietta could see it, a steely determination upon Waiwaka's face, his eyes narrowing beneath the sunglasses he wore. The man's cloak spread out and rose all around him, as if possessing a life of its own. Yet that was not all that Bambietta bore witness to. The dark world all around her, it was fading. Light was piercing through from around Waiwaka's hand, the darkness giving way to vivid imagery. In mere seconds was the realm of shadows no more, leaving Bambietta and the man she could only recognize as Waiwak standing in the world. Bambietta. The Quincy flinched then, realizing that she was still embraced by her mother. Yet she could see it, the image of the woman beginning to fade before her eyes. Worse, she could feel her touch lessening, as if it was fading away. "My daughter," Liba said as she tried her best to hold Bambietta tightly. "Please, join me in Dia Dash." Then she was gone, leaving behind a shaken Quincy on her knees. She simply knelt there, unmoving and unfeeling. To allow herself to feel would only cause her more pain, something she wished to avoid. Don't. Waiwaka's sole utterance told total hold of Bambietta, forcing her to focus, even if only slightly. Don't allow any pain to become part of us both, Bambietta based Urbine. That was not your mother. Bambietta could not follow that statement. But dash. I have seen your mother's love from afar, Waiwak interrupted. I know your mother as well as you do. That was not your mother. You know that to be true. Bambietta simply knelt there, saying nothing. She lowered her head then, leaving the silence to consume her. Waiwak took a step closer then, reaching out with his right hand. He gently placed it atop Bambietta's shoulder, intent on reaching her no matter what it took. I have lifted the darkness from your world, Bambietta, but I can only help you do the same for your heart. Bambietta knew it well, the fog on her mind threatening to drag her down. It was obscuring her memories, altering her perception, and that could not be allowed to persist. So she focused on the good, driving away the bad. That wasn't my mother. You are right, Waiwak replied. However, this is your world. Bambietta raised her head up then, slowly looking about at the world that Waiwak had freed from the surrounding darkness. It was desolate, the broken battlements of a war long since ended all around. Bambietta glanced about, taking in the sights. Trenches torn through the ground itself, barbed wire propped up by planks of wood, hollow shells of battered buildings left behind to obscure the sky. However, the most glaring thing to Bambietta was the simple fact that there was no color to it. Everything was shades of gray and nothing more. This all used to be much more lively, Waiwak said as he pulled his hand away from Bambietta, turning his back to her, as if he too was left to absorb and take in the world around them both. And yet tranquil. My world. Bambietta was unsure of what precisely was going on. Was her mind playing tricks on her again? Her fellow stern Ritter, the members of Fairy Tale, and now this apparition of Waiwak. Was it all the same? No, it could not be. He had given her words of encouragement, to force her to look past what had come before. There was no way he was one and the same. What are you talking about? I already told you, Waiwak said as he cast a glance towards Bambietta from over his shoulder, this is your world. Bambietta still did not comprehend. Nothing this vision of Waiwak said made any sense to her. He was him and yet he was not. He was her and yet he was not. Now he was saying this was her world. Perhaps, Waiwak suddenly said, interrupting Bambietta's confused train of thought, I would be better left to say that what is around us is your soul laid bare. That can't be. That was all Bambietta could say, her voice lost within her for a moment. How could I even end up in here? That weapon known as Saiga, Waiwak replied. It forced you to look inwards, also it could destroy you. And yet, I'm indebted to it. That made Bambietta flinch. What? Every life has a soul, every soul has its own inner world, and the Quincy are no different. Waiwak said, returning his gaze forwards, once more leaving Bambietta to look at his back and nothing else. However, you are all of the progenitor, if not in body then in soul. Because of that, I have been with you every step of the way. From the moment you were born I have been here. So it is with all Quincy. Waiwak closed his eyes for a moment. Do you have any idea what this world was like upon its formation? The man asked Bambietta, still unable to turn to face her. No, I suppose not. I have been lost in here, alone for decades. Such is the fate of us all. You may well be the first Quincy to ever set foot in her own inner self. Bambietta began to rise to her feet, slowly walking towards the Waiwak that was as much a shade of him as well as her. Tell me. There was peace, was all Waiwak said at first. A quaint charm to it all and nothing else. However, what else does a soul require but that? Sturdy houses, grassy knolls, fields of flowers. For years it was calm and collected. Bambietta could hear it in Waiwak's soul, a longing for a time long since past, a sense of nostalgia pervading his tone. Then it began to change, growing colder and more reserved. And then it all changed, as if overnight. Bambietta could see it clearly, Waiwak's head beginning to pitch forward, his broad shoulders slumping. I closed my eyes for the briefest of moments, and this was what I was greeted with. A scarred world, one that was broken and yet fortified at the same time. One that was determined to never allow itself to be hurt ever again. Wywak turned to stare at Bambietta, the man pulling himself up to his full height. You feel it, don't you? Wywak asked. The cold upon your skin. Bambietta paused. She could indeed. Concentrating, pulling her focus away from Wywak, she could at last take notice of something else. Not the sights around her, but something ethereal. The wind was blowing through this tarnished world, the chill it brought with it clawing at Bambietta's skin. Worse of all, she could hear the wind itself as it moved through the environment. It was a low in pitch, a howl that pierced her ears. No, it was not a howl. If Bambietta did not know any better, she could have sworn it was the sound of someone crying. I hate the wind, Wywak said simply. It brings with it nothing but despair. And look what it has done to this world. It tore us under the landscape, bringing down homes and leaving their shattered remains to rot. That was not enough for it, however. The wind has swept away the color itself, leaving behind nothing but shades of gray. And even those shades fell to your despair, giving way to white and becoming nothing but a bleached existence. Bambietta hesitated for a moment. I'm sore dash. You will not apologize, Wywak interrupted. I have no use for that and neither do you. There was a silence then between the two, Bambietta unsure if either herself or the manifestation of her soul had anything more to say now. Then it hit her. But if it all went to white, Bambietta began to ask, then why is everything gray again? You had hope once more, even if just a sliver, Wywak answered. Not enough to restore true color to this world or to bring back the tranquility, but it was a start. In time I hoped it would build, but I can see such feelings are fragile. Bambietta stopped herself. So I failed. Again. Neither of us have use for apologies, Wywak countered. The same applies to self-pity. Bambietta spoke nothing in return. She could not help herself. If there was anyone who could make her feel small within his presence besides her father, it was the leader of the Vandenrijk. Even if this apparition was just as much her as it was him, he still appeared like Wywak. There was no negativity to the situation, however. Whereas she had felt like a child in her father's presence, this was different. She simply could not speak out against him, not against his stature as the progenitor of the entire Quincy species. Wywak closed his eyes for a moment, a deep breath escaping from him as he did so. You are broken, Bambietta Basterbine. We are broken. And yet you continue to try and mend us. Despite all that is around us, despite your desire to never let yourself be hurt again. You do allow it. And do you know why? Wywak turned again, his right arm slipping out as if to wave towards the surroundings. I have walked through your world for so long, and do you know what I found? Wywak asked. The further away I moved from this epicenter, the less trenches I found. The less fences. The less walls. You could have locked yourself away, sealed your desires and written off everyone after your mother died. Yet all you have done is seal away your heart. You have no defenses on the outside. You let others in, even if they could hurt you. They have, Bambietta interrupted. Yes, Wywak replied, his head lowering. Yes, they have. Bambietta screamed, her hands clinging to her opposing arms. Then why am I letting Fairy Tale in? Why am I giving them the chance to hurt me like Giselle did? Why am I such an idiot? Am I one as well? Wywak asked, once more looking back to Bambietta. Do not answer that. I know the answer as well as you do. I told you, I have been there through everything. Your joy is my joy. I know how you felt when the guild proved you wrong. I can't recall a time when you were any more happy in your life. Perhaps my eyes were playing tricks on me, but I could have sworn I saw some glimpse of color here. I could have sworn the wind had begun to die down. Yet here we are, all because of that man and his peculiar blade. However, Wywak turned completely, his cloaked form moving toward Bambietta. He stood before her again, looking down at her through his sunglasses. I am grateful to him for this, Wywak said. If not for him, then I would not have been granted this opportunity to speak with you. I would not be able to do what I have longed to for so long. What do you want? Bambietta asked as she looked up at the man with pleading eyes. I want to protect what is most important to me, Bambietta Basterbine, Wywak answered. You've said similar things before, Bambietta answered. False promises that Lil told me you went back on. Wywak looked down at Bambietta. I only know of the outside world what you know, Bambietta. I cannot speak or defend the actions of the source of my existence. Perhaps he has lost his way as you have. Perhaps that is the fate of all Quincy. To fall into the darkness and never return. Bambietta felt her heart grow cold again. Then dash. But you have shown me different, Wywak interrupted. Perhaps this world you now call home can avert that fate. Bambietta felt herself perk up then, a weak smile tugging slightly at the corners of her mouth. There was honesty in what this aspect of Wywak said. No, this aspect of herself. However, that smile fell into disarray before it could ever truly form. You're just saying what I want to hear. Wywak stared hard at Bambietta, keeping himself quiet and allow her to speak her mind. Of course darkness is the fate of all Quincy. Bambietta shouted, her temper flaring as she pulled away from the man. You think I haven't figured that out by now? We were created to be disposable trash and that's how it all ended for us. The world had no use for us. It punished us for being what we were. Either be killed by hollows or be persecuted by soul reapers. Wywak stood silent still, not even blinking before the tirade that was Bambietta Basterbine. Her rage, her words, her accusations, he took it all in. Her burden was his burden after all. And if that didn't do us in, we all turned on each other like the trash the world made us out to be. Bambietta screamed. And then he, considered us just as disposable as everyone else did. There wasn't ever going to be a happy ending for any us. The Quincy grew quiet then, her heartbeat continuing to race even as she tried her best to calm her nerves. The hollows, the soul reapers, Wywak, ourselves. Bambietta whimpered. The Soul King or whatever made our world. They'd never allow happiness to ever be an option. Right until the bitter end. Yet here we are, Wywak said at last. I know many things, but not how we came to this world fairy tale calls home. Perhaps someone thought you deserved better. You, Lil Tato and all the other remnants of the world we left behind. Regardless, we have both moved past that bitter end you speak of, haven't we? Bambietta said nothing. Where has your strength gone? Wywak asked. There is a fire within you, Bambietta. One that I wish to see burn brightly. Bambietta still said nothing at first, the Quincy looking at the grayed out ground beneath her feet. She could feel it still, the wind clawing at her very existence, as if her own inner world was working against her. She simply stood there in silence, trying to compose herself. She knew what this Wywak wanted, but she was not sure she could go that route. No, she could only simply stare into the distance blankly. She looked out at the desolate realm that was her soul, realizing that this was what she truly was deep down. Broken. That fire's gone. Bambietta had been prepared to let Wywak down with her despair, when her eyes caught sight of something. It led to her pause, her hesitation, as she simply tried to narrow her eyes. She focused on what caught her attention. There was something adrift in the wind, a ribbon white as snow fluttering about. Is it? Wywak asked, the man cloaked in shadow moving closer to Bambietta. You and I both know that is not true in the slightest. What you see now is proof of that. Bambietta still focusing on the cloth as it fluttered about. She could tell now that it was not simply being carried by the wind. It was moving to and fro, yes, but not forward. Somewhere over the horizon, somewhere out of sight, it was anchored. Yet it was so very close to her, only a few feet away. How could she have not seen it before? Had she ignored her own senses, her own awareness, too lost in her own pain? Is that a spirit ribbon? Yes, Wywak answered simply. The representation of this realm's power. Isn't that you? Bambietta looked to the avatar of Wywak, an index finger pointing to him. Then she pulled her hand back, the finger angling up towards her own face. Or, well, me. Yes, Waiwak answered, and no. Bambietta felt a spike in her emotions, an errant amount of annoyance, one that cut through her own levels of despair. She was unwilling to show that irritation to the apparition, Bambietta unwilling to display an attitude to it. She was unsure if it was because he appeared so much like Waiwak or because he was just a part of herself. That, Bambietta could tell, would remain answered with a non-answer, just as her last question had been. Despite it all, the depression and the annoyance, she could not help but chuckle. He could not truly answer her, and now she could not truly answer herself. He really was her own inner self as much as he was Waiwak. That ribbon, Waiwak said, giving Bambietta little idea if he had even taken notice of her mirth, is just as I am. Huh. Bambietta looked up to the towering individual that was Waiwak once more, unsure of what he was speaking of. I wish to bring you peace, Bambietta, he said, but I can only show you the way. Bambietta looked back to the spirit ribbon, its soft movements in the dull air seemingly inviting her forward. She reached out then, her gloved hand growing closer to the strip. Yet then did she stop, her hand flinching, her fingertips less than an inch away. Why do you hesitate? Waiwak asked. Your trepidation holds you back. Abandon that weight upon your shoulders. Shed the burden that clouds your mind. Abandon your fear. Cast your eyes ahead. Step forward and never stop. If you pull back you will lose. If you hesitate you will have thrown your life away. Is that not the reason you fight? And if I don't fight, Bambietta said to herself, if not to Waiwak then to herself, I can't win. Bambietta threw her hesitations to the wind. She pushed her hand forward, gloved fingers gripping down on the ribbon. She felt it then, a power so very familiar to her. A soul so very familiar to her. Then did the world around her seemingly push forward, reality forcibly dragging both Bambietta along. It was clear to her then that she had not taken hold of the spiritual ribbon, it had taken hold of her. It was pulling her forward, dragging her through her inner world faster and more abruptly than any form of Hiran Kyaka could have hoped to. Yet Bambietta was not alone. She could see it in the corner of her eye, the shadow form of Waiwak beside her, moving through the blurred reality. Where is it taking me? Waiwak replied quietly, his tone no different than ever before. To the source of your pain. Hansen Nukui had steeled himself for the battle ahead, having known that the Quincy would prove problematic. She had been brash and headstrong, the exact properties he hated in an opponent, but it was her power he had been concerned with most of all. Still had he defeated her, having used the trump card of Saiga to cast her into a hell of her soul's own making. There was a part of him that wished to have peered into her inner self, to watch her as she fell into despair, but he could not allow himself that privilege. No, he had his true goal to look towards. Defeating Bambietta Basterbine had been a thrill, yes, but it had not been the task he had been assigned. He had simply to capture Lucy Hartfilia for his new master. Yet now he was finding that an unexpected problem. He had been prepared to fight the Quincy in a grueling battle, yes, but not the target of Jose Porla's ambitions. So imagine his surprise then when Hansa found himself awash in the attacks of the mermaid creature that Lucy had summoned. Ridiculous. Hansa swung the massive blade of Saiga outwards, cutting through the torrent of water that had threatened to engulf him. Already had it pushed him back, forcing him to give ground to an opponent he had not found worthy of such a feat. I will not be impeded by the likes of you, creature. Hansa leapt forward then, his weapon held high as he lunged towards Aquarius, intent on cutting her down. Yet he could see that would not go as easily as he had hoped. The mermaid spirit was throwing her urn forward, another mass of water projecting forward. How futile! Hansa felt the magic beneath his feet as he would have the spirit particles of his home world. They came together and solidified, giving him an invisible platform from which he could redirect himself away from. So did Hansa move to the side, a flash step taking him out of the way of Aquarius' attack. It's over, mermaid dash. Hansa suddenly found himself cut off, a pillar of water suddenly hitting him from below and enveloping his entire body. Aquarius watched on, confident in her sneak attack having taken the shinobi by surprise. Even outside of her urn, she was still able to control the pressure of the water that had once been contained within it, allowing her to attack once more with the first torrent water the shinobi had leapt out of. It was a simple trick, but one that the celestial spirit had no hesitation in using. Lucy, meanwhile, was simply impressed with the handiwork of her oldest spirit, having known Aquarius had what it would take to keep Hansa at bay. "You can do it, Aquarius." "Of course I can," Aquarius shouted, shooting Lucy a glare from across her shoulder. "So how about you go try and get that friend of yours out of that light prison, all right? I don't need you to cheer me on." All right." Lucy was nervous, yes, but she also knew what she had to at least try to do. She had shown determination to Aquarius before and she could not let it go to waste. She could not let that be all she had to offer. So she ran towards the orb of pale light that had entrapped Bambietta, the wizard staring at it. Her eyes squinted a bit, the luminous energy very nearly biting at her eyes. Yet still she stared. She could see Bambietta within the sphere, her body horizontal and hovering as if in the air itself. That was not what caught Lucy's attention though. No, what truly took hold of her was the look on Bambietta's face. She was calm and serene, yet there was something else there. Tears. Dried tears, but tears nonetheless. It led Lucy to find credence to Hansa's statement from before, that he had entrapped Bambietta in a hell of her own making. However, more important, it gave Lucy further reason to want to save her. "Bambi." Lucy reached out with her right hand, intent on taking hold of Bambietta, to pull her free. However, much to concern's, her palm stopped as it made contact with the light. Worse, it burned the flesh, however slight. Lucy pulled her hand back, flinching as she did so. "Bambi." Lucy's teeth came together, her lips curling open. She sniffed back then, trying to compose herself. Yet it was no use. Lucy's head began to lower, her fears realized. This was nowhere near as simple as she had hoped. Bambietta was close, so very close, yet she could not reach her. No. Lucy tilted her head forward then, a steely gaze issuing forth from her eyes. She could not allow it to end this way. Not because of Phantom Lord, not because of her father and not because of herself. She refused. Urza would not give in. Aquarius would not. Neither would Bambietta and neither would she. Lucy could not allow herself to. So she did what she could, regardless of the consequences. Lucy plunged her right hand forward, her palm smashing into the barrier of light. She felt the pressure she was against, the barrier impeding her progress. Yet still did Lucy push forward. She felt the heat, the burning against her flesh, but she did not pull back. "Bambietta!" Lucy screamed, her hand beginning to push into the light. The heat became worse then, her hand having pierced through the barrier and into the light itself. The burning engulfed her hand entirely, an all-consuming force pressing down upon. Lucy continued to scream, the pain beginning to try and overwhelm her, its threat evident. Yet still she continued to push against it. "I won't let you die like this, Bambi. I don't want to lose you." The world around Bambietta at last ceased its movement, settling all around her. The Quincy looked about, catching sight of the unmoving and quiet Wywak that stood beside her. She could not concentrate on him. No, she was focused entirely on her surroundings. This was still her inner world, yet it was different than before. Gone was the desolate and broken town. All that remained now was a field of decaying grass, what had no doubt once been a pristine lawn. Then there was the mansion before her, one that was falling apart at the seams. Despite its ragged nature, Bambietta remembered it well. However, she could not speak that realization, saying something else instead. "Where are we?" It was as if she needed confirmation from Wywak, from the representation of herself that he personified. She knew and he knew, but she needed it said for her to truly come to terms with it. "We are no longer at the outskirts of your soul, Bambietta Basterbine," Wywak answered, giving her precisely what she had asked for. "We are past your defenses. We are past your barricades. This is where you truly reside." Bambietta stared at the mansion before her, the waves of nostalgia threatening to overwhelm her. She had been forced to walk the distance, to come back here. My home. Before Fairy Tale, before the Van den Rijk, this had been her safe haven. Looking down, Bambietta could see that the spirit ribbon was still gripped tightly within her hand. Her eyes followed its trail, watching as it snaked in through the uppermost window on the right. The panes opened wide. That's... Bambietta stared blankly at the open window. That's my room. Bambietta felt it suddenly once more, the wind biting at her skin, the cold it brought with it an affront to her very spirit. Yet now she could tell something in particular. This was no simple wind. It was coming directly from the open window, as if from the room itself. The wind moved past her ears, causing them to tingle and shiver, but Bambietta could hear something. It was the sound of someone crying, their sobs echoing throughout her. What is this? Wywak didn't answer this time, the apparition instead simply floating up into the air. He moved past Bambietta, effortlessly gliding through the large open window. The Quincy was left behind then, staring at the window. She tugged at the spirit ribbon, watching as it grew taut against the edge of the windowsill itself. Bambietta's shoulders sunk for a moment, the woman knowing what she had to do. She did not want to enter this house, her house, but she knew she had to. Wywak had guided her here with a reason, she knew that much, just as she knew she had to face it no matter how much it hurt. Bambietta let go of the spirit ribbon, allowing it to fall to the ground. It did not last long, however, the wind beginning to pick it up and force it to rise. Once more could Bambietta feel the cold. Once more could she hear the cries. She would put a stop to this. One way or another. Here goes. Bambietta focused on the space before her, forcing the energy of her own inner world to solidify. She took one tentative step forward then, allowing her right foot to stand atop the invisible step. On and on it went, the Quincy ascending the heights of the staircase of her own making. She stopped only when she reached the perimeter of the window, the Quincy holding the sides of it gently with both hands. She peered into the manifestation of her old room, hoping to find it as she remembered it. It was not. The chandelier that hung from the ceiling was crooked, the bulb in the center dim, its glass broken. The faint light flickered softly, adding only a minuscule amount of light. It, however, was more than enough. It allowed Bambietta to take it all in, even if she had to strain her eyes a bit. The bed was in disarray, the carpeting worn and ragged, wallpaper peeling from corner to corner. The dresser was falling apart, its drawers hanging out in varying amounts, rumpled clothes peeking out from the top of each one. Then there was Wywak, the shadowy man standing near the far corner. His presence Bambietta had expected, of course, the Quincy paying him no mind. No, her eyes focused instead on the spirit ribbon. It was draped across the floor, running to that very corner. However, it was what was at its end that took hold of Bambietta's attention. There was a young girl sitting on the floor, dressed all in white and her hair down up in pigtails. Her clothing was worn, just as anything else Bambietta had seen was. The young girl's knees were pulled up to her chest, arms wrapped around her legs. However, what was most telling was the young girl's eyes. Her face was almost entirely obscured by either the top of her knees or her bangs, her weary eyes looking out at Bambietta. Bambietta was quick to recognize. Me. You, the younger Bambietta said, her voice decidedly quiet. You hate me. Bambietta visibly flinched. She wanted to argue that point, she wanted to counter it with anything she could, but there was a thought worming its way through her mind that prevented her from doing so. Stop your crying. This is your fucking fault. Do you hear me? Your fucking fault and no one else's. Yes, this is our fault. We killed you killed your mother. Those thoughts, that conversation, continued to leave Bambietta's mind shaken. They were muddled thoughts, yet felt as real to her as any other. She recalled it well, her memory tugged at by the appearance of her younger self. Of nightmares that tore at her when she least expected it. Yes, Bambietta answered at last. I hate you. Me. Myself. Wywak seized up then, his shadowy cloak spilling outwards, as if it were attempting to consume the younger Bambietta. No, the true Quincy could see that was not the case. The cloak was simply settling upon her younger self's shoulder as if to comfort her. What brings about this self-loathing, I wonder? Wywak asked as he moved closer to the younger Bambietta, the source of the spirit ribbon itself. No, don't answer that. All of us three present know the truth. Bambietta visibly cringed, the Quincy bringing her arms up and holding herself. Don't say it. You. Me. The younger Bambietta spoke softly, all the while drawing herself further beneath Waiwaka's cloak. We got our mama killed. Bambietta felt it then, her heart very nearly seizing up in her chest. She took a step back from the center of the room. Her back hit the wall, the Quincy trying her best to use it for support. This was not what she wanted to hear, leaving her to wonder if this was all she had thought. Was what Waiwak had said the truth, or was this simply another layer of Saiga's manipulations of her? You hesitate once more, Waiwak said, her voice stern as ever. Bambietta Basterbine, you are consumed by your past. Mother. If Bambietta heard Waiwak, she did not show it. The Quincy's hands curled into shaking fists, Bambietta staring at her younger self. Damn us. The younger Bambietta shivered in response. That's enough. The true Bambietta froze in her place then, her eyes widening as she looked at the apparition of Waiwak. This was the first she had heard his voice raise, yes, but his shouting was gone as quickly as it had materialized. Enough. From beneath his visor, the representation of Waiwak glared at Bambietta. We are all one and the same. This self-pity and self-hatred has no place here. Neither Bambietta or the reflection of her younger self said anything. You have allowed yourself to be consumed in your past, Waiwak continued to say unabated. You wallow in the despair it has brought you, leaving yourself unable to move forward. The younger Bambietta whimpered once more cold wind moving out from her. The true Bambietta, meanwhile, simply mumbled beneath her breath. It's too damn hard. You make it too hard, Waiwak replied. The past is not your adversary. You have made it your adversary. So, what? Bambietta asked meekly. I'm just supposed to conquer it and move on. See? The younger Bambietta said, all the while pulling her legs in closer to her chest. She hates me. No, Waiwak answered, his eyes never wavering away from looking at Bambietta. You have to accept it for what it was. Only then can you step forward. How can I do that? Bambietta screamed at Waiwak, her seething emotions at last getting the best of her. How can I ever dash? She even was a little happy that Gigi killed us, the younger Bambietta said, once more beginning to cry. She thought it was punishment for getting Mama killed. No, that's... Bambietta's voice trailed off for a moment, her rage giving way to confusion and desperation. That's not... I never was happy. You hated me that much, the younger Bambietta whispered, her watering eyes staring out at her true self with what only could be considered judgment. Bambietta shook her head then, dark hair rolling over her shoulders and past her face as her body pitched forward. She clung tightly to her arms, her fingers clawing at the fabric of the coat and the skin underneath. That's a lie. A lie. Bambietta Basterbine, Waiwak said, not allowing her to remain unopposed in her loss of control, that is enough. It was the same words again, the same as before, but the tone was different. Waiwak had not raised his voice in the slightest. No, not this time. He spoke calmly and clearly, his words the knife that cut through to Bambietta's core. She took a deep breath, her fingers unclenching from her arms. She allowed her hands to fall by her sides, all the while standing up straight. She looked at Waiwak then, her eyes straying towards her younger self for the briefest of moments. It's the truth, Bambietta whispered, a faint, short laugh escaping from her. Not one of joy, no, but of sad realization. A part of me did think I had it coming. That you deserved it. It is as I told you, Waiwak said simply, you have let your pain control you. All that has hurt you is in the past. That world we called home is in the past. Whatever brought us here, you are free of it. You would say that, Bambietta said under her breath. Well, the real you. Always looking to the future. As I told you, I am him and yet I am not, Waiwak replied. However, I do not need the Almighty to know that the future ahead of you is more worthy of your attention than your past. So Bambietta hesitated for the deepest of moments. I just need to let it go. No. Waiwak himself showed no sign of hesitation. It is as I told you. You need to accept it for what it was and move on. Bambietta looked towards the form her subconscious self had taken, the younger version of herself simply staring at her with tear-soaked eyes. It longed for the hate to be replaced with forgiveness. It longed not to be fought against, but to be accepted. Bambietta, however, was unsure of how she could do such a thing. Her memories were strong, Saiga having strengthened them further with its dreadful power. How then could Bambietta ever take a step forward? That was when she felt it. A faint amount of contact against her back, right between her shoulder blades. It felt warm, as if someone had pressed the palm of their hand up against her. Turning her head to look over her shoulder, Bambietta could see who was responsible. Their visage was ethereal, transparent, but it was familiar all the same. Lucy. The memory was fresh, the clouds that had once hung over Bambietta's mind long gone. Saiga had no influence here, the Quincy able to quickly recognize who stood behind her. However, Lucy was not alone. Coming into view were the luminous forms of several others. Levi to her right. Wendy to her left. There was Urza, standing behind her, Natsu by her side. Then, at last, there was Lil Tato. They all looked at Bambietta, enthusiasm evident in their eyes. The Quincy was unsure what she was seeing. Was she simply hallucinating, or was this a display of her own inner world's desires brought forth by the apparition of Waiwak? Bambietta was unsure, but she also knew it did not truly concern her. Unlike the visions brought about by Saiga, this one was comforting. Bambi, Lucy said softly, you can't keep dwelling on the past. You need to turn the page and see what happens next. We're all waiting for you on the other side. Bambietta saw it then, a smile projecting warmth forming on Lucy's face. Then the reflection of the wizard gently pushed Bambietta forward. The Quincy closed her eyes as she turned her face forward, taking one step forward. She opened her eyes upon her second step, Bambietta feeling the loss of contact between her back and Lucy's hand. All she concentrated on then was the sight of her younger self, Waiwak still by her side. Bambietta moved closer still, the wind suddenly kicking up. It was strange to experience it indoors the way she was, but she pushed past it. She knew the source, and she could only hope she could bring it to an end. As she moved closer, Bambietta knelt down beside the reflection of herself. She looked into the younger Quincy's eyes, trying to stare past the dried tears. Hey. Please, the younger Bambietta said, sniffling slightly. Please stop hating me. The wind grew harder then, threatening to take Bambietta's breath away. Worse, she could hear it in her ears, feel its bitter cold on her face. She paid it no mind however. The Quincy tried her best to form a smile on her face, the corners of her lips quivering upwards slightly. Whatever Waiwak or the reflection of Lucy said, it simply was not that easy. However, Bambietta understood that greatly. Nothing worth seeking out could be gotten without a fight. Not even peace of mind. Just. The younger Bambietta whimpered, her tears flowing once more. I just want you to forgive me. Bambietta could feel it, her face twitching ever so slightly, the corners of her own eyes threatening to become overwhelmed with sorrow. It was the same as before, however, hesitation gnawing at her heart and soul. The Quincy pushed past it though, Waiwaka's words from earlier echoing within her mind. Bambietta smiled completely then, her own tears held back by the rising of her cheeks. You don't need my forgiveness. I'm the one who should be sorry. Sorry for everything. The younger Bambietta pulled herself up suddenly, reaching out to grasp her true self in a Imposian embrace. She continued to cry, though now it was not out of sorrow. Bambietta herself flinched for a moment, having not expected this reaction. She chastised herself then, recalling what she was like as a child. What she was like now. She had always worn her emotions on her sleeve, for better or for worst. Bambietta surrendered herself to the hug, all the while bringing her arms around her younger incarnation. Her chin began to rest atop a shoulder, Bambietta closing her eyes. We're going to be fine, all right? Mom. Dad. Giselle. All that pain is behind us. We're going to move forward and we're going to be so damn happy, no matter how hard I have to fight for it. But, the younger Bambietta whimpered, I'm everything holding you back. No, Bambietta whispered in return. I've been holding myself back. My anger and my resentment. You're a part of me. You're my pain, but I need to accept that for what it is. You mean it. The crying began to subside, the wind fading alongside it. The reflection of Bambietta clung tightly to her true self, unwilling to let go. But. No buts, Bambietta whispered. Nothing can wash away the greatest sin of all. Just forgive me for damning us. There's nothing to forgive, the younger Quincy replied. Just, thank you for loving me for what I am. The reflection of Bambietta's past smiled sweetly, her eyes closing. Her body began to glow then, becoming a luminous light. The true Bambietta could feel her other self give way within her arms, finding nothing left to hold on to. She kept her eyes closed still, letting the situation progress as it would. The scattered particles of light that had once been the reflection of her began to draw closer to Bambietta, absorbing into her being. Only when the process was complete, only when she was left alone on her knees, did Bambietta let her arms fall to her sides. She took a deep breath and at last opened her eyes. How could I do anything else? She asked, as if she still wanted to speak to the aspect of herself that was gone from sight. I'm through with hating my mistakes. And I feel lighter. It is done, Wywak said sternly. You have accepted the totality of your pain. Only now can we begin to return what has been lost to you. Bambietta began to rise to her feet once more, turning to look at Wywak. What? Wywak shifted his feet, his black cloak swirling about as he turned. His back to Bambietta, he faced the nearest wall. His right hand moved outwards, the underside of it swiping across the aging wood. He began to brush away the thick layers of dust that appeared to have accumulated over what appeared to be decades. Curious, Bambietta moved closer. Yet as she did so, she could see something beginning to come into focus. As dust continued to flutter into the air, the Quincy found herself able to see something carved into the wood wall itself. It was a simple letter, one that meant much to her. One she knew the true meaning behind in an instant. The explode. My true self came here once before, Wywak said, not turning back to face Bambietta. He cut out a portion of your soul, etching himself upon you with his power. Bambietta remembered well the day the true Wywak had officially made her a stern ritter. The day she had drank of his blood, the day he had given her a portion of his strength. He promises me it would ease my pain. That it would fill the void. The liar. He did not speak false promises, the shade of Wywak interjected. He simply did the best he could. No one can truly heal another's pain. Not even a god. His solution was simply to scar your soul, to give you power you could concentrate on himself. Only you could heal yourself. And that scar remains, Bambietta said, looking at the letter carved into the wall. But not his power. Your power, Wywak spoke again, turning slightly to cast an eye towards Bambietta. He simply used a fragment of his soul to unlock it. Now that you have accepted your pain, it is time for you to fill this void yourself. To claim your potential with your own power. Bambietta took a step forward, moving closer to the visual representation of her lost power. She began to raise her right hand, intent on taking off the glove adorned it so as to make direct contact with the scar that Wywak had left behind. She stopped however, recalling in that moment that she had donned the Sonray glove that Lil Tato had made for her not long ago. The thin fabric was hidden beneath the glove that made up her traditional attire, but she knew the Sonray glove could not be removed. To do so would cost her greatly. Instead did Bambietta pull the traditional glove off of her left hand, leaving it entirely bare. Bambietta pressed her palm against the inscribed wood, taking a deep breath as she did so. The Quincy focused on her inner self, on the world around her. She called upon all the power that made up her soul, as if it was the spiritual nature of her old world or the magic that made up the new one she called home. Then did she take notice of a withered and worn left hand joining hers, its palm pressing against the letter. It belonged to the form of Wywak that dwelt within her, Bambietta knew that much, but something else about it caught her eye. Upon the back of her hand was the blue fairy tale insignia that Bambietta had received from Makarov so long ago. However, it was also upon the back of Wywak's left hand, clear as day. Bambietta looked up to him, her concentration breaking for the briefest of moments. You. I told you once, Bambietta, Waiwak began to say, that I have been with you every step of the way. Fairy Tale is our home now. My true self may have given us this shrift, but Makarov has given us the insignia of a true family. Bambietta smiled then, an honest expression of happiness. That's what I've waited so long to see, Waiwak replied. True happiness for the one I have always yearned to keep safe from harm. Now then, let us restore your power so that you can return to your new home and protect those you wish to keep safe from harm. Bambietta turned her attention back to the inscribed letter, once more concentrating on it in full. She felt power flow through her very core, drawing from the surrounding environment. It began to flow down her arm, into her hands and out through her fingertips. She watched on as blue light began to arc through the letter before her, giving it energy and substance. Lucy, Bambietta whispered, wait for me on the other side, okay? Hansa Nukui was growing frustrated. The attacks from Aquarius were keeping him at bay, a fact that he could not accept. He had already rendered the Quincy incapacitated, leaving Lucy Heartfilia easy prey. So why then was her own magic thwarting him so? I have had enough. The shinobi roared as another onslaught of water threw him to the ground. His back hit the ground hard, Hansa rolling across his armored shoulder blade until he landed in a crouch. His sword's end pressed upside down into the ground, he readied himself for what was to come next. He could see Aquarius throwing her urn forward, another torrent of water fast approaching. Not showing a moment's hesitation, Hansa raised his free hand up, its fingers held tightly together. Bakudo number 39, in Kosen. Golden light formed out from the palm of Hansa's hand, spiraling about until it had formed a translucent shield before him. Aquarius water struck at full force then, becoming diverted and washing out towards the sides. Beneath his mask did Hansa grin, knowing full well that the water was now no longer a detriment but a benefit. The celestial spirit could no longer see him, something that would aid him greatly. He braced himself for movement, a flash step taking him away. His barrier fell then, allowing Aquarius' attack to flow outwards as she had intended. I suppose it wasn't enough to save him, Aquarius said simply, turning her head slightly so as to get a bearing on Lucy. Her summoner was still fervently attacking the prison of light that her friend had been trapped within. Deep down did Lucy's desperation break Aquarius' heart, but she was unwilling to show it. However, she knew what she could do. An attack from her urn, one that was not held back, might possibly do the trick. It was, at the very least, something she could try. Lucy, step ACI-. It's too late. Aquarius turned suddenly, having caught sight of something in the corner of her eye. It was Hansa, the shinobi shimmering into existence before her. She prepared herself to attack, to strike him down at close range, but it was too late. All Aquarius could do was scream. Blood sprayed into the air as Hansa's massive sword cut through flesh and scales from shoulder to hip. The celestial spirit pulled away from him then, her eyes bulging as she stared at the blood on his sword. It dripped down then, splattering against the ground. It was more than enough to take hold of Lucy's attention. She stared in horror at the sight of it all, her body. The celestial spirits were immortal, she knew that much, but they could still feel pain, could still be incapacitated. This was too much. She wanted to save Bambietta, but not at the cost of causing her first true friend to suffer like this. Aquarius, I'm sorry. You idiot, the celestial spirit said as she began to drop to the ground, casting a weak look over her shoulder. Just, run, Lucy. Her wounds too great, the gate that had summoned Aquarius pulled her back then, the mermaid fading from sight. She would heal on the other side, within the celestial spirit world, but it would take time. That, however, did not matter to Aquarius. She simply wanted the one thing she could not offer in her present state, Lucy's safety. So that's it then, Hansa said as he looked towards Lucy. All that remains is you. Lucy pulled out another golden key, knowing she could not fall too easily. She had to continue to fight. For Fairy Tale's sake. For Aquarius. For Bambietta. Open, gate of dash. No. Hansa used flash step to close the distance, his free hand swatting aside the key, forcing it to hit the ground. Then did the hand dart outwards, gripping tightly around Lucy's neck. He began to choke her, intent on making his goals clear. No more struggling. Master Jose's will be done. Do what you want with me, Lucy gasped out. Just release Bambi. I'm afraid that's not possible, Hansa replied. Once Saiga's true power has been invoked, even I cannot bring it to an end. Only the target can break its spell, but that's only possible by a truly indomitable spirit. And when we fought, I could sense the instability that plagued that Quincy. It would be utterly impossible for her to do so. Bambi's. Lucy whispered, Hansa's grip far too tight for her throat to withstand. Bambietta's, stronger than you know. Damn straight. First there was the familiar voice that echoed through Hansa's ears, but it was quickly joined by something else. It was the sound of something shattering, the sight of shattered, sparkling fragments of light fluttering across his eyes. It was the remains of the Saiga's cocoon, an arm clothed in white bursting through it. The shinobi winced then as a gloved hand suddenly gripped down tightly upon his wrist. It was so fierce that it felt as if it was trying to break bone. In response did Hansa's hold on Lucy weaken in return, forcing him to let go the wizard's throat. What? The shinobi turned his gaze slightly, catching sight of Saiga's prison. Cracks were beginning to form across it, but that was not the most disturbing sight. No, it was what Hansa saw within it that left him truly concerned. Bambietta Basterbine was looking directly at him, a crazed smile etched upon her face. Hey there, Mr. McNinja, Bambietta said, her voice almost playful. You ready for round 2? Hansa began to pull at his arm, trying to free himself of Bambietta's grip, but it was to no avail. Gripping down tightly on the handle of the transformed Saiga, he knew that he would have to cut the Quincy's hand off. If that was what it took, then so be it. Yet that was when it happened. Bambietta began to radiate with power, blue light illuminating the cocoon. It was almost blinding, yet there was something worse. The cocoon was cracking, the light piercing outwards. Then, quite suddenly, there was an explosion. Blue and white light intermixed, spreading outwards in one brief, stunning moment. When it faded, Bambietta was entirely free, the Quincy standing up straight and having let go of Hansa. Her head was tilted down the slightest bit, the visor of her hat obscuring her eyes. All it left Hansa to see was her teeth, her lips still curled back in a grin. It left him one step shy of being terrified. Bambi, Lucy whispered as she began to move closer to her. I knew you'd make it. How? Hansa screamed, his indignation at his imprisoning of the Quincy having been undone. How? How can you possibly be here? You should be wallowing in your own despair. You should be drowning in a sea of heartbreak. Saiga should have left you dead or dying of your own accord. Bambietta said nothing at first, instead slowly bringing one hand up, extending its index finger. She pushed her visor upwards a bit, revealing her eyes to Hansa. They gleamed with a wild nature, a reckless desire to cause chaos. They were just like her smile. Despair is for pussies, Bambietta said at last. Just who the fuck do you think I am? Damn, Hansa hissed under his breath. First Ichigo Kurosaki, now you break free of Saiga's power? This can't be. Wait, special war potential Ichigo Kurosaki. Bambietta's eyes truly lit up then, her voice suddenly on the verge of cracking. Oh ho! I have something else in common with him? That's just. Bambietta suddenly stopped, her cheeks going flush with embarrassment. Well, maybe Saiga there doesn't work well against the Quincy. Hansa simply stared at Bambietta in confusion. The substitute Soul Reaper with the hollow mask was a Quincy. A Soul Reaper, a hollow and a Quincy. Bambietta replied, holding out her right hand and extending out 3 fingers. A fourth quickly joined them. Oh. And a Fullbringer. How could I forget? Hansa continued to stare at Bambietta in confusion. What? Lucy was no different. I feel like I'm missing some context here. Silence. Hansa suddenly shouted. Silence, the both of you. I will complete this mission. I can't. I won't fail a master ever again. Oh, God, Bambietta mumbled. Don't trail off and start crying just because your sort of overcompensation didn't make me all weepy-eyed. Ichigo Kurosaka may have broken free of Saiga just as you have, Hanza hissed, violent bangs slipping down and obscuring his eyes, but even he didn't come out looking like you. So, how can you be so damned happy? So what? You cast me into the darkness and thought that would be it? That I'd curl up and die? Bambietta asked, her lips quivering for the briefest of moments. Her smile seemed as if it was determined to falter, yet it stayed in place nonetheless. News flash, Hanza. Sometimes the darkness can show you the light. Bambietta suddenly brought one arm up, her palm facing the sky. A pale blue orb of energy appeared within it then, one that dwarfed the hand itself in size. The glow it produced cast Bambietta's face in a dreadful light, one that seemed determined to add to the animated grin she wore, the energy reflecting off her eyes. So how about I show you that light? Bambietta asked. How about I show you the explode? The orb suddenly darted away from Bambietta's hand then, careening directly towards Hanza. The ninja was caught off guard by its speed, finding Flash step out of the question due to his shock. His body operating on an instinct born from the last battle, he quickly brought his hand up to protect himself. Bakudo number 39, in Kosen. The golden barrier formed once again, Bambietta's blue orb colliding with it. The attack quickly dissipated, as if it had no true power behind it. There had only been speed. That's it? Hanza asked, sweat beading down his forehead. You damned Quincy, you had me war dash. The barrier suddenly exploded then and there, catching Hanza off guard. He was thrown back by the sheer force, all of it directed entirely against him. The strength of the blast was so great that he hit the ground hard, his back ricocheting off the ground hard enough to leave Lucy wincing. She watched as Hanza fell out of sight, the shinobi slipping over the edge of the hill. Finally got you away from Lucy, Bambietta whispered. Now to finish this. Lucy stood by Lucy, slowly reaching out with one hand. She was so happy to see her back, happy and well, but she wanted to speak with her. However, before she could make contact, before she could speak, Lucy was left watching Bambietta vanish from sight, Hiran Kyaku having been employed. Lucy's hand shivered for a brief moment before, at last, it pulled away. It moved closer to Lucy's chest, her other hand clasping over it. Lucy's cheeks moved upwards a bit, pushing her feelings of sorrow back inwards. She's okay. And she'll win. Hanza hit the ground again, the shinobi having lost track of how many times that had happened already. All he knew was that it would not occur again. As his shoulder blades made contact, her forced his momentum to roll himself over, his body flipping through the motion. He landed in a crouch, one hand pushing down on the ground as his cloak vaulted over his head. How far? He asked himself, his senses extending outwards. His opponent and his target were out of sight now. No, not only them, but the Phantom Lord Guildhall as well. The Quincy's attack had sent him into a valley, removing him from the battle entirely. What kind of power was that? I thought I told you, Bambietta said as she suddenly appeared before Hanza's eyes. It's the explode. Ain't it grand? Light began to reflect within the palm of Bambietta's right hand, giving Hanza reason for pause. He prepared himself for another orb, another attack he would no doubt have to block if he wished to survive. Instead what came into view was the Quincy's ebony bow. What's that, Damon Stechenbogen? Bambietta glanced down at her weapon, feigning that she herself had summoned it. She pulled the weapon close to her face, rubbing a cheek up against it. You're afraid I'm gonna dump you for the explode again? Oh, silly. You don't have to worry. You, me, the explode and Shrag Stritch are going to be one big, happy family. After all, Fairy Tale has shown me that there's room in my heart for all my favorite ways to maim. Hanza was unsure if his opponent was simply trying to terrify him into submission, but if it was so then he refused to give in. He simply stood to his full height, keeping his grip on Saiga steady. You put on a brave show, Quincy, but it's time for this farce to end. Bambietta stopped pressing the side of her face against her bow, her eyes glancing towards Hanza. Huh. You may have new power, Hanza began to say, but I am onto you. You brought us away from Lucy not to protect her, but to protect yourself. You may be free, but Saiga broke you. It had to. And you can't keep up the brave face anymore. Bambietta's overjoyed expression began to fall, her eyes growing cold. Her bow vanished from sight, her arms falling limply by her side. Her cloak slipped over her shoulders and obscured them. All the while did she look down at the ground. So, Hansa whispered with sadistic glee, I was right. You, Bambietta whispered back, were half right. Bambietta looked back up, her eyes peeking out from underneath her hat. It was the same cold eyes that Hansa had seen before, yes, but now he could understand the truth of them. The way in which Bambietta had spoke had shown it to him. Hansa suddenly felt it, a sense of dread pervading his body. His skin ran cold, a heavy presence dwelling at the pit of his stomach. What Bambietta said next only heightened that anxiety. Saiga. No. You messed with my head. You dragged up every little thing I wanted to forget. It hurt, but I'm stronger for it. I'm happier despite what you did to me. But it hurt. And that's why. Bambietta smiled once more. That's why I didn't want Lucy to see how exactly I'm going to hurt you in return. An orb of blue light suddenly flew out from the front of the cloak that was draped over her shoulders, having slipped out from its opening. It was quick and it was precise, the cape having concealed its creation in Bambietta's right hand. It was all Hansa could do to try and keep his fears at bay. Therefore, in turn, there was nothing he could do to defend himself in time. The orb made contact with the shinobi right between the eyes, the energy flowing right into the skin and into his body. Now just to make it clear, Hansa, the explode doesn't allow me to make bombs. It makes whatever it comes into contact into a bomb. Bambietta's eyes narrowed, the Quincy finishing her declaration with a hiss through teeth held together by disgust. Or whoever. Hansa's eyes began to widen in response to the absolute horror of what his opponent had just. He was going to die. He was going to die a miserable failure to Jose Porla, just as he had been to the Kazumioji clan. Mess with my head and I'll turn yours into a bloody mist, Bambietta said, as callous as ever. In 3, 2, 1. No. Hansa screamed then, his panic overwhelming any semblance at calm he may have once held. Yet, then there was nothing. No pressure in his skull. No pain. No end. Nothing. He simply was, as if Bambietta's threat had meant nothing at all. He brought one hand up to his face, sweat beading down between his fingers, an eye peering out from between two of them. You sadistic bitch. Are you trying to drive me to death with fright? I think you've got me confused for another Quincy. Ahaha. It was a feigned and forced laugh, one that followed Bambietta whispering to herself. She was confused by what had just transpired, as she had fully expected Hansa's body to explode in a fine red mist right before her eyes. Still, she was able to play off the failure. Her voice raised then and there, Bambietta making certain that Hansa heard her. Hey, after what you just put me through, pissing your pants is the least you deserve. I may not be able to blow you up, but I have other methods. Bambietta casually tossed an orb to the side, making certain that it connected with the rock she had noticed. The grey stone quickly burst apart before her and Hansa's eyes, giving Bambietta a sense of satisfaction. That was what she needed after the explode's failure to kill Hansa, proof that it still worked as it was intended to some degree. Okay, Bambietta mumbled under her breath, so at least I can still blow up inanimate objects. I guess that's all I need. Enraged by the fear that had been inflicted upon him, Hansa lunged towards Bambietta. You damned Quincy. You should have simply let Saiga's power end you. Better that than dying when I split you in two. And now you're confusing yourself with me. Done muttering to herself, Bambietta summoned twin orbs of the explode, one in each hand, and she threw them out at the approaching Hansa. Even if she could not detonate him, his garments were another matter. However, much to Bambietta's annoyance, the shinobi managed to evade them both with successive uses of flash step. Once to the left and then back to the right. Blades of grass were left infected by her power instead, causing minuscule explosions to generate. Well, that's just rude. I get a new power and you won't let me show it off. Bambietta quickly generated another dual set of orbs, only throwing one out this time. It was close to hit Hansa, but the shinobi's skill with flash step allowed him to narrowly avoid it once more. However, Bambietta did not take notice of how close she had been, of the concern evident in Hansa's eyes as he faded from sight. No, her eyes had been drawn elsewhere. Smirking, she threw out the second orb and watched as it traveled through the air. In a split second did Hansa come back into view, the orb striking him directly in the chest. His red armor and cloak quickly became alive with a pale, blue light. Hansa's eyes widened with shock, before his garment exploded all around him. His entire body was enveloped in the blast, any potential screaming on his part drowned out by the sound and fury that Bambietta's attack had wrought. The blast was quick to subside, becoming replaced instead by a plume of smoke that rose towards the sky. Hansa fell out from it then, the shinobi walking on unsteady legs. "How did you?" "Your feet," Bambietta said, all the while placing her right hand on her hip as she let her posture relax for a bit. "You might not be a soul reaper, but you do fight like one. All I had to do was watch which way you were stepping right before you took off to know where you were going to appear. Flash step is so last millennium. Now my Hyrenkyaku, I just ride the magic and you'll never know where I'm going to appear." Bambietta blinked, her voice pausing for a moment. "Well, okay, so Natsu figured it out, but, whatever. The point is my flash step is so much better than your flash step. Don't talk like you've won." His upper body covered in wounds and soaked with blood, Hansa knew his hopes of winning this battle were dwindling. Cloud with pain, his mind was unable to think past his desires. No matter what it took of him, he had to see this mission through to the end. No matter what it cost him, no matter what sacrifice he had to make, he would do just that. He would kill this Quincy and bring Lucy Hartfilia to his master. So he ignored the pain and raised both his arm and sword above his head. "Saiga, I give myself to you." Incandescent light began to form around Hansa's body, the sum total of all his spiritual strength converted to magic in this world. Saiga, in turn, began to grow in power, red tendrils growing from its hilt. They slithered down the length of Hansa's arm, wrapping and binding themselves to it. Soon did they extend across Hansa's chest, consuming his entire torso before spreading down his other arm. A few tendrils even worked their way up his neck, one suck tendril wrapping across a portion of his face. Then, at last, did the growth stop. The scarlet mass that was Saiga began to pulse, as if it was connected to Hansa's heartbeat. "You." Bambietta's face contorted a bit, her revulsion as the sight quite clear. "That's just gross." "That's it," Hansa said, his voice ragged, his pain evident. "Devour me again if you must, Saiga. Just let me complete this mission." Hansa swung his sword out in a horizontal arc, a violet burst of energy firing forth. It caught Bambietta by surprise this time, the power more than she had ever imagined. It struck her hard, forcing Bambietta to scream out in pain. Her pure, white clothing became charred upon contact, blood venet doing its best to mitigate the damage taken. It took all she had to remain standing, something that vexed Hansa greatly. "Die, damn you!" The shinobi screamed as he swung out his sword again, another violet burst of energy issuing forth. "Not again." Bambietta stared at the telegraphed attack and quickly threw out an orb of her own power. It made contact with Hansa's attack almost immediately, forcing the arc of energy to detonate a few feet away. Bambietta's cape whipped back under duress, the explosion's force taking hold of it. Yet Bambietta simply stood her ground and formed another orb of the explode, prepping herself to attack if she had to. Yet as the smoke cleared, she saw that was not necessary. Hansa's free hand was clutching at his sword's hilt, the red tendrils beginning to tighten across his upper body. He was screaming as well, a look of panic evident upon his eyes. "No. Saiga, please. Don't take me now. Just let me see this through." The shinobi's screaming intensified, his body dropping to its knees. The tendrils grew thicker then, several of them beginning to slither down his legs, several others beginning to obscure his face in its entirety. All that Bambietta could see of it then was one of his eyes, wide with fear as it was. Yet muffled as they were, she could hear him screaming still. It was clear to Bambietta then that Hansa's sword, the very Bakuto that he had placed so much pride in, was devouring him. "Please, save me," a voice whimpered out from beneath Saiga's tendrils. "I can't die." "Not Again. Not as a failure. Bambietta listened but did not move in response. She simply allowed Hansa to beg and plead, all the while dwelling on her own thoughts. He had this coming. He had hurt her and this was the least he deserved. He was a monster. There was a satisfaction Bambietta derived from the revelation, the Quincy knowing that this was for the best. She had not been thinking earlier, so lost in her calm rage. She had been fully intent in killing Hansa away from prying eyes, but she understood now that it would never have worked. Fairy Tale would have learned of his death. No doubt Urza would have found evidence of the murder. In the end would Bambietta have lost all that she had gained in this new world. Her old habits, unwilling to die easily, would have cost her everything she had fought so hard to return to just now. This situation, however, would absolve of such a fate. Hansa was the instrument of his own undoing. So Bambietta stood before him, taking in the sight of his writhing, the sound of his screams. He would die and it was entirely of his own doing. However, as Bambietta continued to listen to his pleas, her resolve wavered. No one would know what she was allowing to happen. No one but herself. This was not the fairy tale way? No, it was not. Taking pleasure in the suffering of an enemy, allowing him to die when it was unnecessary. This was the way of the Vandenreich. Damn it. Bambietta remembered well her first conversation with Makarov, the talk they had had when she had joined Fairy Tale. There was no place for who she had been in the past, not in Fairy Tale. However, no one would know save for herself. Yet that was too much for Bambietta to accept. Just, damn it. Bambietta let go of the explode then, allowing the orb to go free. It dropped down, floating towards Hansa upon her command. It was not long then that it made contact with the hilt of Saiga, where its mirror had once dwelt. The shinobi continued to scream, the sword devouring him, but it was not for much longer. Blue beams of lights began to burst forth from Saiga's blade and its tendrils. Then, at last, did it altogether detonate. Hansa's screams intensified once more, his body caught in the crossfire however, when the smoke cleared, he was on the ground. Bloodied and wounded, yes, but free of the sword. You. He whispered, his voice racked with pain. You, destroyed Saiga. You, saved me. Yeah. Bambietta suddenly lashed out with a foot, slamming the heel of her boot into Hansa's face. The strike was more than enough to knock him out in his weakened state. He was, after all, still an enemy. Ain't I a good Samaritan? Within Bambietta's soul did the fragment of Wywak stand. He was alone now, yes, but truly content. The wind had at last died down, the reconstruction of the realm he had considered home for so long finally rebuilding itself. However, he was left confused. Standing within the representation of the Quincy's childhood home, he simply stared at the letter that was carved into the wall. It was glowing intensely, the blue radiance washing over the room. All had gone as he had hoped. His master was truly hoping again and she had regained her lost power. So why then was it not working as it was meant to? That man should have died, Wywak said as he reached out to the letter and felt its power. Did Bambietta not have the strength to fill this scar after all? No, she did. Wywak turned then, having heard the voice behind him. Who goes there? Please don't freak out, the voice said, once more sounding like it was unnervingly close to Wywak. I'm not there to be seen, but I felt I needed to speak with you, if only to ease your concerns. Who are you? Wywak simply asked, his composure returning. You told dear Bambi that perhaps someone who felt she deserved better brought her here, yes. The voice began to say softly. You were right. That was me. Then I suppose I should thank you, Wywak said. Come out and face me and I will do just that. I'm sorry, but I can't do that right now, the voice answered. I'm pretty sure you're kind of mad at me. You. Wywak said, his voice showing an errant hint of irritation. You interfered with Bambietta Basterbine's shrift returning. You saw what she did right after getting it back, the voice said. We couldn't have her murder Hansa in cold blood and lose everything she's gained. That was not your choice to make, Wywak retorted. You had no right to alter her power dash. Didn't you say that you wanted what was best for your master? For dear Bambi. The voice asked, cutting Wywak off. Did you want her to end up alone again? Her strength would mean nothing if she lost Fairy Tale. Wywak brought a hand out from his cloak, the man staring at the emblem that marked the back of it. You speak the truth. However, I do not appreciate the games you play with my master. I assure you, this is no game, the voice replied. I take no pleasure in keeping her in the dark. Wywak began to speak out. Then I will reveal myself to her soon, the voice said. Until then, please do as you always have. Look out for her. That is all I have ever wanted to do. Wywak was left alone once more then. He spoke yet again, if only to himself. Perhaps you feel the same. All Lucy wanted to do was run forward. To find Bambietta, to assist her in the battle against Hansa. However, she knew better. Her friend had taken Hansa away from her for her own safety. To go to aid her would only dishonor that desire. That was the left thing Lucy wanted to do. However, she also knew that where she stood now was no safer. Those of Fairy Tale, all her other friends, were still locked in battle with the shades that José Porla had brought into existence. Lucy was no different, doing her best to keep them at bay with her whip. Yet still she had to pray for Bambietta's safety, just as she did for everyone else. Hansa had already nearly killed her once now. The thought of him making another attempt and succeeding was too much to bear. Lucy, I'm home. The wizard turned in response to the familiar voice and was greeted by the sight of Bambietta walking into view, the Quincy dragging a beaten Hansa through the dirt. Bambietta quickly threw the shinobi forward, leaving him to hit the ground hard. See, I knew I could beat Mr. McNinja, Bambietta said, planting both hands on her hips and sticking out her chest. All it took was blowing him up twice. Oh, and kicking him the face. He was a tough little bastard, but Bambietta was suddenly caught off guard, Lucy having run over to grab the Quincy in a hug. You're okay, right, Bambi? Of course I am. The Quincy exclaimed. No muss, no fuss. He's the one all beat up and bloodied, so No, I meant. Lucy's voice trailed off for a minute, the wizard not letting go of her embrace. I saw you crying when you were stuck in that light. Oh. Bambietta was unsure of what to say to that. Her facade began to falter, her demeanor born out of confidence falling by the wayside. Lucy had seen her at her lowest and there was nothing she could do about that. I wish you hadn't seen that. You're okay, right? Lucy asked once more, holding Bambietta tighter. Yes, I'm Bambietta took a deep breath. Constant bravado had no place here, not now. She simply brought her arms around Lucy as well, returning the embrace. I'm fine now. Better than ever. And I need to, thank you for that. Bambietta rested her face atop Lucy's shoulder, her expression wavering as she did so. She could feel something welling at the corners of her eyes. Tears not of sorrow or pain, not like any she had experienced before. They were tears of joy. I heard you in there, Lucy, Bambietta said. I was at my lowest end. You helped bring me back. And because of that, I can never thank you enough. You don't have to thank me for anything, Lucy replied. I just. Yes, I do, Bambietta whispered. You're too damn good for me, Lucy. Lucy turned her head slightly, resting the side of it against Bambietta's own. There was nothing she could say then, nothing at all. She was simply glad to have the Quincy back by her side. You know, I hate to break up the girly time, a voice called out, but we're kind of in the middle of a guild war. Lucy and Bambietta came to then, the both of them pulling away from each other. They looked to the side, catching sight of Cana Alberona. The wizard was just as the other wizards in the vicinity, trying her best to fend off the shadowy beings of José Porla with her magic. Oh. Right. Lucy pulled out a key, swinging it out. Open, Gate of the Golden Bull. Taurus. The celestial spirit appeared on the spot in a brilliant light, then simply leapt into the fray, his axe at the ready. So, Bambi, Lucy asked, the wizard bringing out her whip just in case. You can blow stuff up now. More or less, Bambietta said, the Quincy focusing her attentions on a few nearby shades. Let's see if these count as off-limits to the explode. Bambietta crossed her arms over her chest, her fingers and thumbs spreading outwards. Orb after orb appeared between each and every one, their glow bathing Bambietta's face. She swung out her arms then, allowing the power of the explode to fire outwards in a small barrage. Each and every orb struck home, leaving the shades to start exploding on the spot. Hell yeah! Bambietta said, once more bringing more orbs into fruition. Oh, the explode. You have no idea how much I missed you. Lucy watched on as Bambietta began to lay waste to the shades, destroying 8 at a time. All the while she could hear her roommate laughing, the Quincy no doubt working out whatever aggression she may have felt at Phantom Lord. Huh. She really can blow stuff up. Oh, poor Master Makarov. Lil Tata Lampard had never expected that she would be happy to see Laxastriar, but she could tell that there was a first time for everything. He had arrived in the nick of time, having taken down the leader of the Element 4. Now he was keeping his distance, his back to both Lil Tato and Wendy Marvel. Mr. Laxus? Wendy asked in a timid tone. Thank you. Don't mention it, the man replied, all the while still keeping his back towards his fellow fairy tale members. Seriously? Don't. I'm not interested in the rest of the guild thinking I've become as soft as they have. Lil Tato tried her very best not to shake her head in response to the man's attitude. She had considered casting aside any of her feelings and thanking him as well, but that was proving problematic after what he had just said. It was no matter. She had other matters to concern herself with. Of all the other battles she had helped orchestrate, Natsu's in particular. She was worried for him, perhaps more than she should have been. After all, it was Elfman who she felt most deserved her concerns. Well, that's the big shot down, Lil Tato finally said. We should go check on the Oth dash. Lil Tato's eyes suddenly widened, the Quincy left to watch in surprise as Laxus turned into a bolt of lightning. It all happened so quick, the wizard arcing directly in front of Wendy. As he rematerialized in physical form, he shoved the Sky Dragon Slayer away, leaving Lil Tato to grow angry with him. It was all she could do to pay attention to what he had to say, one simple word. Move. Then she saw it. Blood. Blood spitting out from his mouth, bursting out from his chest. There was something else there, a beam of shadow and violent light piercing through his chest. Lil Tato could hear Laxus curse under his pained breath, the man struggling to keep himself standing. Then she heard something else. It was Wendy, the young wizard's screams of terror echoing across the guild hall. Well, a voice beckoned from the darkness. Such a shame. I was hoping to take the darling Dragon Slayer with the healing magic out of the game, not Makarov's damned grandson. Laxus turned his body around, blood oozing out from his mouth and dripping down his face. He looked on as a figure began to step out of the darkness. He understood then, that the one approaching was the owner of the magic he had felt not a moment too soon. You son of a bitch. Another beam of magic pierced Laxus once more, tearing through his chest not a few inches away from the gaping hole from before. More blood was spilled then, leaving the S-class wizard to at last fall upon his back, the black coat that hung from his shoulders spreading out across the floor. A fairy who allowed himself to be wounded to protect another has no right to speak to me as such, Jose Porla said as he stepped out in front of Lil Tato and Wendy. So then, which of you damned fairies wishes to fall next? Chapter 29, The Dark Saint. The best laid plans had fallen apart and Lil Tato Lampard could not have been more upset. No, upset was not the right word. Not at all. Watching a plan fall apart was something Lil Tato could handle. It came with the job of being the tactician amongst her friends. She had long since accepted that nothing had a 100% chance of success. There were always gambles that had to be made. There were always stakes on the line. This was different, however. All she had wanted was to defeat the Element 4. To take down an opponent and move on to assisting one of her new friends in defeating their chosen enemy if the battle was still going on, yet none of that had happened. Lil Tato and Wendy Marvel had needed the assistance of an unexpected source, Fairy Tale's victory having been assured thanks to the sudden arrival of what Lil Tato thought was both lightning and arrogance personified. Yet she had taken the situation for what it was. Even if Laxastriar had been unwilling to admit it, It had been Wendy's words to him from earlier that had drove him to stave off his lesser impulses and aid his guild. So that, as far as Lil Tato was concerned, was a win for the Sky Dragon Slayer she had brought into battle with her. Yet now had things taken a turn for the worse. Laxus was lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood, twin holes burrowed through his torso by meticulous and cruel bolts of magic. The one responsible for the attack was standing before Lil Tato and Wendy now, power and malice radiating off of him in equal measures. This was no member of the Element Four. This was no Bount or Soul Reaper. This was Jose Porlaw, the Guild Master of Phantom Lord and one of Fiore's Wizard Saints. That was in part why Lil Tato was not capable of being upset at her plans falling apart. She was simply too consumed with fear to allow any other feeling into her heart. I suppose there's no need to ask which of you is willing to fall next, Jose said, his darkened eyes staring at both Lil Tato and Wendy. Not when I can simply kill you both. Lil Tato could feel it, a terror far beyond her own. It was obvious who it belonged to, Wendy clearly shaking at the sight of the enraged guild master standing. That was enough to push Lil Tato past her own concerns. She had gotten Wendy into this situation and it would be up to her to get her out of it. So Lil Tato tensed up every muscle, each and every fiber of her being prepared to fight what was no doubt a foolish battle. It was so unlike her. I guess Bambi isn't the only one Fairy Tail has been rubbing off on. Lil Tato could see dark magic forming within Jose's hands, so she followed along. A bow began to assemble from magic particles, forming in Lil Tato's hand. However, she knew that she would have to go to further lengths if she hoped to keep Jose busy long enough for Wendy to escape. No, she would have to hold him longer than that. Lil Tato could feel it, Laxus' energy signature. It was weak, but it was proof that he was still clinging to life. Wendy, take Laxus, and get away as fast as you can. As if I'd let her escape, Jose hissed through grit, smiling teeth. She was my first target after all. So allow me to dash. Oh yeah. The room shook quite suddenly, dust and debris spilling out past Lil Tato, Jose, and Wendy. The whole lot of them looked to the side and noticed what had happened. The wall farthest to them had been torn asunder, shattered stone and splintered wood strewn about. Lying upon the debris was one soul of the earth, while standing victorious over him was Fairy Tail's own Elfman Strauss. Now that's how a real man wins a battle. Elfman shouted as he raised a monstrous right arm into the space above his head, his hand curled into a fist. Take that, Abyss Break. I'll be damned, Lil Tato whispered. My plan counted on him needing help, and he's here to help me out. Bambi's never going to let me live this down if she finds out. What the heck happened here? Elfman asked as he took notice of Lil Tato and Wendy, as well as the downed and bloodied S-class wizard. Laxus. Then did Elfman take notice of Jose Porlaw, the guild master's maddened expression catching his eye. A shiver ran down Elfman's spine, but he did his best to ignore it. What's this? Jose turned his gaze, his attention momentarily focused on Elfman. Another fairy has come to die. Hey, Elfman, Lil Tato said, a question on her mind. Would a real man fight a psychotic wizard saint that's out of his league so that his guildmates could get away? Heck yeah he would. Elfman quickly answered as he turned to look at it. Why do you ask? Elfman was left to blink in confusion, the space where Lil Tato, Wendy, and Laxus had been only moments before completely empty. If Elfman strained his eyes, he almost could have sworn that he could see a faint, white outline of where they had all been just a moment before. Regardless, he took no offense to that. It was more than clear that Wendy was scared and Laxus in need of help. Laxus. Elfman felt a moment of rage consume him then and there. He may be a bit of a jerk, but he's more of a real man than you'll ever be, Jose Porlaw. Is that a fact? The guild master asked, his devilish smile never leaving his face. No descendant of that demmed Makarov could ever hold a candle to me. I won't allow it. Not his kin by blood or any of his dear fairy tale children. I am going to kill each and every last one of you. You're a damned monster, Elfman said, his expression growing colder. That's rich, Jose hissed. I'm being called a monster by a pitiful beast who killed his own sister. Elfman flinched, his heart rate suddenly spiking. You. Oh, yes, I've heard it all, Jose continued. The story of a foolish fairy who couldn't control his own takeover magic. And in the end the beast he unleashed killed dear listener. Elfman tried to keep himself calm, but it was a losing battle. How? How can you know of that? Oh, it's simple, Jose explained. Makarov was so distraught by that series of unfortunate events that he even went so far as to call a meeting with his fellow guild masters and the Magic Council itself. I could have sworn he was on the verge of stepping down from his position as the third guild master of Fairy Tale, thinking he had failed. Elfman's rage suddenly shifted to something else, despair. I did that. It's a shame Makarov simply didn't do that, Jose continued. We wouldn't be standing right here in the center of this conflict if he hadn't. But I suppose my own foolishness is to blame. What are you talking about? Elfman asked. He was simply so distraught, Jose continued. But the other guild masters and I talked him away from his despair. So tell me, Elfman Strauss, who's the true monster here, the man who nearly drove his guild master into retirement or the man who talked him out of it? That's... Elfman noticeably flinched, something that gave Jose a sense of perverse joy. You of all people, helped Master Makarov. Perhaps I simply wanted to keep up appearances among my contemporaries. Or perhaps I simply didn't want Makarov to feel despair that I wasn't responsible for. Or did I? The skin atop the bridge of Jose's nose wrinkled slightly, as if the wizard saint had been lost in his own thoughts for a moment, a haze covering his eyes. It was gone in an instant, however, the manic expression once more covering Jose's face. His voice boomed once more as well. I suppose that random act of foolish kindness has smiled upon me this day. Now I can slaughter all of Makarov's dear children and throw it in his face. Elfman's confidence had wavered, the memory of Lysina having consumed him for the moment. However, he knew he had to push past that. I won't let you. Don't be distraught, Jose hissed through grit teeth, his eyes becoming consumed by darkness. Soon you and all your guildmates will be reunited with dear little Lysina. Isn't that a mercy? I promised myself that I would never allow Myra Jane to cry again, but Lysina would cry as well if she met us all so soon. If she saw Myra and me on the other side, if she saw that Natsu and Happy had died, it would break her heart. Elfman's confusion slipped then, Jose's threat awakening something within him. Energy began to flow around Elfman, a magic circle forming before him. All the while did Elfman roar, his scream one of utter defiance. I won't allow you to bring tears to the eyes of either of my sisters. The magic energy of Elfman's pushed against Jose, forcing his crimson cloak to flutter behind him. The wizard saint simply stood his ground then, his darkened eyes simply staring into the golden light that had engulfed Elfman. A full body takeover? This must be the power that allowed you to defeat Soul. And, the one that killed Lysina. Damn you! The light around Elfman suddenly burst apart, completely blinding Jose. However, when the light faded, the wizard saint found himself staring up at a monstrous beast that measured nearly 3 times his own height. Twin horns had burst forth from Elfman's head, matching the jagged protrusions that had seemingly burst forth from his shoulders. Green, scaly skin gave way to a dark brown fur, ending at last with talons at the end of each of Elfman's fingers. It was a truly imposing sight, the face of the beast especially, but Jose simply held his ground. Elfman's maw opened, his fangs falling into view. I won't allow you to hurt a single member of my guild ever again. Jose simply continued to grin, dark magic swirling around him. Don't make promises you can't keep. The members of Fairy Tale had been on edge ever since the conflict with Phantom Lord had begun. The damage done to their guild hall had seemed dire at the time, but the escalation that had occurred since then had seemingly trivialized the matter. It had simply been one nightmare scenario after another since then. From Levy's injuries to Makarov's defeat, from the Jupiter cannon to the Abyss break. Now, however, were those who bore the mark of Fairy Tale beginning to feel at ease. Perhaps none more so than Bambietta Basterbine. I feel good, Bambietta said as she stood side by side with Lucy Hartfilia. The attack of Jose Porlaw's shade magic had seemingly died down, but that was not all. The two of them both could also see that the magic circle of the Abyss break had seemingly vanished, leaving behind nothing but an unmoving super mage giant phantom. I got the explode back, the abyss break was stopped and me and my bestest buddy drove away a bunch of creepy shadow monsters. Bambi, let's not forget everyone else present. I think we all pushed Jose back. Lucy was feeling some relief as well, but it was tempered by concerns. Despite all that had been said to her, there was still a part of her that accepted the blame for this situation. She wanted it to simply end, to keep her new family safe from the consequences wrought by the family she shared blood with, so she had to hope that this was truly the end of the conflict with Phantom Lord. She wanted that, but she was unsure of it. I know, Bambietta said as she began to relax. 3 cheers for fairy tale and all that. But I totally beat up a ninja. Rare is it you get to say that in this day and age, so I'm going to be keeping that thought as my happy place. It was not entirely true. Oh yes, Bambietta would remember well the severe beating she had dished out to Hansen Nukui, but she also understood that her flippant attitude was not being entirely honest. Her happy place was fairy tale, as well as one member in particular. Hey, Lucy, Bambietta said, the Quincy moving closer to her. When this is all settled, I was hoping maybe we could talk later. Huh. Lucy had not been expected Bambietta of all people to suddenly sound unsure of herself and withdrawn. If the wizard had glanced down, she would have taken notice of Bambietta nervously digging her heels into the ground and shifting her feet about. Sure, we can do that. Is something wrong? Well, no, Bambietta said, her eyes glancing off to the side. It's just, I was hoping we could talk because. Despite her awkward manner of speech at the moment, Bambietta was getting riled up inside. How could this be so hard? She had always been so much more forthcoming and upfront about her desires in the past. Sometimes way too forward if Lil Tato's criticisms were to be believed. So why was she having trouble spitting it out now? Because. Bambietta repeated, the Quincy unable to get to her point. It's because. Because she loves you. Bambietta's whole body momentarily flinched, her eyes going white for a moment. Had the world itself grown impatient and simply spoke on her behalf? No, that could not possibly be it. After all, she recognized that voice. Bambietta turned around slowly, almost relieved not to have to awkwardly share eye contact with Lucy after her complete failure at broaching a certain subject, and could see Happy flying towards her. Stupid cat might be able to get my point across better than I can, Bambietta muttered under her breath. Beneath Happy walked 3 individuals, 2 of Fairy Tale and 1 formerly of Phantom Lord. The lot of them looked bloodied and battered, but were seemingly overjoyed. Particularly of note was Juvia Loxer. Bambietta could see that she was sticking very close to Grey, the water mage clinging to his arms. Bambietta half expected Juvia's eyes to turn into hearts the way she was swooning over him. Okay, Bambietta muttered once more, maybe I just need to be like her. That might be the ticket. Oh, no. All Lucy could see was the injuries upon Natsu, Grey, and Juvia, the wizard knowing that they were the results of the battles they had waged on her behalf. You guys, I'm sorry. For what? Natsu suddenly asked in return, his voice as loud as ever. I don't know about the human popsicle here, but I haven't had as good a rumble as that in months. Sides, we came, we saw and we kicked their butts, so what's there to be sorry about? Lucy nodded, though she was a bit concerned still. I suppose you've got a point. Darn straight he does. Bambietta shouted as she moved close to Lucy and draped an arm across her shoulders. The Quincy pulled Lucy in close, all the while bringing up her other hand and extending out her index and middle fingers. Victory, am I right? No. Huh. Bambietta saw Lil Tato suddenly appear amidst the fairy tale group, Hiran Kyaku no doubt having been employed. Lil, what's dash? Bambietta stopped her question. She could see that Wendy was close by Lil Tato's side, the Quincy holding her tightly around the shoulders. The Dragon Slayer looked scared, but there was something else that caught Bambietta's eyes. Lil Tato was holding on to Laxus Driar's ankle, the S-class wizard clearly being dragged behind her. Worse, there was a blood staining his shirt in a trail along the ground behind him. Say, Lil, Bambietta whispered, the Quincy wondering if this was why Wendy was scared. I know this guy was a real jerk earlier, but if he showed up to help, you really shouldn't have put an arrow through his chest. Especially not in front of poor, impressionable Wendy. Lil Otto was many things, calm and collected normally being two of them, but they went out the window at times like this. She was not capable of grace under extreme pressure, no matter how hard she tried. I didn't freaking do this to him, Bambi. God. It was Jose freaking Porla. Oh. That was all Bambietta could say. Rare was it that Lil Otto lost her temper, leaving Bambietta unsure of how to even respond. Lil, I'm sore dash. I have. Laxus suddenly gasped. 2 holes, in my chest. Sorry. Wendy knelt down beside Laxus, the Sky Dragon Slayer beginning to use her healing magic. She tried not to look at the wounds, but kept her hands hovering over them. Mr. Laxus, I'm so sorry, but, thank you for saving me. Laxus said nothing. Whether it was because he was too injured still or because he had no idea what to say to the young girl whose pleas had forced him into action against Phantom Lord, neither Bambietta or Lil Otto could tell. Bambi, Lil Otto whispered as she leaned towards her fellow Quincy, I do have a confession to make. Bambietta raised an eyebrow to that. What she had to say in response was drenched in concern. What? I may have, kind of injured Laxus a bit, Lil Otto replied. We kind of used Hiran Kyaku down a few flights of stairs, so I can't say for certain if he banged the back of his head on any of them. Lil, Bambietta sighed, this was an accident, right? Hey, Lil Otto shot back. It's not my fault that Phantom Lord has marble stairways. Hate you. Laxus grumbled. Hate you both. Okay. Bambietta shouted as she slammed her right fist into her left palm. So all that's left is we need to go stomp a mudhole into another guild master and this whole silly mess will be behind us. Bambi, Lil Otto interjected. No. Just no. What? Bambietta glanced at Lil Otto. You and me smacked down the Chicken Fangs guild master together and I totally wrecked the one from Eisenwald all on my lonesome. Bambi, Lil Otto said, her patience fraying slightly. Her panic was still overtaking her after all. We're not dealing with the average guild master anymore. You realize that, right? Wizard Saint. On par with Makarov. Yeah, Bambietta said with a shrug. After all this dumbass has down, I don't think anyone could consider him a saint, let alone a wizard one. Lil Otto was too concerned with the situation to even consider dropping her face into the palms of her hands. Fear would do that after all, something she was sure that Isnod would be thrilled to hear. Assuming he was reborn in this world. No, more than that. Lil Otto took a deep breath. Assuming she lived long enough to meet him here. Bambi, Lil Otto whispered. You didn't feel his power up there. It was like looking into an empty pit. So cut the flippant bullshit and take a look up there with your senses. Bambietta let Lil Otto's comment slide, knowing that she was quite clearly worried about something. Alright, fine, all the hell is that? Before Bambietta could even reach out to sense Jose within the mechanized guild hall, she saw something tear through the structure of the machine itself. A monstrous beast, a massive one at that, was flying through the air. Oh, come on. Bambietta shouted as she summoned her bow. First a Bount, then a Soul Reaper, Aaron Cars, and a Ninja, and now Jose's throwing a freaking hollow at us? Didn't he hear about how freaking awesome I was in Clover recently? Bambietta took aim with her bow, ready to strike down the monster before it could even hit the ground before her. She hesitated for a moment, the whole situation lasted less than a blink of an eye for most. Wait, there's no mask. Bambi, no. The Quincy felt someone gripping tightly to her arm, so she turned to face them. It was Myra Jane Strauss, the woman looking like she was on the verge of tears. Please, that's Elfman. That's him. Bambietta glanced back up at the monster as it descended towards her. Okay, I take back anything I ever said about him. Dude looks like a boss. Then did Elfman hit the ground hard, the monster rolling off his back and into a crouch. All the while did he keep his eyes looking up at the Phantom Lord Guild Hall, as if he was focusing on something. Lil Otto, meanwhile, had to agree with Bambietta's assessment. She had clearly underestimated this man. He had defeated Soul of the Earth and taken what no doubt was a brutal hit from Jose just now. Brother. Myra Jane shouted as she ran towards him. You did a full body takeover? Then that means. It's all right, Elfman replied, his tone one full of savagery that seemed held back at bay. I have full control. So please don't cry. I can't let that happen ever again. Myra Jane nodded, the silver-haired woman wiping away any errant tears on her face. Elfman. I won't let this Jose or this power ever hurt anyone in my guild ever again, Elfman said, his mantra sticking with him. Really, child of Makarov? A voice shouted from the sky above. What did I tell you about promises you can't ever hope to keep? Bambietta looked up then, as did everyone else. There in the sky stood Jose Porla. No, that was not it. He was not defying gravity. Beneath his feet were several shades, the lot of them holding him aloft as servants would a king. They floated down towards Fairy Tale, allowing Jose to remain unmoving as his descent continued. He simply looked down at the wizard with a sneer of contempt upon his face, his arms folded across his chest as his red cloak billowed through a faint breeze. All of you have been a thorn in my side for far too long, Jose said as he floated mere inches above the ground. He at last stepped down, his dark boots standing atop solid grounds. The shades vanished then, as if they never existed at all, leaving Jose alone to stare down his most hated enemies. However, I will give you one last chance to walk away from this encounter. Hand over Lucy Hartfee. Jose never managed to finish his demand. His voice cut short as something hit him in the face. He reached up then, his hand wiping away the spittle that was on his cheek. His expression lessened, his wicked smile fading for a more nondescript appearance. I thought we already unanimously told you to go to hell, Bambietta said, the Quincy having finished spitting literally in the face of a wizard saint. Your guild's a wreck, your big dumb robot is kaput and you're just a big prick standing before us all alone. And you still want to come after Lucy? No way, Jose. So how about you just step off? Lil Otto felt her heart seize up in her chest. We're so dead. Is that your final answer? Jose asked, his impassive expression remaining static. Bambietta was about to speak up again, the Quincy just how she had become the voice of Fairy Tale in this encounter, but she quickly found that she did not have to be. The entirety of the guild was quick to lend their voices to her, a collective roar of defiance directed at Jose. From Natsu Dragneel to Levi McGarden, from Elfman Strauss to Kana Alberona, from Rieda's Jonah to Loki Olieta, they were all ready to stand against the mad wizard saint. Then there was Lil Otto. She was quiet and concerned, awful memories lingering at the back of her mind. This man was nowhere near the strength of Wywak, but his power was still a formidably one and it frightened her. Just making contact with it earlier had left her in a state of unease. Yet, despite that, she knew what she had to do. She shouted in defiance of the wizard saint as well. To think that I would have to sully myself with fools such as this, Jose said with a chuckle. His eyes suddenly darkened, his lips curling back into a smile. So be it. If you will not subject yourself to my mercy, then I will not permit any of you to live a moment longer. The power of the shades began to flow around Jose's right hand, forming and coalescing up the length of his arm. His fingers spread far and wide, as if accepting the gift the darkness was to bestow upon him, the power it could grant. Each and every one of you damned children of Makarov will be punished with death. Jose threw his arm forward, a beam of violet light issuing forth. It was a technique that Jose was known and praised for far and wide, a technique he had long perfected, the dead wave. It flew towards the lot of Fairy Tale wizards, leaving them all to be caught in its wake. Oh, shit. Bambietta was quickly swept up in the attack, as were all those she now called her guild. Jose's lowered his right arm, the wizard saint watching as his power dissipated, smoke taking its place. It billowed up from the ground, slowly fading from sight. That allowed Jose to see something that truly pleased him. Those who called themselves Fairy Tale were on the ground, wounded and weak. It was far more gratifying than even he had expected. To see Makarov's guild in such a sorry state brought pleasure and joy to Jose's dark heart. However, much to the wizard saint's irritation, he saw something. None of his chosen victims were dead. He could see their chests heaving, a sign of continued breathing. Worse, he could hear their ragged breaths. That, however, was not the end. He could see several of the Fairy Tale Guild members beginning to rise to their feet. That, in turn, disgusted him. It sickened him to the core. Bambietta, however, simply looked about. She could see that many of her comrades were still done, the fight having been beaten out of them. Elfman's back was bloodied and scorched, the man having used his monstrous body to protect Myra Jane from the attack. He was barely moving, his breaths clearly ragged, his will to fight perhaps spent. Loki and Macau were down, as were so many others. All Bambietta could see standing besides herself were a select few, Natsu and Gray among them. Did he just take out 2/3 of us with just one attack? Bambietta asked as she took in the carnage. Well, fuck. I told you what we were dealing with, Lil Tato said as she began to rise, but did you listen? No, you had to go and spit in a wizard saint's face. Why don't you go and tug on his cape next? Okay, Bambietta retorted, Mimi would never let you live it down for that. What? Lil Tato asked. He's got a blue suit and a red cape. You know damn well how much those comics meant to Mimi, Bambietta replied. She'd never let you hear the end of it for the injustice of comparing this dick to Superman. We're going to die, Bambi, Lil Tato whispered, her tone breaking any sense of the levity her kinship with Bambietta brought about. He's going to kill us all? Yeah, well. Bambietta looked to her side. Wendy had been clear of Jose's attack, the Sky Dragon Slayer far and away in her attempt to heal Axis. She could see that Lucy and Levy were struggling to stand back up from Jose's attack, leaving a spark of anger to form within the Quincy. She looked towards Jose then, her lips curling back into a wild grin befitting a woman who had once challenged the Soul Society itself. I've died worse ways. Bambietta leapt forward, twin orbs of the explode forming within her hands. She threw them both out towards Jose, all the while knowing full well that they could not harm him directly. She wanted to kill him so very much, the Quincy's gut feeling letting her believe that both Makarov and Urza would understand under the circumstances, but Bambietta knew she could not do it so simply. Instead did she allow the explode to infect the portions of the ground to the left and right of Jose. More importantly, twin stones that lay atop it. They burst apart immediately, the explosive force that Bambietta was able to generate just as she hoped it would be. Twin plumes of smoke kicked up almost immediately, which was exactly what she wanted. Jose furrowed his brow for the briefest of moments, his vision obscured. However, he kept his fractured composure as best he could. This was, after all, a nuisance at best. Bambietta, meanwhile, circled around the wizard saint, using Hiran Kyaku to conceal any unnecessary sounds of movement. She was unwilling to let Jose hear any more footsteps than needed after all. All she wanted to do was take advantage of her ability to sense his presence, something he himself could not do in turn. In mid-step did she bring her bow into existence, taking careful aim at the center of the smoke. One shot, that was all she needed to kill or critically injure Jose. Either it would end here or bring this closer one step closer to an end. Whatever the result, Bambietta would be satisfied to some extent. She let loose the solitary arrow of light into the obscuring smoke, hoping to hear a cry of pain. However, what Bambietta heard instead was something else. It was Jose's laughter. The wizard saint had raised his hand up quickly, catching the arrow of solidified light within his fingers alone. The power of shade magic encircled his hand, protecting him from harm. He looked at Bambietta then, the illumination of her own arrow first piercing the fog, then dissipating it. It is just as Hansa told me. You, just as he and my other new subordinates, can sense magic even when you cannot see. A true talent, but not one that can overcome my years of experience. Jose's voice suddenly cracked, his face shattering into a hellish smile. Stupid girl. You and all your so-called family have no hope. You are nothing more than insects fighting a dragon. Bambietta shrugged off any concern, preparing to fire another bow. She did not get the chance however, another voice calling out with passion. Well, that suits me just fine. Fire dragon's roar. Jose turned quickly, raising his left arm up by the elbow, a wall of shades bursting forth as if from the ground itself to shield him. It was not a moment too soon, a torrent of flame smashing into the defense almost immediately. Salamander, Jose said as the flames died down, his barrier doing the same. He could see Natsu standing not a few yards from him, the young man running the back of an arm across his mouth. Your flames are impressive, but it doesn't matter in the slightest. None of you have a chance in hell of defeating me. Not one. We'll see about that. Natsu lunged for Jose then, bringing a fiery left fist to bear. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Jose saw the attack coming, the wizard saint quick to evade it. A simple movement of his feet and he had been able to sidestep Natsu's attack, the flames of his hand simply flickering in the air a few scant inches from Jose's face. Impressive, salamander, but ultimately futile. That's so. Natsu spun around, managing to do a backwards flip so as to better propel his next attack. Fire Dragon's Claw. Jose took notice of the attack, ready to dodge it as he had just before, yet he could not. His feet were not moving. Worse, they felt cold. You aren't going anywhere, pal. Gray shouted. The mage was down on his knees, one hand planted firmly against the ground. From his fingertips did a trail of ice extend, one that simply ended at the base of Jose's feet. It had moved clearly upwards then, having solidified around the wizard saint's ankles. Natsu, take him. Natsu was glad to oblige, his upwards motion still in effect. He was ready to hear the impact, to feel Jose's jaw against his foot, but nothing happened. No, all that Natsu felt was his world stay upside down, his scarf falling before his face. Pitiful. Jose stood firmly, his right hand grasping firmly around Natsu's ankle, leaving him to hang upside down. The barrier of the shades were around Jose's hand, allowing him to ignore the power of Natsu's fire almost entirely. Did you really think your flames could drive away my darkness? Natsu. Gray prepared himself to attack next, panic setting in. Ice make, cannon. As for you. Jose turned around quickly, firing off another blast of his dead wave at Gray. It was enough to make the young man switch gears, once more returning to a crouching position and throwing his hands to the ground. Ice make, shield. The frozen barrier burst forth from the ground before Gray. Unlike before, this time he had been at the ready to defend anyone and everyone from Jose if need be. The dead wave struck the ice wall right after its creation, leaving Gray to grit his teeth. Come on, he hissed. Hold. It did not. No, it simply could not. The ice began to crack, violet light piercing through. Then it was entirely through, leaving Gray to be caught in the blast. He screamed for the second time in the last few minutes, once more the victim of the dead wave's power. His ice barrier had cut it down, but not nearly enough. Gray hit the ground hard then, his body incapable of responding to his desires to fight further. Damned fool, Jose very nearly spat out in disdain. No one dares to attempt blocking one of my attacks. Learn your place. Jose prepared to fire yet another dead wave at the downed Gray, staying only his hand when a familiar face stepped between him and the fairy tale wizard. Master Jose, Juvia said, holding her arms out to her sides, I beg you, stop this insanity. Juvia. Jose lowered his hand for a moment. Her looked at her with his darkened eyes, for the briefest of moments questioning himself. Move. I will not, Juvia said. My beloved Gray does not deserve your wrath. Fairy tale does not either. So why are you going this far? You betray me? Jose asked, his tone growing cold. Just like Totomaru? And for love? Before I found you, you were nothing more than a rain woman who brought despair to all around you. To yourself. I moved you past that. I made you one of the element four, Juvia of the deep. I gave you a home. And look what you've done to it. Juvia at last shouted, her eyes briefly looking past Jose and towards the remains of the broken machine that had once been his guild hall. Please, Master Jose, just stop. Your actions are destroying Phantom Lord just as much as they are fairy tale. So please stop this for all our sakes. Jose could feel it then, drops of rain falling upon his body. He could see it as well, darkened clouds having formed in the sky. It was not long before the scattered raindrops became a downpour, leaving the battlefield caught in the storm that Juvia's sorrow had wrought. Those of Fairy Tale held both their tongues and their fists, even Bambietta and the overturned Natsu. They had to hope that Juvia could potentially end this crisis here and now. As much as both the Quincy and the Fire Dragon Slayer were itching for a battle, they were willing to see how this would play out. Juvia. Jose's eyes returned to their usual shade, the dark energy no longer flowing outward. He closed them both then, becoming silent. His expression remained composed, his mouth closed and its corners hanging low. Master Jose? Juvia tentatively asked. Let's just apologize. I'm sure that the Magic Council and Fairy Tie Dash. Jose cut Juvia off with a whisper that was very nearly drowned out by the rain. The number 1 guild of Fiori apologizing, to Fairy Tale? Jose's eyes opened, the dark energy once more blazing outwards from them. You have turned against me just as Totomaru had. Juvia Loxer, you will suffer the same fate as that traitor. Wait, did that guy left me to go talk to you? Natsu asked, his eyes going white with annoyance. Man, we were supposed to fight Kyuzaka together. Master Jose, Juvia said, the woman deeply concerned. What happened? You. Lil Tato whispered, her worries from earlier coming to the surface. You didn't. I gave him what all traitors deserve, Jose answered. Death. The rain only intensified then, Juvia's expression growing solemn. What? He dared to fight against me, Jose continued. So I split his belly wide open and left him in a pool of his own blood so I could deal with all of you personally. No. Lil Tato dropped to her knees then. This was precisely what she had been worried about when it came to Totomaru. However, it went deeper than that. Images played out across the Quincy's mind, of a king sitting upon his throne, one that was drowned in the shadows. She could see him so vividly, even now. She could recall the agony she had felt at the time, she could recall the sound of her own blood splashing against the stone floor. Most important of all, Lil Tato could remember dying. Dying at the hands of the man who given her a purpose, just as Jose had done for both Totomaru and Juvia both. We're all going to die. There was nothing but silence throughout those who surrounded Jose, Juvia among them. Even Bambietta was at a loss for words. There was an anger building within her, something Phantom Lord itself seemed very good at provoking, but she could not focus on it entirely. She was infuriated at the prospect of a guild betraying one of its own, just as she had been with Eisenwald, but now she had something else to keep her preoccupied, the sight of watching Lil Tato break down and succumb to her own despairs. You bastard! Natsu Dragneel, however, was not one for being calm under the circumstances. Fire Dragon's roar! The flames consumed Jose then and there, the wizard saint having not had a chance to either properly defend himself or let go of Natsu to slip away. He did so after being struck, however, and he leapt away. His dark blue clothing was charred, smoke pouring off it. His cloak was no different, yet it was intact. Jose simply smiled despite the momentary pain, the guild master laughing it off. Why the rage, salamander? Totomaru wasn't even from your accursed guild. That don't make a difference to me, pal. The Dragon Slayer shouted as he pulled himself up to his full height. He was in your guild and that's how you treat him? That's how you were going to treat Juvia? Far as I'm considered, you don't deserve to be a guild master or a wizard saint. Is that so? Jose asked, almost curiously. I was commanding this legendary guild before you were even a youngling, salamander. Within my veins flows the blood of the founder of Phantom Lord. There would be no Phantom Lord if not for the Porlaw legacy. Our wills determine its future, not the fools who would dare defy it. Not you or the traitorous members of the Element Four. Master. Jose. Juvia was at a loss for words, the wizard barely able to recognize the man who stood before her. No. This was not the Jose Porlaw who had brought her comfort when she had been at her lowest, this was simply a monster who had cost her her home, who may have killed Totomaru and who had hurt Gray. None of it would stand, even if it would require her to do something she had never imagined herself capable of. Her body of water having reached a boiling point, steam began to burst out from Juvia herself. Water Slicer! How dare you! Jose swung out an arm then, a legion of shades slipping into the space between him and Juvia. They were cut apart almost instantly, but another swath of the shadows took their place, completely breaking down Jovia's attack before it could even make contact with the guild master. It surprised Jose that Jovia could force him to defend not once but twice, but he also knew what she was capable of in an enraged state. Still, he was no stranger to that sensation. "Is this how you repay me, Jovia of the Deep?" "No, Jovia the traitor." Jovia knew her master would attack and she was ready. Her body would simply shift to water the moment he made a move and she would remain unscathed. He, however, would not. Her counter-attack would do what it needed to. It would cut him down. It had to. Jose, however, knew full well what his famed water mage was capable of. Her strategies and tactics had been honed under his tutelage and leadership after all. She would simply turn to water and allow any attack he would launch to go right through her. That was hardly a conundrum, however. This standoff she was trying to force would not go in her favor. Jose would not allow it to. A shade burst into existence behind Jovia, giving neither herself or anyone around time to react to it. From its right hand, specifically one finger, did a thin beam of dark magic issue forth. It struck Jovia directly in the back, the energy tearing through her physical form and out through the front of her torso. "This can't be. Ah, Jovia. Your defensive capabilities are impressive, and no doubt you would have simply rendered my Dusk Piercer ineffective, but only if you could see it coming." Jose watched as his former guild member dropped to the ground, her eyes wide with shock. He had brought her down with the very same technique he had used not once but twice against Laxus earlier. "But do not fret, traitor. Despite your transgressions against me, Phantom Lord will always remember your services. You and Totomaru will both be missed. You piece of shit." Jose turned quickly, his attention having been diverted from Jovia. The woman from earlier, Bambietta Basterbine, was upon him. Her face was consumed in a snarl, her eyes blazing with fury. Her sword in hand, the Quincy swung down at Jose. Lost in her rage, she had one goal in mind, to cleave him in half from top to bottom. "First you and the Dragon Slayer," Jose simply hissed as he caught the sword between the palms of his hands, the edge of the blade a mere inch from his head. "Jose and Totomaru are traitors to my guild and I will punish them as I see fit. You have no right to Judash. Shut the fuck up." Bambietta pushed one foot off of Jose's torso, letting go of her sword as she did so. Yet as her fingers slipped away from it, an orb of magic slipped out from her palm and infected the weapon. It exploded almost instantly, the blast engulfing Jose's upper body and silencing him for a brief moment. Bambietta watched as Jose took a step back, the Quincy summoning another sword. She did not much care for sacrificing a weapon, but it was simply a matter of forging another one from the magic particles around her. It would have to do if she could not simply infect Jose's wretched self and detonate him. "Please be dead, bastard." Her rage subsiding, Bambietta very nearly bit her tongue. "Oh, I hope Wendy didn't hear any of that." "Nice move, Bambi," Natsu said as he moved up towards the Quincy. "I'm starting to think we got a shot at winning this." "Damn," Jose muttered as he waved away the smoke. He glared at Bambietta and Natsu both, a rage glowing with his eyes. "You two dare to cause me harm? Then I shall return that indignity upon you both 1,000-fold." Jose prepared himself to attack, to launch a volley of his dreadful power, but he quickly backpedaled. An axe cut into the ground, leaving dirt and debris to be kicked up. Jose could see it then, a bull-like man turning to glare at him. "Sorry, Miss Lucy," Taurus shouted. "I won't let him move out of the way again. Damned pest. Away with you." Jose attacked almost immediately, his hand sweeping out. Explosions of dark energy rung out around Taurus then, the dark pulse spell forcing the celestial spirit to cry out in pain before fading away into the realm he called home in an attempt to recuperate. Then did Jose turn on Lucy then, his eyes flowing with an enraged power. "I suppose your father's contract never said what I had to bring you home unharmed." Turning his back entirely on both Bambietta and Natsu, Jose began to raise a hand up to attack the frightened Lucy with. That was enough to infuriate both the Quincy and the Dragon Slayer. They leapt at Jose then, screams of defiance echoing forth from their lungs. However, their attacks never hit. Both fighters found themselves caught then, twin hands of darkness gripping them tightly. "What the hell is this?" Natsu screamed as he looked about, catching sight of a massive orb of pitch-black dark behind him, red eyes peering out from the center, nearly a dozen arms continuing to sprout outwards from its mass. "Damn you!" Bambietta screamed, the Quincy trying to wiggle free of the creature. "Lucy! Hold them still, my shade," Jose said as he simply kept his focus on Lucy. "As for you, you've brought this upon both yourself and your guild." He brought one finger up, pointing towards one of Lucy's knees. "Yes, this should do nicely. I wouldn't want you kicking all the way to your father." Jose prepared himself to use the Dusk Piercer, but was caught off guard when he felt a hand clasp down upon his wrist. "Sorry, man, but what self-respecting ladies' man would let you go and do something like this?" Lucy looked on, catching sight of a particular wizard having taken hold of Jose's arm and standing in his way. "Look. Well, I'll be damned," Bambietta grunted, the Quincy trying to break free of the shade's arm with blood arteria. "I guess he's not all that bad of a guy after all." "After all," Loke said, the man grinning, "making ladies weak in the knees is my job. So step off, Jose." Lucy stared blankly at the two wizards. "Oh." Bambietta could only blink in dissatisfaction. "Seriously?" Natsu, meanwhile, was all for his comrade in arms. "Kick his butt good for me, Loke." "Take you demmed hand off me, child of Makarov," Jose said, his disgust as Loke's actions leaving him grow more enraged with each and every second. "Sure, if you say so. But don't blame me if you regret it." Loke made certain to pull his hand away from Loke, the wizard doing a quick chant. "O Regulus, grant me your strength." Loke's hands and feet became engulfed in the golden light of the Regulus magic, leaving him in a position to strike. He launched his right fist towards Jose's face, intent on striking him down. However, much to his consternation, the wizard saint simply evaded his attack. "Most impressive," Jose said in an honest tone, all the while continuing to dodge each and every attack, never missing a beat. "I've never seen a caster magic quite like this. Tell me, where did you learn it?" "Wow, and here I thought a wizard saint would know about every kind of magic." Loke taunted, all the while keeping up his offensive. "How about you hold still? That way I'll knock some sense into you." "You are just another brat of Makarov's after all," Jose said. "If so, then I will end this." Jose was quick to move then, his offense as nimble as his defense. His hand launched upwards, cloaked in darkness, and it caught one of Loke's glowing hands tightly. "Your light can never hope to drive away my darkness," Jose sneered. However, the reverse does not hold true. Jose's other arm swung out to the side, dark magic drawing around it preparation for a dead wave. The orb formed in his palm and he brought his hand forward. "We'll see about that." Loke was unwilling to let himself be caught point blank by the attack. To that end did he slam his free fist into the orb, the light of Regulus colliding with the darkness of the dead wave. "Jose Porlaw, I won't let you." Loke could feel it then, a certain lightness to his body. Worse, he could see his arms both growing transparent, his fist losing the magic of Regulus around it. "No." Loke muttered under his breath, realization dawning on him. "Damn it, not now." "The hell?" was all Bambietta could say in regards to the oddity before her, the Quincy momentarily giving up on her struggle against the shade monster. "Loke." Lucy was equally confused. "Are you all right?" Jose was no less confused, however, he simply did not care. Whatever was happening, it was a means to an end. "Allow me to conclude your resistance." Jose pulled his arm in more towards the center, Loke's resistance having fading as much as his body and magic appeared had, and fired the dead wave directly at his chest. The wielder of Regulus cried out in agony, his body flying back and skidding across the ground. And now, Jose turned his attentions to Lucy, only to be interrupted. Catching sight of an attack coming towards himself, Jose brought up a barrier of shades. A series of sharpened cards, having spun about like shurikens, harmlessly bounced off it. Brazen upstart. Jose spun about, firing a blast of the dead wave. Kana Alberona was quick to dodge it at the last second, the woman throwing another series of cards. Once more did Jose keep his shield up, leaving the attacks to merely ricochet off of it. Yet as the cards hit the ground, they detonated. Smoke and debris kicked up, forcing Jose to push it aside with a wave of both his arm and a series of shades. Such insolence! The wizard saint shouted. To think you could fight me with such parlor tricks! Jose stepped forward then, intent on taking down Kana one way or another. Yet, as his right foot stepped back down on the ground, he caught sight of bolts of lightning bursting up from 3 cards that he only then noticed. Not my fault you couldn't keep your eyes on the prize, Kana said as she held in her hand 3 particular cards. Now, for my next trick. The trap that Kana had laid down when Jose had been distracted by the smoke kicked in, electricity coursing through Jose's body. The wizard saint roared in pain, his teeth clenched together. Damned fool! Despite his muscles convulsing as they were, Jose was still able to drag his arm into the air, another dead wave issuing forth. It struck Kana dead on, throwing the wizard to the ground. She hit the dirt and rocks hard and was left breathing but unmoving. Her consciousness interrupted, her cards lost their affect, the lightning fading away. And so 2 more fools have fallen. Jose took a deep breath and looked towards Lucy once more. I suppose you and I both should thank them, however. They gave me a chance to think clearly. I can't bring fame and glory to my guild by bringing a wounded woman to her father, now can I? Jose was mad, that much had been made certain, but to Lucy it appeared so much worse now. His instability was frightening her now more than ever, his unimaginable powers only adding to the terror. You're. And if I can't hurt you? Jose turned his gaze up at his monstrous shade creation, the beast still holding both Bambietta and Natsu securely. Perhaps I can convince you with other methods. Jose swung his hands back and forth, utilizing his dark impulse spell against both his targets. Explosions came into existence around Bambietta and Natsu, causing them to scream in pain while the shade beast that restrained them remained unharmed. For both the pain was unimaginable, but what was worse was hearing Lucy's voice above the detonations. Stop it! Please, just leave them alone. Of course I will, Jose said, the man pausing for a moment. Just as soon as you surrender yourself to me. Lucy hesitated for a moment, her voice cracking. All around her were members of her guild, her family, and each and every one of them was wounded, all thanks to Jose. All thanks in part to her. She could not allow this to go on any further. She would give in, she would submit to Jose's demands. Both Bambietta and Natsu knew that, but they could not allow Lucy to give in to it. So they did all that they could while held prisoner by the shade beast. They used the only weapon they still had at their disposal, their voices. Don't you listen to him, Lucy, Natsu gasped. Me and Bambi can take anything this creep can dish out, so don't you dare give up on account of us. Yeah, Bambietta added, her voice speaking up beyond the pain she felt. This so-called saint is nothing to us. Hell, I've known doggies who could blow me up better than him. So do your worst, jackass. Fairy Tail ain't gonna give in to you no matter what you do. Natsu screamed, his defiance matching Bambietta's own. You miserable cretins. Jose screamed as he returned his attention to both Bambietta and Natsu, forcing them to endure a rapid succession of the Dark Pulse spell. Die. Die. Die, you worthless trash. Lucy was still in a panic, but she knew she could not simply abide by Jose's demands. Especially not after what both her friends had said. Fairy Tail was fighting for her and she had to fight for it as well. So Lucy began to reach for a celestial spirit key, knowing she had to bring out someone, anyone, to get Jose to stop torturing those she cared for. However, Lucy was not the only one to feel that way. Lil Otto was still on her knees, having watched the entire affair of the battle with utter despair. Jose's power was terrifying, his strength an unstoppable force to those who bore the mark of Fairy Tail. It only dredged up awful memories, her recollection of hers and Giselle's battle with Wywak fresh in her mind. Now, however, was something cutting through the fog of despair. The screams of torment that belonged to those she considered close to her were clawing at her mind, taking hold of her attention and not letting it go. Fear gave way to pain, forcing her to look beyond the despair that Jose's power had inflicted. Natsu's agony was her agony. Bambietta's suffering was her suffering. One she adored, the other she loved, and Lil Tato remembered well what she had vowed to do when the chance to make up for past mistakes had come to her. Never again. The Quincy whispered as she slowly began to rise up to her feet. And not him. Lil Tato began to draw on all the magic around her, from the environment itself to the powers of her fallen comrades. It began to form and coalesce within herself, giving life to the inner strength she held inside her soul. She took one single deep breath, then allowed herself to scream. The magic around Lil Tato exploded outwards, a column of faint, blue light shooting up into the cloudy sky. It too joined her scream, the very sound of the column echoing her fury. From it did twin beams spread outwards, as if forming a cross. Its power radiated towards all those who could lay their eyes upon it, the light almost blinding. It was enough to catch even Jose's attention, the wizard saint turning his gaze upon the translucent cross. His torturing of Bambietta and Natsu having ceased, Jose could only express his confusion. "What is this?" "Oh, that's simple," Bambietta answered, the Quincy speaking despite blood slipping out from the corner of her mouth. "It's your angel of death, bastard. I just wish I could be the one who's about to dish out the pain." The light faded as quickly as it had been born into the word, leaving Jose and all around him to stare at Lil Tato. The young woman was hovering in the air, her feet dangling above the ground. From her back had two small wings of pale, blue light sprung forth, a matching halo above her head. Interesting. That was all Jose had to say at first, the wizard firing off a death wave at Lil Tato. It struck her dead on, leaving the Quincy to do a flip in the air. She was quick to right herself, however. Lil Tato's feet hit the ground and skidded across it for a brief moment, but she was quick to launch herself off it and towards Jose himself. Very interesting. Jose fired off another death wave, having noted that the transformed Quincy could not resist its strength still, but this time it did not go as he had hoped. Lil Tato's mouth opened up wider than Jose ever imagined possible, his dark magic quickly consumed. Lil Tato had lost none of her momentum, the glutton having protected her from harm and kept her from having to dodge. "You hurt Bambi. You hurt Natsu." Lil Tato's massive jaws spread out further, her voice bellowing from deep within her mouth. "I'm going to devour you whole. Go ahead and try." Jose screamed in defiance, the power of his shade magic at the ready. It flowed around his entire body, forming an orb of protection, a barrier that he could only barely peer out through the darkness of. Lil Tato's jaws bit down on the barrier then, taking Jose off the ground almost entirely. Both he and the enraged Lil Tato flew backwards, the Quincy driving the wizard saint away from the others and towards his own guild hall. Those of Fairy Tale simply watched on as the angelic Quincy slammed Jose through the stone wall and out of sight, the lot of them caught off guard by Lil Tato's valse turned dike. All save Bambietta, who knew precisely what it was capable of. It made her jealous, yes, but she also knew that someday that power would be hers again as well. She had already regained the explode, so that was the next step. Though first she and Natsu had to free themselves of the Shade Beast. Bambietta struggled against it, trying once more to use blood arteria despite leverage not being on her side. "Wow," Natsu said, the Dragon Slayer struggling as well, though completely mystified by Lil Tato's transformation. "Looks like she's got a fire in her belly now." Bambietta continued to fight against the Shade's grip, only sparing Natsu the briefest of replies. "Let's just hope she can get Jose in there, too." For Jose Porla what he was facing was unthinkable. He was the proud master of the greatest guild that Fiore had ever known in its history. He was one of the esteemed members of the 10 Wizard Saints. How then could he be challenged by a single, solitary member of Fairy Tale? It was happening now, leaving him to question the reality he found himself in. Yet, as he was pushed back, his barrier protecting from the debris around him, Jose knew he had no reason to be surprised at the above. He would have expected this potential from one of Fairy Tale's S-class wizards. Urza, Laxus, Mistogan, Gildarts, or Makarov, any of them he would have expected a challenge from. However, to have this happen from an unknown, from a potential neophyte, was unfathomable. Yet it was happening. Jose was finding himself receiving a true battle from the one he had come to recognize as Lil Tato. "Damn you, child." Jose could see his barrier was cracking, the Quincy's teeth breaking through, and it left him concerned. How could this possibly be happening? Yet, despite his cracking composure, he was able to react. The barrier of shade magic opened behind Jose, allowing him to leap away and land on the floor. He found himself back in the grand hall of his supergiant mage phantom, but that interested him little. Instead he watched as Lil Tato's jaws shut, destroying the magic orb that had been there once before. Bursts of dark energy spilled out from between her teeth, the mouth stretching back until it had returned to its original size and form around Lil Tato's face. "What in the hell kind of wizard are you?" "I'm not wasting time on that question," Lil Tato said simply. "So just die and let me gobble you up." Lil Tato lunged at Jose once more, this time the Quincy making certain to dodge the next beam of shade magic. Twice had she already consumed it, the bitter taste leaving her stomach churning. There was a limit to how much she could consume a darkness such as that, leaving Lil Tato to have to resort to other methods. She surrendered herself entirely to her Volstern as she closed the distance between herself and Jose, her fist colliding with his face. The wizard saint lost his footing, his body twisting around from the hit. Blood shot out from his mouth then, staining the carpeting of the guild hall. Her physical attributes had been enhanced greatly by the activation of her holy form, leaving Lil Tato with the opportunity to end this now. So as Jose fell back, she made certain to move around him, greeting him as his face twisted about. She swung out her closed right hand, intent on ending the wizard saint if need be. He simply had to fall and give her the opportunity to devour him with no barrier between them. Unfortunately for her, Jose was no simple foe to defeat like that. His instincts as one of the 10 great wizards in the land took over, allowing him to react to the punch before it could land. He tilted his chin up, a great wall of shades springing up from the floor upon his command. Lil Tato's fist struck the newfound barrier instead of Jose himself. "Nice try, child of Makarov, but what?" Jose did not get the chance to finish his bold declaration. Lil Tato's fist burst forth from amidst the darkness, striking Jose in the face once more. The wizard saint was thrown back, the side of his face striking the floor and skidding across it. Still, he was fast to counter his unexpected movement. A shade formed upon his command, grabbing Jose and pulling up from the floor quickly. It set him down on momentarily unsteady legs, leaving Jose to glare at Lil Tato. "You miserable brat! How dare you! How dare you!" Lil Tato did not respond in words, the Quincy feeling that she had no time to bother. She was not Bambietta, after all, and taunting meant little to her. However, there was another reason she simply wanted this battle over with. So she leapt at Jose once more, prepared to strike him once more. Yet Jose was quicker to respond this time, a dusk piercer flying out from one of his fingers. It struck Lil Tato in the shoulder, cutting through flesh and bone, but she did not allow it to deter her. Her face remained impassive, the Quincy ignoring the pain. Feeling it did not matter. Causing it did. As her body circled around from the attack, she summoned her bow and took aim. Her sights set on Jose, she began to draw upon the magic all around her once more, his as well, and allowed a glowing arrow to form. Jose took pause, knowing he was unwilling to risk the attack striking him directly. Confidence was with him, the pride of a wizard saint, but he was not so foolish as to take unnecessary risks. He would defeat this attack in a manner befitting his title. Quickly did he swing an arm up, a barrier of shades appearing before him. It was not a moment too soon, as Lil Tato let loose her arrow. It was then that Jose learned precisely what he was dealing with. It no simple arrow composed of magic he was dealing with. No, a burst of light fired forth from the bow. It was perhaps not as powerful as the blast of a Jupiter cannon, but the scope of the attack was closer to that than what Jose had expected from a mere archer. The blast struck the shade barrier immediately, redirecting the power along its edges. Jose could feel the energy whisk by his sides, the energy leaving him baffled. If it had struck him dead on, he could scarcely imagine the results. Worse, he could see the light beginning to shine through his shades, the barrier beginning to crack. His heart seizing up for the briefest of moments, Jose knew he could not simply escape out the sides. The energy had him pinned. His rage growing at the indignity of it all, Jose threw up his arms one at a time over and over again, summoning shade barrier after shade barrier. Over and over did they rise up, filling the gap between Jose and the barrier that was failing. Then did the first shatter, Lil Tato's attack bursting through it and striking the next. Over and over did it go, the blue energy coming ever closer to the wizard saint until at last he could see the light beginning to pierce the last barrier he had made, the one only a foot away from his face. Damn you! Jose crossed his arms across his chest, forcing a legion of shades to appear and swarm around him, forming a cocoon. Damn you! Laxus Driar was not fond of how this day had been going. He had come to Fiore not of the goodness of his heart, but because he had been guilt-tripped into the matter of fighting Phantom Lord. At least that was what he kept trying to tell himself. Now he had been rendered ineffective in the battle, the guild master of the rival faction having brought him closer to the brink of death than he could recall ever being. It was shameful and frustrated for a wizard of his caliber to be reduced to this. Worse, he was left to watch on as those he deemed weaker than him carried on the fight. All because he had decided to help a scared little girl. Now he was looking to that girl for assistance, Wendy Marvel using his powers as a sky dragon slayer to heal the wounds to his chest. Laxus simply lay there, Wendy's glowing hands hovering over his chest. The pain was lessened, but it was still there. You got to hurry, kid. The rest of those losers don't stand a chance without me. I'm sorry, Mr. Laxus, but I've never dealt with wounds this bad before. Wendy tried to keep a stiff upper lip, the young girl having spoke the truth. This was so much worse than anything she had seen in Kate's shelter, but that was not the worst of it. This is all my fault. If you hadn't tried to protect me. That was my choice, so don't go apologizing to me, Laxus interrupted. But I do ask that you give this your all. Otherwise you're probably going to have to clean up even nastier injuries before this battle is over. No way that Pipsqueak can take down Jose. That was when it happened. Laxus and Wendy were both caught off guard as a brilliant beam of light flew out of the Phantom Lord Guild Hall. It was enough to illuminate the rain-soaked battlefield. Then the light was gone as quickly as it had come, a man falling from it and hitting the ground after a few yards. Shattered dark magic was all around him, slowly dissipating. What truly caught Laxus' attention was the identity of the man. It was Jose Porla. The wizard saint was clearly worse for wear, his uniform in ruins, his cape ragged and worn. Most catching of all, however, was the bare arm that hung limply by Jose's side. The sleeve itself was gone, leaving behind a charred and bloodied arm. If Laxus had not known any better, he would have sworn it must have been broken. What the hell? Laxus shouted. That little twerp did all of that to him. Please be quiet, Wendy pleaded. I can't concentrate when you're screaming like that. Lil Tato hovered out of the guild hall and towards Jose. She could see that she had wounded him greatly, but it vexed her so. He had survived her attack. That was irritating enough in its own right, but the fact that she had only managed to damage an arm was the worst part. She had been hoping for at least some destroyed internal organs, if not complete and total incineration. Those damn barriers. Yet it did not entirely bother her. She would have to try again, or perhaps devour him as she had considered earlier. That no doubt would worry her new family, but she would do anything to keep them safe. To keep Bambietta safe. What an impressive foe you are, little one, Jose said, a shade appearing before him and lifting his arm up. The constructed creature began to shift in appearance, forming a dark cast that bound the broken limb to Jose's arm. He raised his right hand up, clenching it into a fist as his eyes darkened with black magic once more. To think that I would be backed into a corner by the likes of you. That I would be forced to use my full power. Very well. Full power. Lil Tato had heard it well, her annoyance suddenly building. She could not let that happen. She was more than holding her own now, but it was not going as well as she had hoped either. To let Jose ascend to a greater level of threat would be foolhardy. To prevent that, she flew towards the wizard, intent on stopping him before the situation could escalate. Yet then did she suddenly feel her body scream in pain. Her eyes bulged out, the Quincy coughing up blood. Her wings flickered for a moment, leaving her to hit the ground and skid across it. Damn it, Lil Tato muttered as she pulled herself up into a crouch. Not now. Not now, damn it. Lil Tato screamed as her tiny wings and halo glowed more fiercely than ever before. She once calm demeanor faded, a look of hateful intensity cast towards Jose. Then did she fly towards him again. Yet, just as her worst fears predicted, the Quincy's wings and halo both faded from sight complete, leaving her to fall to the ground once more. Lil. Bambietta did not know what was going on, but it left her in fear. Lil Tato pulled herself up to her knees, her body feeling as if it was on the verge of breaking. This was exactly what she had feared was going to happen. Where she had come from, the Volsterndyke was a force to be reckoned with. Here it was no different, but something had changed. Now there was a trade-off to that power, one Lil Tato had discovered when she had initially used it in service of the chicken fangs. The pain was temporary, the fatigue as well, but Lil Tato knew that would not matter. For Jose Porla was standing before her now, looking down at the kneeling Quincy. You have fought valiantly, young one. To have given a wizard saint of my pedigree such a battle. For that you should be rewarded. Jose slowly brought up his right hand, his fingers moving past Lil Tato's face. She looked to the side, her eyes glancing at her fellow Quincy. Lil Tato knew what was coming, an experience she had suffered through once before. The last time she had been alone, her only ally already dead. Now, however, could she take solace in knowing that Fairy Tale was with her? That Bambietta was there to see her until the very end. Still, nothing could stop Lil Tato from shedding tears. Bambi, she whispered. I'm sorry. Damn it. Bambietta looked on, still caught in the hands of the shade. She could not use her sword or her bow. The explode was denied of her, her hands held firmly against her body. All she could do was scream. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. That's right. Struggle. Jose had taken notice of Bambietta's actions. It only intensifies my shade's grip upon you. So shout all you want. It will change nothing. The hell it won't. Natsu was no different from Bambietta, the dragon slayer resisting the shade's grip as best he could. Fire dragons ROA dash. Natsu never had the chance to finish the incantation for his attack. Another arm from the shade reached out, its hand wrapping around his jaw tightly. Jose did the same, the wizard saint roughly pulling Lil Tato's face back so she would face him. He then pressed his index finger against her forehead. For your efforts, Jose said, his calm face suddenly giving way to a cruel smile, I will grant you a painful death. Lil Tato closed her eyes, trying her best to face this moment with whatever dignity she could. If she could manage that against Wywak, then this would be no different. Yet, much to her surprise, the embrace of death did not seem to claim her. What? Opening her eyes quickly, Lil Tato could see Jose leaping away from her, shades underneath his feet pulling him far and away. Then, without warning, did Lil Tato's world turn upside down. There was a flash of ebony and crimson before her eyes, the blur striking the ground that Jose had once occupied. Whether it was a miracle of an act of mercy by an unseen god, Lil Tato did not know. All she could see was the burst of magic all around her, the ground erupting upon impact. It was an almost frightful sight, yet Lil Tato could feel none of it. No, the flash of movement was quicker still, it turning to shield her. Lil Tato felt herself pulled away then. As she felt herself move upwards into the rain-filled air, Lil Tato watched over an armored shoulder as the battlefield erupted into chaos, the explosion of magic only dying down a few minutes later. Lil Tato Lampard, a voice that was commanding of the respect worthy of a warrior born, began to say. Are you all right? Lil Tato felt the wind kick up around her, as if she and her savior were descending back to the ground. The Quincy looked from the shoulder then, taking in the comforting expression of the one who had come to her rescue. Urza. The wizard landing gracefully upon the ground, holding the Quincy tightly with one arm, the other gripping the hilt of a sword tightly. What you did was worthy of our guild, Urza said softly as she gently placed Lil Tato down and against the side of rocky outcrop. However, I ask that you never do something as risky as that again. Lil Tato's eyes began to gloss over, her image of Urza beginning to blur. The Volsterndyke had taken quite the toll on the Quincy, leaving her to drift into a state of temporary darkness. Za. Lil Tato was unconscious then, leaving Urza to begin to rise back up to her full height. Rest now, Lil Tato. And leave the rest to me. Titania Urza. The S-class wizard spun around then, her eyes narrowing as she glared at the crazed Jose Porla. The guild master was looking clearly overjoyed at the presence of a new challenger, something that left Urza sick to her very core. This was no game, no sick perversion of combat that anyone should enjoy. This was nothing more than fight to the bitter end, a fact that Jose had made very clear with his actions. Jose Porla, Urza said calmly, the woman trying to keep any rage buried deep within. This does not need to escalate any further. I implore you, one of the 10 wizard saints, to fulfill the obligations of your title. Let us find a peaceful end to this altercation you have initiated. Come now, child of Makarov, Jose retorted, shade magic swarming all about him. You and I both know what my answer will be. Why else would speak of peace yet stand before me as a lady of war clad in that suit of purgatory armor? So be it. Urza steeled herself for what was to come, the wizard taking hold of her sword's hilt with both hands. She spun it around until at last it was brandished at the vile wizard saint. Jose Porla, I will bring an end to your madness no matter what it takes. Promises, promises. Jose flung his left arm in an arc, igniting a volley of the dark impulse spell. Can you fools do anything else but make impossible declarations? Urza braced the purgatory blade before her, holding it tightly. The sea of dark impulse explosions rung out against the side of the weapon, forcing it to shake, but that was all. Her eyes peering out from over the edge of the sword, Urza could see Jose following up his first attack with the dead wave. Urza was quick to respond however, the wizard leaping up and over both the attack and Jose. As she came down, she held the hilt of the purgatory blade with both hands. She was aiming to strike Jose from behind, to bring him down at any cost. Yet, much to Urza's annoyance, a wall of shades formed. The purgatory blade began to cut through them, but it was slowed. As the darkness was cleaved downwards, Urza could see Urza's glowing right eye staring at her. It was followed up by another dead wave then, one that struck the purgatory blade head-on. The force of the attack, blocked as it was enough to throw Urza back. The wizard's armored feet dug into the ground and tore through it until her momentum slowed. Still you stand, Jose sighed. I suppose I should expect nothing less from one of fairy tale's very best. It's a shame then, Urza, that you are not able to come at me at your full strength. This would truly be a battle worthy of legend then. You're not in the best of shape either, Jose Porla, Urza said, the wizard preparing herself for another of the wizard saint's attacks. It was a simple matter. As it stood now, she knew she could not afford to make the first move in an engagement. She had to allow Jose to attack first, then respond with proper defense and counter-attack. Yes, Jose hissed through grit teeth, the wizard trying to keep his mind off the broken arm held tightly against his chest. That insolent comrade of yours surprised me, Titania. I suppose miracles can happen, but never twice. You will hold no surprises for me. Jose raised his left hand, ready to attack. I, on the other hand. Urza kept her body steady, prepared to defend against another attack from Jose. Yet then did she catch a slight movement in the corner of her eyes, one that caused a momentary chill running across her skin and for the hair upon the back of her head to raise up slightly. Even hurt and tired from a previous battle, Urza's warrior senses were still as sharp as ever. She spun around then, her purgatory blade cutting through a hand of concentrated darkness. She saw it then, an injured arm flowing back towards a massive shade that held Natsu and Bambietta both. They were struggling, yet neither could escape its grasp. As Urza pivoted to face Jose Porla once more, she cut her blade through the air. The purgatory blade had no ability but to cut. There was no magic behind it save for its physical prowess. That, however, was enough. The air itself was pushed forward then, becoming a blade of such force that it tore through the shade, splitting it in two. So, as Urza glared at Jose, the wizard saint could see both Bambietta and Natsu landing on their feet, now free. What must I do to be rid of you pests once and for all? Jose snapped then, the wizard saint watching as both the dragon slayer and the Quincy moved by the side of Urza. I suppose I must hold back no further. You've brought this upon yourselves, children of Makarov. I will no longer allow you any pleasantries in this battle. Both Bambietta and Natsu raised eyebrows at that statement, the both of them sparing quick glances at the carnage that Jose had left in his wake so far. The Dragon Slayer then gave voice to what the both of them were thinking. He's kidding, right? Focus, the both of you, Urza commanded. For Fairy Tale, for our guild mates and for Master Makarov, we must end this here and now. We face a mad-wizard saint. As much as it pains me to say it, show no mercy or hesitation. If the opportunity presents itself, we must strike to kill for all our sakes. Bambietta watched Natsu allow his fists to become wrapped in flames, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Jose. Bambietta prepared herself as well, her sword appearing with her hands. You're speaking my language, Urza. I know. That was all the S-class wizard had to say, her tone wavering slightly. This was not the kind of battle she wanted her comrades to ever find themselves in, but there was no choice in the matter. For Fairy Tale. The trio of wizards lunged for Jose then, the wizard saint attacking with the Dark Impulse spell. Bambietta and Natsu scattered to the sides, continuing their advancements, while Urza simply charged through the explosion, a roar of defiance echoing from her. Damn you all! Jose brought her arm in front of his chest, crossing it over his broken one. A barrier of shades appeared all around him then in a perfect sphere, one that quickly found itself under attack. On one side a short sword, on another a fire dragon's iron fist. Then, from the front, the massive purgatory blade. Jose watched from within as his shield struggled against the three attacks, slight cracks starting to form. When will you all understand that your pitiful resistance is futile? Sorry, pal, Natsu shouted, his fire beginning to burn hotter, but in case you haven't noticed, we're slow learners. But we are quick on the uptake when it comes to figuring out how to kick your ass. Bambietta shouted. So how's about we have a little math quiz and remove your shield from the equation? Everybody, step back. Slamming her free hand against the shade barrier, Bambietta unleashed an orb of her power. It quickly infected the Jose's shield with the explode, leaving it to burst apart. Only Jose bore the brunt of the blast, the others having heeded Bambietta's advice and moved back. However, now that the shield was gone, Natsu was the first to attack once more, his one good arm at the ready. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Fiery knuckles dragged across Jose's face, the wizard saint's head twisting to the side due to the force. His legs buckles however briefly, yet he did not fall. Bambietta and Urza both were prepared to attack then and there, yet they stopped when they saw a worrisome sight. Natsu was crying out in pain. Trace amounts of blood flew out from between his fangs, his eyes once filled with determination now widening in shock. The flames around his fist faded, but there was another source of magic that had replaced them. 5 sets of thin, dark beams were piercing through Natsu's torso, all of them projecting from the hand that belonged to the broken arm held against Jose's chest. Both of our arms are injured, Salamander, Jose whispered. However, I can still use magic properly with mine. Urza's world felt a little darker then, a wizard she had all but grown up with falling to his knees, blood staining his chest and stomach. Memories overwhelmed Urza for the briefest of moments then, of Natsu constantly picking fights with her, to her teaching him how to read. She could see the glassy look upon his eyes, only to watch as he was thrown aside by Jose's dead wave attack. For as long as she had known Natsu, he had always been ready to meet the next challenge, even if it was far beyond him. Even if he was defeated, he never lost his drive or his focus. This, however, was different. Jose was out of the league of anyone left standing. He was wounded, yes, but so were all of them. So as Jose threw Natsu aside with another incantation of the dead wave, Urza did not see a fellow wizard taken down. No, she saw her family. She saw another with him she had been raised alongside. All of them, everyone laying beaten on the ground. It was as if she had been transported back to a time in her life she would never have wanted to experience ever again. Perhaps it would not have been the case if her battle with Jinkariya had not dragged her buried past up to the surface, but now her mind was falling further back, of a village and its inhabitants being laid waste to by an unforgiving force. That was why this had to end here and now. Jose. Urza dashed forward then, leaving Bambietta in shock. The Quincy could not recall a time she had sensed such a rage from Urza, from the woman who had quelled her fury back on Galuna Island. Deep down did Bambietta reveal one thing to herself then and there, that the sensation was almost as awe-inspiring as it was frightening. To a wizard saint of Jose Porlaw's stature, however, it was just another attack he would have to face. So summoned into his hand of the cold, dead night, a spell had learned in his youth but rarely gotten the chance to use in this day and age of being a guild master. He would have thanked Urza Scarlet for providing him with the opportunity if he had not intended to end her life with it. The pitch-black power of the void sword within his palm, Jose parried the purgatory blade with all the strength he could muster. Power exploded against power, yet it was plain to see for Jose that he was not winning the clash. The weapon born of his shade magic was great indeed, but the purgatory blade was beyond its scope. Worse, he could only wield his sword with one hand, while Urza was in the position of holding it steady with both. While having an unbroken arm had allowed Jose the unorthodox change to defeat Natsu Dragneel, it would not assist him here. He relented then, leaping back as he commanded a shade to come into being. It grabbed him by the shoulders, flying away so as to give Jose more distance between himself and Urza. However, as he landed on his feet, another individual appeared before him. Surprise, dumbass! Bambietta was on Jose then, Hiran Kyaku having gotten her in close. Her sword clashed with Jose's own, the Quincy hoping to cut him down alongside Urza. Bambietta was no different from the S-class wizard now. She had had more than enough of both Jose and Phantom Lord. She had been determined to end him earlier if need be, but there had been something holding Bambietta back then. She had been at least a little worried about how those of Fairy Tail would react to her decision. However, things were different now. Urza had made it quite clear that they were fighting for their very lives against Jose. That was music to Bambietta's ears, a comfort to her heart. This was the kind of battle she truly lived for. After all, the truest form of a fight was one in of kill or be killed, one in which you would die if you lost. She had fought for many varying reasons since coming to Fairy Tail, yes, but this was the purest form of it to Bambietta. So, as weapons clashed, the Quincy lost herself in the fight in a manner in which she had not since she had last set foot on the grounds of the Soul Society. She had been granted permission to kill by a superior and she would take it for all it was worth. Yet following through that boon was something that Bambietta could see would not be as easy as she had hoped. Jose was wounded but he was far from weak. Bambietta's weapon was clearly not on par with Urza's own, as the wizard saint was parrying her attacks with ease. That was fine, as Bambietta knew what she could do that he could not. Parry this. Bambietta threw out an orb of the explode, catching Jose's void sword immediately. The weapon detonated right away, the dark magic splintering outwards before fading. And now it's your turn. Bambietta stepped to the side with Hiran Kyaku, the Quincy having noted the surge of determined power behind her. Urza rushed into close combat with Jose then, swinging the purgatory blade in a horizontal manner. Unfortunately, it did not hit home. Jose summoned yet another wall of shades, this one completely obscuring him from view. The sword struck the dark barrier and began to gnaw through it. Yeah, let's try this again. Bambietta threw a fragment of the explode forward, igniting the barrier. You can't hide, Jose. The purgatory blade unobstructed, it cut through the explosion and the smoke that had once been the barrier, leaving Bambietta satisfied. Yet Urza was not. She had felt resistance against her blade within the attack, but she knew she had not cut through Jose himself. When the smoke cleared, that much was obvious. All that stood before her was a dark reflection of Jose himself, an immaterial shade cut in half. What? Bambietta cursed herself then, the Quincy having not kept a lock on Jose's magic during the last few moments. She had been so focused on Urza's own, having never expected her to attack in the manner that she just had, that the Quincy had not kept her focus on the enemy himself. Where the hell is he? Child of Makarov. Jose himself suddenly tore through his own shade reflection, the wizard saint having been behind it. He lunged at Bambietta, his fingers wrapping tightly around her face. Bambietta struggled to pull away, but his grip was fierce and her leverage suspect, leaving her unable to use Hiran Kyaku. You're bothering me? Bambietta was about to shout at him as best she could, but she could not even afford a moment of muffled cursing. The Quincy screamed then and there, as Jose fired off the dead wave directly against her face. As the magic struck her point blank, Jose let go of Bambietta. The attack sent her sailing back, Bambietta crying out all the while. Now then, Jose said as he turned to face Urza, you're all that's left, Titania. This situation was nothing less than a nightmare. Lucy's confidence had wavered earlier, but Fairy Tail's resolve had bolstered it then. Now, however, it was faltering once more. Her friends had fought a valiant battle against Phantom Lord. They had conquered the Jupiter Cannon and vanquished the Abyss Break. They had defied the power of the super mage giant Phantom and laid waste to any enemy that Phantom Lord had sent against them. They had beaten back the odds and rallied after Makarov's defeat, but now things were clearly different. Jose Porla had entered the battle and he was personally taking all of Fairy Tail to task. Each and every guild member present had thrown their best at Jose, Lil Tato catching him by surprise with a unimagined power, yet they were all dropping one by one. All for Lucy, all for Fairy Tail. Now had both Natsu and Bambietta fallen, the latter having flown past Lucy after attacks she had taken. Her heart racing, Lucy had turned to run to her. As Bambietta landed on the ground, her body kicking up a cloud of dirt, Lucy knelt by her side. Bambi! Bambi! Jose's dark magic faded from around Bambietta's head, revealing her face to be both bloodied and bruised. Yet despite it all, the pale blue light of her defensive blood ability coursed through her veins. I love being a Quincy, but, damn. Bambietta furrowed her brow, her eyes blinking for a minute as the blurring faded and she looked up at Lucy. That jerk could have hit me hard enough that I'd be seeing double or triple right now, but no. Bambi. Wendy was staying by Laxus' side, trying to heal his horrific wounds, but still did she look towards the chaos in horror. Bambietta was hurt now, the woman who had given her a home in Magnolia bloodied. Bambi. Damn it, Laxus grunted, his chest still screaming in pain. You gotta get me back on my feet, kid. I'm trying. Wendy screamed the words then, her anxiety finally overwhelming her. Her voice grew softer almost immediately after, the Sky Dragon Slayer sobbing. Everyone's dying around me and I can't fix any of it. Don't be talking like that, Wendy, Bambietta said as she struggled to sit up, Lucy helping her do so. We're going to win this thing and go back home, okay? Despite her bravado, Wendy could see that blood was dripping down from the gashes on Bambietta's face, staining her white jacket and cape. She began to fidget then, her hands slowly beginning to moving away from their place a few inches atop Laxus' wounds. Wendy, forget about me and just keep healing that jerk. Wendy had not expected Bambietta to notice. But dash. Much as I hate to admit it, he'd be better by Urza's side than me. And besides, I've got plenty of fight left in me. Don't let how bad I look fool you. Bambietta began to rise up to her feet, trying to pull away from Lucy. Yet, much to her annoyance, she fell back. Oh, damn it all. Bambi, you can't. Lucy said, the wizard trying to hold her up as best she could. The hell I can't. Bambietta suddenly felt her breath catch in her throat, an onslaught of wind throwing itself against her. No, that was not all. She could feel power radiating from both Urza and Jose, their strengths clashing. Urza's blade of pitch-black metal, no doubt expertly forged, was clashing again and again with the sword of crackling darkness that Jose wielded once more. Every blow altered the air itself, forcing it to blow outwards from the battle. That, however, was not the end of it. Bambietta could see it clearly, the falling rain that Jovia's despair had caused, not a drop of it was making contact with the two wizards. The sheer force of their colliding attacks was keeping the water off then, forming a bubble of concentrated, empty fury about them both. This was the strength of Fairy Tail's own Titania Urza. This was the power Jose Porla possessed, that of a wizard saint. They were of legend, leaving Bambietta stunned. It was nothing less than awe-inspiring, even to a Quincy who had fought both for and against those who fancied themselves gods in the realms of the living and the dead of another world. Now, at last, did Bambietta understand the hesitation that Lil Tato had experienced earlier. Urza Scarlet could feel her muscles body, her very body screaming at her to relent. She was throwing all that she had at Jose Porla, the wizard relying solely on the one thing she could hope to best him with, overwhelming power. Yet it was true what the wizard saint had said, that neither of them was at their best. Whether or not Urza could have bested him then was an unknown to her, but what she did understand was that she could only last so long wielding the tremendous power of the purgatory armor and its matching blade. Her spirit was unrelenting, yes, but her body could only support it so long. It upset Urza, though not as a slight against her power. She was after all facing one of the 10 greatest wizards in all of Fiori. No, it was simply that after all it had come down to, she did not have the power to protect all that she held dear from the hatred that had been targeted towards it. That hatred, meanwhile, was in rare form. As Jose countered and parried, as he lunged and attacked, his voice threatened to drown out the clashing of metal against magic. Fall, damn you! Fall! Another rain-clearing collision occurred, one that left both Jose and Urza to step back. Only now, as a brief respite in their battle had occurred, did the rain begin to fall onto them both. To think that Makarov would have wizards this capable, Jose hissed. That he would even be able to lure to his side both Totomaru and Juvia. It confounds me. I am the master of the greatest guild in all of Fiori. No longer will I hear how you lowly fairies could ever be our equals. Jose lunged for Urza then, the wizard saint bringing his void sword forward. It was met once more by the purgatory blade, Urza glaring into Jose's eyes. She had swung the weapon around with her right hand, managing to keep the wizard saint's own at bay. Yet then did she cry out in muffled pain. Her hand was flaring up in agony, soon joined by her entire arm. The purgatory blade was let go then, blood spraying out from between the thumb and index finger of Urza's hand, as well as from the back of her elbow. Through it all was a dusk-piercer spell, one of Jose's own fingers having extending out away from the hilt of his sword during the clash. As your diminutive pest cost me an arm, so too have I taken one from you, Jose said with sadistic glee, his voice all but obscured by Urza's cry of pain. And now, Titania, this shall end. Several shades formed around Urza then, all under Jose's masterful control. They took hold of the S-class wizard, restraining her as best they could. She struggled of course, her screams of pain converting to a roar of defiance. Still, her struggle only gave the shades more power. Now then, Jose said with a eerie calmness coming over him, Lucy Heartfilia. Jose held his arm up, leaving the void sword to vanish from sight. Instead he took full control of the shades, forcing them to encircle around and cling to Urza even more tightly. He at last looked towards Lucy, his eyes cold and dark. I offer you one more chance, he said. Up until now, I have been acting with mercy and restraint. Come with me now, Lucy Heartfilia, and I will continue to do so. If not, the deaths of all Makarov's beloved children will be on your head. You. Lucy knew there was nothing else she could do. She gently lay Bambietta's upper body on the ground and began to stand. You give me your word. Of course, Jose replied. On my honor as a wizard saint. Lucy, don't. Bambietta coughed up. You and me both know he'll just kill us all anyway. Urza knew that as well, the ensnared wizard unwilling to let things end in this manner. With Jose's attention diverted, she began to use her requip magic in the one way allowed to her now. Her body and armor were of no more assistance, but there was one thing a requip specialist always had, her weapons. A sword appeared in the air several yards behind her then, one held up by the magic dominion she held over it. It's pointed towards her then, ready to move at speeds only a weapon from the Heaven's Wheel armory could obtain. Her body and the shades kept it hidden from Jose's sight, even if he were to turn his attentions back to her. It was simple and easy, the decision Urza had made. The sword would pierce through her torso as she was held aloft and cut directly into Jose Porla's skull. So the sword began to accelerate upon Urza's instructions, yet she felt no pain, nor did she see Jose die with her own last moments of life. All she heard was another cry out from behind her. Twisting her head back, Urza could see Jinkarilla, the bounce back to her. Pierced through it was the Heaven's Wheel blade, his hands clasped along its side and fighting to hold it back. Karilla. Urza could not believe what she was seeing. Titania, what are you doing? The Bount asked, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth as he dropped the sword to the ground. Is this what your master would have wanted for you? Don't tell me you hope to make it up to your old friends by saving your new ones like this. Karilla was next to fall then, the Bount laying in a pool of his own spreading blood. What was it you said to me? Karilla gasped. That we all can die at any time, but we must live to face any past sins. Then, live. Urza's eyes widened then, the unthinkable having happened right before her eyes. Karilla. How foolish, Jose said, his attentions brought back to the situation right before him. Even he has betrayed me. And yet, his actions were a boon. Jose glared at Urza then, his maddened intensity leaving him unable to put his plans to the side. All he could focus on was the realization of what had almost happened. A child of Makarov even dared to consider herself a worthy sacrifice to cause my death? You, Titania Urza, will be swiftly and justly punished with the death you crave. Jose could only bellow in his rage, the shades that held Urza responding in kind. Power coursed through them then, pouring all of the wizard saint's manifested malice directly into his target. Urza screamed in response, her very existence caught in absolute agony. Die! 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 Jose was lost to his fury then, the wizard allowing his hatred to get the better of him. Die and give the Hartfilia family fortune to me. What? Despite her agony, Urza was able to speak up against Jose. You're doing this, for something as petty as money. Don't act like you didn't know. Jose screamed, the wizard saint blasting Urza with the Dead Wave spell. Phantom Lord has always been the greatest guild in all of Fiore. That was until your generation came along. Fairy tale wizards beginning to eclipse my own in notoriety and fame. Even then, I knew we were superior. The Porlaw family fortune that my ancestor, Jeffrey, amassed was just the start. So many successful job requests led Phantom Lord to becoming the richest guild. It was all your generation left me to take pride in. But now, with you having access to the Hartfilia family fortune, I knew I would lose even that to Makarov. So don't you dare label my desires as petty. Jose's voice hit a crescendo then, dark power flowing all around him. I will not allow Fairy Tale to fortify itself with the money from that brat's family. The wizard saint roared. I will never allow your guild to stand above my own. Not now and not ever. You fool, Urza whispered at first. Despite her pain, she could not help but smile down upon Jose. Your obsession with who is superior and inferior has blinded you to the truth. Lucy never spoke of such things to us. She lives in a simple apartment, she fights by our side. She fights with us, laughs with us, cries with us. She's just another wizard in our guild. To us, she has always simply been Lucy of Fairy Tale, not of the Hartfilia family. Jose simply glared at Urza while she continued. Your chosen trigger for this war? The heir to the Hartfilia's riches? That's all you see her as, but, you know nothing of Lucy Hartfilia or Fairy Tale. You've never seen her tears and you know nothing of her. Jose simply remained unfazed. I suppose I will find out in time then, yes? After all your guild has done to mine, I will need much more than a simple reward to repair the Jupiter Cannon and the Super Mage Giant Phantom. But I suppose I was going to go this route even before that. Now it was time for Urza to stare at Jose with anger. What? Did you really think I would simply let Jude Hartfilia give me a reward in exchange for his dear daughter? Jose laughed. I'm going to bleed that fool's riches dry for her. I will take everything the Hartfilia family has to bolster Phantom Lord for generations to come. No one will stop me then. Not you, not Makarov, not the Magic Council and not even the King of Fiore. You, Urza cursed, you're insane. You'll never be able to dash. No more words, Jose interrupted. Please, just die. Urza screamed once more, the torturous powers of the shade magic once more coursing through her. He's going to kill her. That was all Laxus could say as he watched the nightmare that Jose Porlaw was responsible for. Whether he liked her or not, Urza was a part of the guild he had been a part of his entire life. He's going to kill her and then all of us and I can't do a damn thing about it like this. I'm sorry. Wendy cried, the situation truly overwhelming her, tears pouring out from her eyes. I'm sorry. Lucy and Bambietta were not different, the two of them left in despair as Jose continued to torture one of their own. Lucy was lost within herself at first. I have to let him take me. The hell with that, Bambietta twisted her body about, one hand pressing against the ground and she tried to push herself up. Despite the haze of memories from before, she knew well what Urza had done for her. She had brought her to Porliusica. She had been as much a part as her second chance at life as the old woman had been. There was no way she would allow Urza to die like this. I'm going to kill that damned wizard saint no matter what it takes. Blood falling from her face and to the ground, Bambietta forced herself up onto her unstable legs and turned to look at Jose. Her eyes shone with an intensity befitting one who had spent an entire existence standing in the way of the personifications of death itself. She took one step forward, her body very nearly pitching forward, but she did not let it stop her from taking another step. She summoned her bow into her hands, preparing herself to attack. "I've already lost 2 homes," Bambietta whispered to herself. "I'm not going to let this bastard get away with taking a third from me." Bambietta raised her bow up high, taking aim as she prepared to create an arrow of light. She knew full well what was going to happen now. She would attack and Jose would respond in kind. "Better to die on my feet," Bambietta said as she surrendered herself to the future she knew awaited her. "Even in death, this world is an improvement for me." Wendy could hear it well, her dragon slayer senses allowing her to hear what Bambietta probably wanted no one else to be privy to. It was not intentional, no, but she could not help but act on it regardless. "Bambi! Don't talk like that. This is my home now too and you're a part of it. So please. I know you'll win." Bambietta looked back over her shoulder, her expression carrying nothing but a realization that the end was nigh. Yet, when she saw Wendy's pleading eyes and the tears rolling down her face, that stone-cold acceptance began to be chipped away at. Wendy's face quivered a bit, her eyes growing narrower, as if she was trying to put on a brave front. "I believe in you." Bambietta's cold eyes began to widen, a new form of realization dawning on her. She could not help but blink for a moment. She whispered then, knowing Wendy would hear it with her keen senses. "Thank you." Bambietta could not help but smile then, her teeth on clear display. To anyone else it would have been a frightful expression indeed, her eyes lighting up with a desire to engage in violence. To Wendy Marvel, however, it was a welcoming sight. Bambietta took careful aim then, an arrow coming to life. This was reckless and foolhardy, she knew that much, but now she did not care. She had a plan, as desperate as it was. Bambietta focused the totality of her true strength into that single arrow, infusing with it the energy of the explode itself. That would no doubt shake Jose up upon impact. It was something at least. Enough to distract him long enough for Wendy to finish healing Laxus. Enough to allow Bambietta the chance to free Urza. They were Fairy Tail's best chances in ending this battle, something Bambietta was willing to concede. If all she could be was the one to pave the path to their victory, then she would gladly accept that honor. Yet then did Jose tilt his head slightly away from Urza, a single darkened eye staring at Bambietta. It left the Quincy's heart to pause for a moment, his intimidating power allowing fear back into Bambietta's heart. Bambietta proceeded to shut it out the only way she knew how, by being as loud and boisterous as possible. "Now I know what you're thinking," Bambietta shouted, her wild grin never faded. "Can the hottest Quincy commodity in the whole wide world one-shot a wizard saint with one hell of an arrow? I'm game to find out if you are, Jose." "Same here." The unexpected happened then, Bambietta watching as a hand took hold of her own, right over the bow. It was a familiar one, the pink fairy tale emblem on it a telltale hint. Lucy. Lucy's left hand took hold of the arrow that Bambietta had forged, holding it alongside her own hand. She looked at Bambietta then, a warmth in her smile. "Bambi, this is my guild, too. So I'll follow your lead if you'll follow mine. I don't think that's how it works, but let's kick logic to the curb." Bambietta took the lead as Lucy offered, the Quincy continuing to draw from all the magic around her. She could feel Lucy's energy then, the power of a celestial spirit wizard mingling and mixing with her own. That was when Lucy took the lead. She focused on the magic that was flowing to Bambietta, trying to make contact with the merger. It was tenuous, but she could feel it. She honed in on it completely then, the energy producing both a magic circle beneath their feet as well as above their heads. A unison raid. Jose's indifference in the two quickly gave way, the wizard saint summoning on the dark arts that were his to command. The shade magic flowed around him, strengthening both itself and its master. "You can't dare to manage it, fools." Bambietta felt the power around her, the Quincy impressed and awed by it. It was more than she could have ever imagined creating in this moment. Yet there was something else. Lucy's will was pervading the shared magic, leaving Bambietta to wonder if her own emotions were flowing through it. A unison raid, huh? Bambietta took note of that. She understood then what Lucy had meant before. I think we can work with this. Yeah, Lucy replied as she and Bambietta looked towards Jose with stark determination. For a fairy tale? Both voices came together then, the arrow glowing with a brilliance Bambietta had never been prepared for. Magic fusion. Celestial fireworks. Both Bambietta and Lucy's hands let go of the arrow, the weapon of light firing forth. It burst apart with devastating force, a light radiating around it as its power continued on its trajectory. Jose was quickly to respond, the wizard saint firing off a massive blast of the dead wave to push it back. His darkness was merely absorbed into the light, its existence denied. Impossible. Jose pulled all the shades he could towards himself then, the darkness enveloping his body in layer after layer of barriers. The power fueled by both Bambietta and Lucy struck his outstretched hand then, forcing his feet to skid across the ground. No! Jose shouted, his fingers digging into the magic power with hatred and determination. I will not fall. Not to scum like you. Jose fell back then, the blue and gold light overwhelming him completely. Explosions began to suddenly ring out throughout the row of magic, each and every one throwing Jose back and forth. The wizard saint's shade armor began to break apart bit by, leaving Jose to watch as one good arm became exposed, the blue cloth tearing off underneath as more blasts burst out around it. I am one of the wizard's saints. I will not. Goodbye. Bambietta watched as the magic power that she and Lucy had summoned forth began to fade. The Quincy felt exhausted then, more than she could remember being in a long time, yet she did not allow herself to fall. Lucy was leaning against her now, the celestial spirit wizard clearly drained as well. Lucy. Bambietta said as she held her tight. We did it. Yeah, Lucy said as she turned her head up, looking into the Quincy's eyes. We really did it. Bambietta smiled in response, a comforting one so unlike the manic glee from earlier. Despite her exhaustion, her heart was beating hard, the Quincy unable to keep her emotions in check in the state she was in. Lucy, I freaking low dash. Bambietta's eyes suddenly went wide, blood suddenly trailing down from the left corner of her mouth. Her body pitched to the left, falling away from Lucy. Bambi. Lucy. Bambietta clutched at her side, blood pouring out from a hole that was right above her waist. More blood spilled out from the other side, something having pierced her through from one side to the other. Just run. Lucy turned then, watching in horror as the last of the power she and Bambietta had summoned fading into obscurity. Standing in its wake was one solitary figure. Jose Porla stood there, his good arm raised up, its index finger still extending outwards. His cloak and jacket were gone, his upper body stained with blood. His hair was ragged around his battered face, yet what was most unnerving was the lack of the toothy grin that had seemed rare to leave his face. Now he seemed nothing less than truly enraged. His eyes were flashing with darkness, his lips curling back as he began to scream. You damned fairies, have hurt me more than I had ever dared imagine possible. I see now what I must do. There is no room for clemency or humanity when dealing with your stubborn pride. I must kill all of you outright. Laxus stared on from where he was, the lightning wizard looking to Wendy. How much longer, kid? 2 minutes, Wendy cried out. I think. Lucy felt nothing less than utter despair seize her heart, the wizard dropping to her knees beside the bloodied Bambietta. She could see Urza still hovering in the air, the Requip wizard's screams once more filling the air as Jose's shades resumed punishing her. Then there was Jose himself, the wizard walking towards her. Lucy. Hardfilia. You have pushed me this far. I don't your father's reward anymore. To hell with the Hardfilia fortune. I just want to see you dead like the rest of your damned guild. Holding nothing he had left back, Jose fired off the dead wave directly at Lucy. Yet, much to both his and Lucy's surprise, it was destroyed as a bolt of golden light pierced through it. My magic! Jose screamed in surprise. That's not. Jose's rage suddenly faded, his cruel smile of uninhibited and perverse joy spreading across his face once more. Makarov. Urza's eyes widened then, the wizard ignoring her pain. Master. Bambietta forced herself to roll over onto her back, her hand never leaving the side of her wound. She titled her head as much as she could and was greeted with a welcome sight that confirmed what Urza and Jose had both said. Makarov Driar and poor Lyusica were standing not a few yards away, the two of them having locked their eyes with Jose's own. Jose Porla, you have bathed yourself in the blood of many. My children and your own. This cannot go on any longer. I knew you and that which would beat out Arya's magic, Jose laughed. I was counting on Makarov. I wanted you to find your family like this. Only then would I kill you. Silence yourself when I am speaking, Makarov very nearly spat out. This was between you and me. It always have been. We should have settled this as wizard saints, but we have dragged our families into this conflict like incompetent parents. Jose could hear the anger in Makarov's voice and, as much as he wanted to battle his rival, he knew that he was in no shape to win such a battle. Makarov, you wouldn't dare face me yourself. If we were to fight now, it would be a calamity upon this kingdom. So be it, Makarov countered. I will bring a calamity if it is to protect my children as well as your own from you. For the first time this day did Jose Porla feel fear. He had known Makarov would come back from the brink of death that Arya had condemned him to, but this was much too soon. He would need something to tip the scales in his favor thanks to the condition he was in. That then was why he brought forth a legion of shades. Each and every one took hold of the injured and broken members of Fairy Tale, just as they had Urza. Wendy, Laxus, and Lil Tato were no exception. Some even took hold of Juvia and Korea. You detestable monster, poor Lyusica chided. You would dare hold them hostage. I dare anything. Jose screamed. Now then, Makarov. I suggest you level our playing field. Hurt yourself. Cut off one of your limbs, waste your magic. I don't care what, but if you don't bring yourself to the level I am at now, I'm afraid that I will simply have to crush the life out of your precious children. Jose Porla, Makarov said, his tone solemn and controlled. We are both wizard saints. Our power was destined to help lead the next generation of wizards, not to harm them. The man I once knew was worthy of that, but now you are nothing more than a monster. I will give you to the count of 3 to release those who will succeed us and surrender. Don't play games with me, Makarov. 3. I will not concede to an inferior guild. 2. Not to you or anyone else. 1. I will kill them all, Makarov. I swear I Fairy law. Light burst out across the entirety of the battlefield, washing over it completely. Bambietta could no longer see at first, the Quincy wondering if she was staring into the heart of the sun itself, but the brilliance beyond the dawn was nothing but comforting. All those around who bore the mark of Fairy Tale, as well as Juvia and Korea, became roused by the magic, as if lifted from the edges of darkness. The shades around them were annihilated immediately, yet the light of fairy law seemingly guided the freed individuals back to the ground gently. Lil Tato smiled as she found herself beside Bambietta, the two looking eyes. It's so. Lil Tato began to whisper. Bambietta smiled. Peaceful. Then, as soon as it had appeared, the light faded. As it did so, poor Lyusica moved beside the fallen wizards, looking to check up on them. Makarov, meanwhile, simply walked towards Jose. The maddened wizard was still on his feet, but he seemed frozen in place. His one good arm was up before his face, his expression nothing but frozen horror. Rove. It was all Jose could manage, his body unable to respond to his movements for the time being, his magic reserves seemingly drained. He did not know what arcane magic it was that Makarov had used against him, but it was nothing like anything he had seen before. He had considered himself Makarov's equal if not his superior, but in his utter defeat it had been made clear to Jose that there was a world of difference between himself and Makarov. You spoke as if I did not believe you would resort to killing all of them, Makarov said as he stared up at his rival with bitter distaste. I hope that I have made it very clear that I did. Chapter 30, Peace and Approaching Shadows. For Fairy Tale the last day had been a nightmare, a darkness having threatened to drag them down into the depths of despair and leave them there to rot. However, they had not gone quietly into that night. No, they had fought with what many of them had thought their last breaths, the entirety of the guild standing shoulder to shoulder against the cruelty and hatred of Jose Porla and Phantom Lord. In the end had they triumphed, Makarov Driar having appeared with fairy law serving as the light at the end of the tunnel for those under his care. Now was a time of healing, the many injured during the course of the battles once more under the roof of their guild hall in Magnolia. Wendy Marvel was doing all that she could to tend to any and all the wounds that she could, dutifully working alongside one of Fairy Tale's greats, the retired Porliusica. One dabbled in healing magic, the other more traditional methods, but both were doing all that they could. As Porliusica applied an ointment around what had once been a bloodied breach through Gray's body, Wendy was holding her illuminating hands above Juvia Loxer. The injuries brought upon her by her guild master began to close, leaving Wendy to sigh in relief as her shoulders slumped down. "Thank you," Juvia managed to say, prompting a smile from Wendy. "She's in stable condition, child," Porliusica suddenly said, causing Wendy's back to jolt up into a straightened position. "Don't just diddle-daddle, get to the next patient." Porliusica was stern and perhaps a little off-putting, yes, but neither lessened the innate kindness that Wendy would radiate off of her from time to time. There was something simply calming about it, a familiarity that Wendy could not simply explain. So she took what Porliusica said to heart, understanding her concerns, and moved on to another in need. They had been taking care of the most serious of injuries first and foremost, those that could prove fatal if not treated their top priority. It had made the last hour extremely stressful, but Wendy was coping thanks in part to Porliusica's presence. Now all that remained before they could attend to the less serious injuries was the one person that Wendy wanted to help most of all, Bambietta Basterbine. The Quincy had been keeping herself stable by drawing on the magic around her, having asked that she be taken care of last, and Porliusica and Wendy had complied. Now however had the time come and Wendy was willing to make the most of it. She moved over to Bambietta, the woman stretched out on a bench. Her coat and cape were gone, her shirt pulled up beneath her chest so that the wound Jose had inflicted could be seen. Both Levy and Lucy were by Bambietta's side, the both of them crouching down and trying to talk her through the pain. "Bambi," Wendy said as she stood by her side, "I'm sorry it's taken me so long, but dash. You know my opinion on apologizing," Bambietta managed to say despite the pain coursing through her body, a smile on her face. She reached up and placed an index finger against Wendy's lips. "No saying sorry when you don't have any reason to." Wendy nodded her head and moved her hands over Bambietta's waist, right where near the wound that Jose had caused. Once more did magic form around Wendy's hands, the healing enchantment of wind flowing around Bambietta. The Quincy's body began to heal then, its natural process not merely hastened by Wendy's magic, but temporarily enhanced. Where nothing but empty space had been left did muscle and skin regrow, internal materials replenishing and repairing themselves. Wendy watched as the process went along smoothly, much more so than anything she had managed for Laxus. It was, after all, much easier to work under these circumstances than in the midst of a battle. "Wendy." Bambietta felt her body enter a state of relief then, Wendy's magic clearly surpassing Blood Vene's ability to lessen and hold back the pain of the injury. This was far from the first time Bambietta had been healed in battle. Even with the power of an elite Quincy, those who had been christened Sternritter of the Vandenreich were no strangers to pain. The invasion of Hueco Mundo had gone smoothly, yes, but injuries had happened to Bambietta and her group. It had been left to the only one of their team able to shake off threatening injuries with disturbing ease, their combat medic using the dead flesh of otherwise expendable Quincy to heal the Sternritter's own. A disturbing ability, yes, but one that Bambietta and her comrades had felt a necessary one. However, she knew in her heart that what she had said to Giselle in jest back on that day was more fitting for the Sky Dragon Slayer and her ability to heal. "You're a little angel, you know that." Wendy smiled in response to the compliment, though she was a little embarrassed. "I'm just glad everything's over." "Yeah," Lucy whispered, her eyes glancing away towards the doorway of the guild hall. "Almost." Bambietta very clearly heard that, giving her a reason to worry, but for now she did not want to address the mysterious concern until she and Lucy were alone. "Yeah, me too, Wendy." And Master Makarov was so amazing. The Sky Dragon Slayer suddenly exclaimed, her voice quickly quieting as she regretted the outburst. She knew she had to concentrate fully on her magic after all. I mean, the way he saved us. Now it was Bambietta's turn to smile, the Quincy honestly happy. In that moment had Makarov reminded her of the man she had once followed, of how Waiwaka's arrival on the battlefield had bolstered the fighting spirit of his loyal stern ritter. Yet Makarov was above even that. There was no darkness in what he had offered, not now or ever, and Bambietta had at last begun to understand that wholly. Makarov was their savior, yes, but he was more than that. He truly was a father to those he had taken under his wing, wizard and Quincy alike. But that spell? Bambietta said, the one question on her mind. What the heck was that? Fairy law, Levy answered, her voice almost withdrawn with reverence. One of the 3 great magics created by fairy tales founder, Mavis Vermilion. It's meant as a deterrence magic, one that targets only those that the caster knows is in their heart as an enemy. And is capable of defeating a wizard saint in an instant. Holy shit. Bambietta's eyes widened at first with awe in light of Fairy Law's reputation, then widened further at the realization of who she had cursed in front of. Don't ever repeat that, Wendy. Okay, Wendy said, trying her best to keep Bambietta pleased while she was being healed. In fact, Bambietta continued, pretend you never heard it. Wendy cast a false expression of confusion. Heard what? Good girl. Bambietta could not help but chuckle a little bit. So, once I'm rested and renewed, how about we all go bug Makarov to teach us fairy law? Then the BEM squad will be invincible. We'll wreck entire dark guilds with a single spell. I don't think that would be a good idea, Levy interjected. But it doesn't hurt anyone you don't want it to, Bambietta replied. And there's no collateral damage, so the Magic Council will love us. Bambi's got a point, Wendy said. Yeah, Lucy offered up. That would be an improvement over Fairy Tale's reputation. It's not a magic meant to be used lightly, Levy explained. The more people the caster views as their enemy when using the spell, the more of their life will be drained alongside their magic capacity. Use it against the wrong enemies and it could kill you and them. Oh. That went entirely against Bambietta's creed in combat. Okay then, so I'm just going to stick to detonating things the old-fashioned. The explodes way more fun anyway. Laxus Driar had been the first to be healed, a fact that was fine by him. After Wendy had finished working her magic on the damage that Jose had done to him, he had made certain to retreat upstairs to the guild hall floor reserved for S-class members only. It was in ruins, having taken the brunt of Gajeel Red Fox's attack on the building from above. Remnants of his assault were still evident, metal cylinders from the ceiling protruding down and through the floor itself. Yet Laxus remained in the desolate solitude. He had no desire to stay amongst the others. The Thunder Tribe was not here and he was no longer the young adult who had spent any time beside Myra Jane Strauss or Urza Scarlet. No, he was fine on his own if he could not have around him those who shared his views on Fairy Tale. His upper body covered in bandages, a fur-lined coat hanging off his shoulders, he simply sat alone. Splintered wood all around him, he did not pay it any mind. At least he tried not to. As he sat in the silence, his eyes would occasionally dart about, taking in the carnage that had been brought down on his guild's home. It was doing nothing less than to cause his blood pressure to rise, the lightning wizard becoming offended at the very sight of it. What a mess. Urza looked to his side then, hearing both the feminine voice and the sound of footsteps on the stairs. He was all but ready to tell Urza Scarlet off, but was instead greeted by a sight of a person he did not know. Oh, he recognized her as a member of the guild, but he did not know her name. Regardless, he was annoyed. Go the hell back downstairs, Laxus simply said. I don't care how much of a sorry state this guild is in, I won't be having a rookie setting foot on privileged ground. My, the woman said as she still continued to advance onto the S-class floor, her own eyes taking in the devastation before settling on Laxus himself. Even though we won, Phantom Lord still tarnished Fairy Tale's guild hall. Such a shame. Laxus' body began to tense up, the man trying his best to contain his building rage. I won't ask twice. Go back down those stairs, rookie. The woman looked at Laxus with a sly expression. Or I'll throw you down myself, the man said as he pulled a cigar out of the box on the table before him. Down the stairs or over the railing, it doesn't make a difference to me. Holding the cigar with one hand, Laxus began to reach for the book of matches on the table, all the while waiting for the woman to take him up on the chance he had given her. Then, without warning, did his cigar become lit, a small flame burning at its end and letting smoke move up. Laxus looked at it momentarily, then to the woman. Her right hand was held out towards him, her thumb and index finger close together, as if she had just snapped her fingers. Figures, Laxus said as he put the cigar in his mouth. He spoke through grit teeth as he began to stand then. You and Natsu both. I guess it would take a fire user to be hot-headed enough to try and piss me off on purpose. I've no interest in fighting you, the woman replied. That was just a show of my goodwill towards you, Laxus Driar. I can light a cigar all on my own, thanks, Laxus said. He did not take his seat, but neither did he make any further moves to start a battle with this member of his guild. If nothing else, he was curious. He had made a comparison to Natsu, but she was far from the same as the young man, quiet and calm to his loud and brash temperament. Yes, but can you fix this poor unfortunate guild on your own? The woman asked him. She pulled the left shoulder of her red dress down, showing the guild emblem of matching color upon her skin. We both want Fairy Tail to get what it deserves, right? Laxus sat back down, letting his annoyance simmer for the moment. And what's that? Why, a guild master that would have ended the Phantom Lord before it escalated, the woman said as she moved by Laxus' side, a finger of one hand running past his chest as she circled around him for a moment. A guild master that would have struck down Jose Porla before Magnolia was threatened. No, before Shadowgear was hurt. Before Fairy Tail's pride was desecrated. Laxus listened well, his curiosity piqued. He did not like the thought of a wizard beneath the S-class rank being on the top floor, no, but he did like having one who agreed with his every thought by his side while his true friends were away. I don't think we've officially met, Miss Dash. Stella, Emberella said, fully willing to give her false name if nothing else. Stella Upland. Upland, huh? Laxus watched as she moved around his other side and came back into view. Well, I appreciate your high opinion of me, but I don't think the old man's going to step down and let me fix the guild up. Come now, Emberella said as she sat down across from Laxus, we both know you're not going to wait for that chance anyway. I know ambition when I see it, Laxus, and your eyes are just full of it. Oh, you're an intuitive one, aren't you? Laxus asked, putting his cigar down in an ashtray. It still doesn't mean you belong up here, even if we agree. I'm so much more than you realize, especially in regards to magic, Emberella replied. I just need a chance to show off how much this floor, and you, need me. You can see it in my eyes, but I guess we're even, Laxus countered. Because I can hear the ambition in your voice. Like I said, Emberella began to say, I just want Fairy Tail to get what it deserves is all. Whatever it takes. The devil's in the details, Laxus replied, not missing a beat. He leaned forward, his arms resting on the table as he looked at the woman he knew as Stella Upland. How about I let you in on a little secret? Emberella leaned forward as well, elbows propping up on the table as her fingers locked her hands together. Do go on. I've never been one for patience, Laxus continued, and after today's events, I've lost what little I had left. If the old man isn't going to do what's right for the guild, then I need to. Oh, Emberella said softly, so I was right about the ambition. Damn straight, Laxus replied rather calmly. But that only goes so far. It'd still be 5 against the whole guild. A civil war, is that it? Emberella tried her best to keep from grinning delightfully. This was going better than she had ever expected. She had thought she would need to push and prod the guild master's grandson, she had thought it would take time to work with his anger and arrogance enough that he would come to a conclusion that benefited her, but he was almost there as it was. All it would take was a little push to give him the confidence to move forward. Then Emberella would be able to watch as Fairy Tail destroyed itself. What if, the woman began to whisper, I said I could get you the one spell that would tip the odds in your favor. Laxus' eyes lit up, though the mage tried his suppress his baser instincts and remain composed. I'd say you'd have yourself a deal. Outside the guild hall it was nothing but dark. Night had fallen upon the town fairy tale called home, the long day having at last come to an end. However, while those who needed care were inside, there was but one who opted to remain distant. Jin Kariya stood alone several yards away from the building's entrance, the bounce hands within the deep pockets of his long coat. He remained silent as he looked up towards the stars, his mind wandering. The man was so lost in thought that he did not even register the fact that someone was approaching him. The presence of magic energy, the sound of their footsteps, even the shifting of the air to make way for them, none of it took Kariya's notice. "Why don't you come inside?" It was the voice of Urza Scarlet, an individual that Kariya had not expected to come to him at this or any other time. Still, despite his surprise, he did not allow it to show through his emotions. "I can take care of my own wounds, Urza." The S-class wizard could see that clearly, magic swirling through the air and into Kariya's stomach. The wound had received earlier was all but gone, leaving behind nothing more than a damaged shirt. "That's not what I meant." "Then what did you mean?" "The conflict was between our guild masters," Urza simply replied. "And now it's concluded. Whatever you may feel, we are no longer enemies. There's no reason to keep you out here alone when both our guild mates are inside." "You make it sound so simple." Kariya lowered his head as he closed his eyes. "Honestly, you never cease to astonish me, Urza Scarlet." There was a moment of silence between the two, one that was eventually broken by Kariya. Not by words, but simply by the man beginning to walk away. "Where are you going?" Urza asked, the wizard taking one step closer to Kariya. "What are you going to do?" Kariya stopped for a moment, the man not even turning to look back at Urza. This was a war between the top-ranked guilds of Fiori. No doubt the Magic Council will come to investigate. They've already sent an emissary to arrest Jose Porla. Perhaps Fairy Tale will be found guilty and receive a modicum of punishment for participating in the conflict, but it is Phantom Lord that will suffer the most. I suppose they may well disband the guild. And I will have lost yet another place I considered my home. Urza knew of only one answer to that. Fairy Tale could be your home. And I suppose your guild master would be as forgiving as you. Kariya shook his head. As I said, the Magic Council will look into this matter personally. There will be inquiries, there will be questions you may not want me to answer. Questions they will give me no choice but to answer. Urza's expression hardened somewhat. If you wish for light to be shed on the Tower of Heaven, then I will stay against my better judgment, Kariya continued. If you want my silence, then I must go. I leave this choice to you, Urza. Urza lowered her head for a moment, her disdain at the position she had been put in evident. Go. As I suspected, Kariya simply replied. Urza, you made me realize something in our battle. I cannot live in the sins of my past. I can only hope that you will someday feel you can do the same. Urza raised her expression up a bit, staring at Kariya's back. Again, where will you go? Kariya's shoulders shrugged for a moment, the man knowing full well. I am the wind, Urza Scarlet, and therefore I have spent my entire life drifting from home to home. However, if I am reborn in this world, if I am ever to hope to make up for my sins, then there is someone out there I must find. Perhaps, she is experiencing a second chance as well. The wind kicked up then, Kariya's coat fluttering about. His feet lifted off the ground and he began to move upwards. However, he stopped once more and simply hovered there. He turned to look back at Urza, his crimson eyes wavering for the briefest of moments. Titania Urza of Fairy Tale, I. Kariya's voice paused, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I wish to thank you. Then Kariya was gone, the bound flying into the night sky and leaving Urza behind. The wizard stood there for a moment, watching as he faded from sight. I wish you the best, Jin Kariya. Perhaps someday we will both find peace. Totomaru of the conflagration slowly awoke to find himself propped up in a reclined chair. He looked about then, his vision hazy at best. This was certainly not the guild hall he had called home, but it was a guild hall nonetheless. Where am I? You're at Fairy Tale, idiot. Focusing his eyes, Totomaru could see two others sitting by his side, Lil Tato Lampard and the salamander himself, Natsu Dragneel. Both looked relieved to see him waking up, but the former also looked perhaps a bit annoyed with him. The last thing I remember. Totomaru's voice trailed off for a moment, his memories coming back to him quite vividly. Master Jose struck me down. Totomaru's expression grew sullen then, the wizard understanding at last the depths of his master had stooped to. You were a mess when we found you, man, Natsu interjected. But Wendy and old lady Porliosica were able to patch you up. I take it Fairy Tail was victorious then? Totomaru asked, the wizard looking down and taking notice that his torso was wrapped in bandages. Heck yeah! Natsu proclaimed. But it would have been a whole lot easier beating that Ice Make Dragon Slayer if you had been by my side. I am sorry. That was all Totomaru could offer up. You damn well should be. Lil Tato's voice broke out then, the Quincy's irritation evident in her voice. I told you not to go after Jose. I knew what would happen and, you almost died, you idiot. Totomaru looked at Lil Tato then, noting that barely contained anger upon her face, yet he could tell it was not quite as basic as it appeared. I'm dash. I said you'd end up lying on the floor in a pool of your own blood, and that's just what happened. Lil Tato shouted. I never want to see something like again, you idiot. Totomaru really did not know what to say, but tried nonetheless. I'm sorry. Damn it. Lil Tato, meanwhile, did not know how to respond herself. Vivid memories all her own were plaguing her now, of a mad king on his dark throne looking down at her. Lil Tato Lampard. The Quincy felt a hand on her shoulder, the Quincy turning around and finding herself looking up at a familiar face. Urza. I was not there to witness what you did directly, Urza began to say, but the others have spoken of it in great length. Lil Tato looked around nervously, the Quincy not entirely used to being the center of attention in such a manner. Whereas Bambietta thrived on such things, Lil Tato was much more apt to staying out of sight for most part. Thank you. Oh, you should have seen it, Urza. Natsu suddenly exclaimed. The Jose jerk had me and Bambi on the ropes, and Lil here suddenly busted out these wings in a halo and smashed him into the castle and then sent him sailing back out with this crazy glowing arrow. She was a regular pint-sized powerhouse. Pint-sized. Normally Lil Tato would have grown annoyed at that description, but the Quincy found it hard to get upset at it when it was Natsu who had said it. It was almost endearing to hear it said so happily. It was nothing, really. Nonsense, Urza declared. You were able to stalemate one of the wizard saints, even if only for a time. That is to be commended. When things have settled down, I promise to speak with the master about you taking the S-class trial on Tenro Island. Lil Tato blinked. The what? No way. Natsu, however, was not nearly so confused or restrained. He looked at Lil Tato and smiled warmly. Man, the guild you and Bambi were in must have been something special if Urza wants you to join the elite here so fast. Natsu suddenly shifted his gaze back towards Urza. Hey. Me and Bambi fought Jose pretty good too. So where's our shot at the top? I suppose you do have a point, Urza said, nodding. I'll mention it to Master Makarov. Though I imagine it might be some time before he can consider setting up this year's trials after everything that's happened. Urza, Lil Tato said, her voice low at first, I didn't get to thank you back on the battlefield. You'll never have to, Urza replied. Fairy Tail is my family, and I'll do anything for all of you. Lil Tato looked up at Urza then, her eyes widening. For the briefest of moments her sight played a trick on her, leaving the Quincy to see not the one known as Titania, but instead a slender young lady with pale blonde hair. You're my sister, Lil. It's my responsibility to go in your place, so don't go thanking me for something that I want to do. Okay, but when I see you again, I'm going to do just that anyway. Urza. Lil Tato leapt up from her chair, hugging the wizard. I'm not taking any damned chances, not again. So, thank you. If you must. Urza brought one hand around Lil Tato's shoulder blades, trying her best to comfort her. Natsu and Totomaru, meanwhile, simply looked on in confusion. Did we miss something? Context, Todomaru replied to the Dragon Slayer. I think. Salamander. Natsu turned around, catching sight of an individual both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Oh, you. The Ice Make Dragon Slayer. I'm not Kyuzaka sighed. Yes, it's me, Sojiro Kyuzaka, the Ice Make Dragon Slayer of Phantom Lord. The Soul Reaper stood before Natsu, his body showing signs of damage that was healing, but he was clearly not in the best of shape. Todomaru was quick to notice it as well, his guildmate looking like he was unsteady on his feet. Kyuzaka, shouldn't you be resting? Yeah, man, Natsu added. Just take it easy until Wendy or poor Ryusuke can take a look at you. No, I'm fine, Kyuzaka countered. Salamander no, Natsu. I just wanted to say dash. Kyuzaka's legs buckled, the Soul Reaper losing his balance. He pitched forward, leaving Natsu no choice but to prepare to catch him. He need not have concerned himself however, as two others appeared like a flash and caught the man. It was the twin Arankar, their cerulean and scarlet hair a sign of their presence. Master Kyuzaka, Yin began, are you all right? Just take it easy, Yang added. We're here for you. Yin, Yang. Kyuzaka looked at those who were at his side now, just as they had been since they had first met. He closed her eyes for a moment, recalling well his argument with Natsu as they had fought. You both are just too good for me. I'm sorry, truly. You have nothing to apologize for, Master Kyuzaka, Yang replied. You're mistaken, Kyuzaka said, his tone evidence of his melancholy nature. I used the oin and dash. That wasn't you, Yang interrupted. Not the one we've known for so long, and besides, this world is a second chance for us all. Kyuzaka looked to Yang and then Yin, noting the understanding upon their faces, just the same as he heard in their voices. Thank you. He turned to Natsu then. Leave it to a fool to reveal just how much of a fool I am. You were right, Natsu Dragneel. You were right. I suppose a broken clock can be right at least once a day, Yin said. So when's the salamander guy going to be right a second time today? Yang asked. Ah, you guys are too much, Natsu said, the Dragon Slayer sheepishly rubbing the back of his head before realization dawned on him. Really, You're making fun of me. And there's the second time today, Yin said. That was sooner than I thought, Yang continued. Yin, Yang, Kyuzaka scolded, please mind yourself around him. If not for him, I wouldn't. Kyuzaka took a deep breath before continued, the Soul Reaper pulling the twin Arankar in closer to him. I don't believe I've ever been quite this happy. Not in a long time. Both Yin and Yang's faces went red, the Arankar's voices joining in unison. Master Kyuzaka. So what will you do now? Todomaru suddenly asked, his tone quiet. The lot of you joined our guild looking for a place to call home, but, it's all over. No doubt the Magic Council will disband Phantom Lord for what our master has done. As they should, Kyuzaka replied, his tone harsh. Jose Porla's madness may as well have buried Phantom Lord. Yes. Todomaru's head lowered. However, Kyuzaka said, his voice rising the faintest bit, just because an organization was rooted in corruption and cruelty, it doesn't mean that its own members can't find a future worth living for. And that is why I will do what I always have, I will wander. Kyuzaka turned then, Yin and Yang helping him walk towards the doorway of the Fairy Tale Guild Hall. Natsu was quick to yell then, the Dragon Slayer trying to get his attention. Hey! You could at least wait until you've been patched up before you go. Oh, I'll be fine, Kyuzaka said as he and the Arankar stepped out the doorway. After all, I'm not alone, Salamander. The doorway shut then, leaving Natsu to smile a little. At least he finally noticed. Todomaru's shoulders fell then, the wizard growing further withdrawn with every passing moment. Realization had truly dawned on him, the man lost in the moment's despair. Everything, it's gone. Master Joe Jose Porla cost us everything. Stop whining, Lil Tato suddenly said as she stood looking at Todomaru, her moment with Urza having concluded. So what if the guild master you looked up to betrayed you and everything you believed in? Get over it. Hey, Lil, Natsu whispered as he moved close to her. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Urza, you're in S-class, you tell her. Urza shook her head. Let her be, Natsu. What do you know? Totomaru shouted, his voice raising as he looked at Lil Tato not with despair but a fair amount of anger. The place that took me is gone and all because of one mad old fool. How could you possibly dash? Don't you dare say that to me, Lil Tato whispered, an unnerving tone evident in her voice. I've lost everything too. But you know what, I found something better. Me and Bambi both. So stop crying about the past and just join Fairy Tail. Totomaru blinked, his disbelief paramount. What? Natsu was no different. Him. Urza, meanwhile, simply smiled warmly, her notion of what Lil Tato was getting at proven correct. She placed a hand on the Quincy's shoulder and moved closer to her side as she spoke to Totomaru. I believe what Lil Tato is saying is that she wants you consider joining Fairy Tail. I cannot speak for the master, but I would welcome you. Totomaru did not know what to say. After everything Phantom Lord what I did? You'd take me in. But I was your enemy. And that time is past, Urza countered. The conflict is over, Totomaru. And it was between Jose Porla and Master Makarov. We fought our battles, but it was not truly our fight. We need to move forward. And dash. Totomaru, Juvia said, the water wizard suddenly approaching, I wish to join Fairy Tail as well, but I don't want to leave you behind. I don't want you to be alone, so, won't you come with me? Despite her approaching him, Totomaru could see Juvia's eyes wavering, his comrade sneaking peeks towards Grey Fullbuster. The fire element wizard suddenly laughed a little bit, Totomaru trying to hide it as best he could. Oh, so that's how it is. What's so funny? Juvia asked, once more glancing towards Grey. It's nothing, Totomaru answered. Well, it's just. I've never seen you look quite so happy, Juvia. Not even on the day Jose made you one of the Element Four. Totomaru thought about it then, looking all around. Despite what Kusaka had said to him, the wizard was still seeing the past. However, he did not feel it was a crime to live in it, at least under the particular circumstances he now found himself in. Around him was a guild whose members were happy and content, their familial bonds clearly inseparable despite not being of blood. It was just as Phantom Lord had been once upon a time. It was in that moment where the past of Phantom Lord all but merged with the present of Fairy Tail that Totomaru could see his future so very clearly. The two guilds, despite their rivalry, had been no different at the start. Yet while Fairy Tail had stayed on that course, Phantom Lord had strayed from the path under Jose's guidance as he had lost his way. I would like to join Fairy Tail. It was all Totomaru could say then, the wizard finding himself perhaps a little overwrought with emotions. Well, I suppose that can be arranged for you and Juvia both. The two elemental wizards of Phantom Lord both found themselves startled by the sudden sound of the voice and were quick to find Makarov within their midst. The man, short of stature as he was no limited in how happy he looked. Though his face was wizened by the long years, no doubt a sign of the stress of being the guild master of an organization that was not always on the Magic Council's favor, he still wore a smile. If you two wish to join my family, Makarov said, then I see no problem with it. Oh. Juvia looked at Makarov to Grey and back again. She tried her best to stay calm and composed, her entire body fidgeting a little bit, and she bowed slightly. Thank you, Master Makarov. I promise to never sully the reputation of Fairy Tail. Well, that's greatly appreciated, Makarov said, the wizard saint's voice falling into a hush. Though how many of Fairy Tail's own have made me that promise? Master Makarov, I thank you, Totomaru said, the young man trying to find the right words. It's like. You remind me of. I'm sorry. The fire wizard quieted down then, knowing what he had been about to say would be considered nothing but an insult after all that had happened. Of Jose, Makarov finished, the wizard saint knowing full well what had been on the tip of Totomaru's tongue. You can say it, there was no insult behind those words. Your guild master was one of the greatest wizards in the land, Totomaru. He deserved his rank within the wizard saints, even if he and I did not always see eye to eye. I just wish things could have been different between he and I at the end. His shoulders drooping once more, Totomaru spoke quietly. "Joe Master Jose, what happened to you?" "Much better." Bambietta was sitting up now, the Quincy stretching her arms up over her head as she felt the muscles in her back grow taut for a moment. Looking towards Wendy, she quickly gave the Sky Dragon Slayer a hug. "And you are lifesaver. Don't let anybody tell you different." "I'm glad you're just okay," Wendy squeaked out, the Dragon Slayer scarcely able to remember a time she had been hugged so tightly. "Sorry." Bambietta eased up immediately, pulling away from Wendy. "I just..." Bambietta grew solemn for a moment, the Quincy looking at Wendy, then Lucy, and Levy. "I just wish I had always been a good enough person to have friends like you all." There was a silence then, the trio of wizards unsure of what to say in response. Bambietta was no different. There was a bit of selfishness behind her statement, not of simply wishing she had been worthy of good friends, but of also being worthy of possessing bonds that would not lead her astray when she needed help the most. "Bambi," Wendy said quietly. "You are okay, right?" "Yeah," Bambietta replied, the Quincy doing her best to smile. She reached out and ruffled the hair atop Wendy's head playfully. "Never better, thanks to you and everyone else. So don't any of you worry, I'm the happiest woman in this world, make no mistake." Bambietta's forced smile became an honest one then, the Quincy's burst of depression fading like dust in the wind. Bambietta based her bine. The Quincy looked up then, Wendy, Lucy and Levy turning their gazes. They all could see Urza standing at the doorway of the guild, poor Lyusica at her side. The S-class wizard was holding the door open with an armored hand, as if waiting for Bambietta. "We would like to speak with you alone." Wendy turned away from Bambietta and looked towards Urza. But Bambi didn't do anything wrong, Urza." Bambietta admired Wendy's sudden impulse to stick up for her, but the Quincy had inkling in the back of her head. She had tried to kill Hansen Nukui the first chance she had with the explode. It had not worked out, no, but it was not for a lack of trying. She knew that Urza had given the okay to go to the extreme against Jose, but that had happened after the altercation with the ninja had concluded. If, by some chance, Urza knew about that, then Bambietta could understand what this talk was going to be about. "It's okay, Wendy," Bambietta said as she began to stand up. "I just guess I'm in for a scolding is all." "Urza," Wendy said as she stood in front of the Quincy and impeded her path, "don't be mean to Bambi." Wendy," Bambietta muttered, "I appreciate the gesture, but dash." Urza blinked in clear confusion, the S-class wizard looking to poor Lyusica. "Did I come off the wrong way?" "You have many talents, Urza, but I'm not entirely sure socializing is one of them," poor Lyusica sighed. She looked at Urza warmly then, the older woman pointing a finger at her silver-plated breast. "I sometimes wonder how deeply in your heart you buried that energetic young girl you were when we first met." Urza's expression fell a little. "Poor Lyusica dash." "Think nothing of it," poor Lyusica whispered as she stepped out the doorway. "You are who you need to be." Urza turned back to face the others, leaving the door open as she moved towards them. She knelt down beside Wendy and allowed her requip magic to send the gauntlet on her right hand away in a flash of light. Urza put the bare palm down on Wendy's shoulder and spoke softly. "I admire your bravery, Wendy," Urza said, trying to sound as gentle as possible. "You've only been in Fairy Tale a short while, but I can see a bright future for you here or at Kate's shelter. But I can assure you that Bambi isn't in trouble. Poor Lyusica and I simply want to talk to her, but it's nothing you ever have to worry about." Wendy looked into Urza's eyes, the Sky Dragon Slayer calming down then almost entirely. "You promise?" "Of course," Urza honestly answered. "You have my word, Wendy." "All right," Wendy replied. "You can talk to Bambi then." "Huh." Bambietta did not know what to make of the scene that had played out right before her eyes, but neither did Lucy or Levy. Nonetheless, the Quincy was quick to follow Urza as she stood up and walked back towards the doorway. Soon enough she and the wizard were outside with poor Lyusica, their only lights coming from either the neighbor windows or the stars above. "So," Bambietta said, the Quincy curious as to what this truly was about if she was not in trouble, "how's everyone out here doing?" "We're fine," Urza replied. "I believe the more pertinent question is how are you, Bambietta?" "Hey," Bambietta began to reply with a self-assured shrug, like I told the gang inside, I'm the happiest woman in the world. You speak honestly? Urza asked, her words as sharp as any blade. Bambietta looked at the S-class wizard and poor Lyosica both, the Quincy feeling their eyes on her. Even if the latter did not possess the imaginary veil magic she had spoken of so long ago, Bambietta did not feel like she could remain untruthful. No. The Quincy took a deep breath, feeling the darkness still worming its way through the core of her soul. No, it's not perfect, but I've never been happier. With myself or my family. I'm glad to hear that, Urza replied. Besides, Bambietta continued, the Quincy too flustered by the suddenly demanded conversation, perfect's boring as fuck. I'll take Fairy Tale and all of its fun rough edges over that any day. Urza and poor Lyosica looked at Bambietta then, the older of the two raising an eyebrow to that statement. Huh, Bambietta muttered under her breath. Guess I should have quit while I was ahead. Fairy Tale's still just as lively a guild as ever then, poor Lyosica finally said. Poor Makarov. He's come full circle. Urza was quick to move towards Bambietta then, the wizard clasping a hand upon her shoulder unintentionally hard, leaving the Quincy to inwardly flinch. You have no idea how happy I am to hear that, Bambietta Basterbine. Ah, great, Bambietta replied, the Quincy trying to cover up any wincing with a smile, blood venet spreading through her shoulder to counteract Urza's unintentional grip of steel. So you're happy and I'm happy. Yay. Bambietta's subdued joy quickly gave way to something else as she looked at Urza and poor Lyosica both, the older woman with insight over the S-class wizard's shoulder. Bambietta's head lowered, the visor of her hat obscuring her eyes. I'm pretty sure I've said this to both of you, Bambietta began to say, but now that I have you two in the same place together. Urza felt Bambietta's shoulders drop slightly, leaving her to worry that she was growing withdrawn. Yet her fears were put to rest when the Quincy looked back up, a wide smile evident on her face that contrasted her eyes as they watered at the edges. Thank you. It was all Bambietta had to say at first, the two words expressing more meaning than she ever thought was possible. Urza's hand slipped stayed atop Bambietta's shoulder, the wizard smiling faintly. You don't need to dash. You two gave me a second chance, Bambietta continued, cutting Urza off completely. Lord knows I didn't deserve it after all the crap I've done, the life I wasted, but you two did it anyway. And dash. Bambietta's face burst into an expression of surprise as her words were cut short, though not by Urza speaking in return. No, the wizard felt that actions were louder than words, and so she took hold of Bambietta and held her tight. It was not as she had done before, Bambietta's head not colliding against a breastplate, but it was still an uncomfortable embrace. That's enough, Bambietta Basterbine, Urza said at last. Whatever you were once before, I have seen you look to change. You came to me remove the bloodlust from your sword. You did not take Gajeel Red Fox's life. So I will hear no talk of Fairy Tale being too good for you. Bambietta chuckled slightly, Urza having understood precisely what she had been intending to say next. Still, she was not simply going to let get away with that without a little snark. What? I'm an open book to you. Bambietta's flippant attitude was interrupted before it began, the Quincy's words trailing off as realization dawned on her. Urza pulled back from Bambietta, taking note of the look of confusion on her face. What's the matter? A book to say thank you, Bambietta whispered. I almost forgot thanks to that Phantom Lord nonsense. Need to get that book to Levy. Urza watched as Bambietta all but disappeared from sight, Hiran Kyaku taking her out of sight. Urza smiled ever so slightly, knowing the Quincy meant well. It is as you said, poor Lyosica. Fairy Tale is as lively as ever. And that girl is no different, the old lady said. And for that I'm thankful. Another who came to me betrayed and yet found happiness in this guild. Urza sighed. That was a long time ago, poor Lyosica. You are happy as well, yes, poor Lyosica asked, not willing to let the subject pass. Of course, Urza said, trying her best to push out of her mind the memories that Jinkariya had brought to the surface during their battle. Fairy Tale has given me a true home, just as it has for Bambietta. I knew I made the right decision to bring her to you. Speaking of that, poor Lyosica began to ask, whatever gave you the impression I could bring her back from the state she was in? Urza could hear it, a sense of confusion in the retired fairy tale member's voice. It made no sense to her. She had felt confident in poor Lyusica's ability to heal, something the woman had not argued when Urza had come to her with the living corpse that Bambietta had been at the time. Yet, in that moment, Urza felt a sense of confusion wash over her thoughts as well. I don't know. Then, as if it had never happened, both Urza and poor Lyusica all but forgot what they had been speaking of, as if some unseen force was pushing them away from the subject. Time passed, even if only the slightest amount. Makarov was no doubt congratulating his guild for persevering in opposition to the oppressive nature of despair that Jose Porla had dared try and inflict upon them, but Natsu Dragneel had not felt the need to hear it. He knew that Fairy Tale had pulled through and he did not need to hear anything else of it, much as it would have warmed his heart. No, he knew precisely what had happened, but another did not. So Natsu had stepped away, happy having flown out by his side. The two friends understood how things had concluded. Fairy Tale had won the day, not a sacrifice made, and it felt good. Great even, but news such as that had to be shared with one other. It had to be shared with the one member of their trio who could not hear the news for herself. That was precisely why both Natsu and Happy stood side by side within the woods that bordered Magnolia. Before them stood a small, wooden structure, one that the traveling S-class wizard had helped Natsu and one other build over the course of a summer. It had been meant as a place to play pretend for the young dragon slayer, but it had become much more than that in his memories. It had become a home to Natsu, just as the guild hall was, just as his actual house was. It had been where he had all but raised Happy from a kitten with the aid of one other, but that time was long since past. Now the quaint little pretend home was simply a tomb for times Natsu and Happy would forever cherish, though it was not alone. Not a yard away from the structure stood a marker, a gravestone, a name quite familiar to Natsu and Happy both etched upon it. It was not the official grave site of the person in question, but Natsu had built it nonetheless, remembering well how much they had adored the sunsets at this place. "Hey, listen, Natsu said softly, the dragon slayer trying to keep his emotions in check. "I'm sorry I haven't been around in a while, but it's been kind of busy, you know? Evil musical instruments, the moon dripping onto an island, I had to fight a talking hawk, but I guess that's just business as usual, right?" There was a silence then, even Happy unable to break it. Natsu took a step closer to the grave and placed one hand atop it. Fairy Tale got into a bit of a scrap, the dragon slayer continued, his voice struggling to remain strong. "Had to fight a whole guild gone bad, but you should have seen it. We took out their best and even saved Magnolia from a Jupiter cannon and a big robot. And your brother, he took down one of their S-class. You'd have been proud, listen. And then Gramps saved us all from the guild master. So, no one died. Not this time." Happy looked on, knowing it was best to let Natsu be for the time being. "I know if anyone had, you would have greeted them with open arms," Natsu replied. "But we're fine. We even got some new members. I think you'd like them, especially Lucy. Bambi's kinda high energy, but she's cool. And Lil's the quiet type, but I'm sure you could have gotten her to open up more. That's just the kind of person you are. I just..." Natsu's voice trailed off, the wizard finding nothing else to say. His nose crinkled for a moment, something he did not want to admit running down from one of his eyes. The dragon slayer slowly began to fall to his knees then, his fingers sliding down the stone and running past Listena's name. "Fairy Tale's gotten so much bigger, but it still feels so small without you," Natsu whispered, his voice at last cracking. "You, me, and Happy were going to find Igneel together." Natsu's pitched forward slightly, his forehead resting against the cold stone. His face trembled as he tried to compose himself to the best of his ability. Happy knew better than to stay quiet then. "Natsu, are you dash?" "I promised myself I'd never cry here," the dragon slayer interrupted, the back of one hand running across his eyes. He slowly stood up, taking a deep breath. "Listen, deserves better than that." Natsu looked down at the gravestone once more, his eyes still somewhat blurry. He did his best to smile, hoping that somewhere Listener would see it clearly. "You don't have to ever worry about me," Natsu whispered, leaving Happy to wonder if it was directed at either himself or Lysina. "I'm fine." Natsu slowly turned from the gravestone then, looking to make his way back to the Magnolia and the Guild Hall. His eyesight was beginning to clear up, allowing him to better make his way through the forest without relying on his keen sense of smell. That was when he saw it. There was a quick burst of movement, a figure dressed all in white clearly sliding behind a tree. Huh. Lil Otto Lampard felt her heart beating deeply within her chest, all in response to her present situation. This was not at all how she had intended for it to go. She had simply taken notice of Natsu leaving the guild hall abruptly was all. She had looked to follow him, to make sure he was all right. That had been her only intention. She had never expected to find him out in the woods that represented a part of his past he clearly longed for, all the while bearing his soul. The best laid plans scattered about, Lil Otto was now hiding behind a tree she had quickly ducked behind, hoping that Natsu would simply walk back to the guild none the wiser of her presence. "This wasn't something I was meant to hear," Lil Otto whispered. "Natsu, I'm sorry dash." "For what?" the Dragon Slayer cheerfully asked as he and a flying Happy poked their heads out from around the tree and looked at Lil Otto. Lil Otto, caught up in the moment as much as she was, screamed. She fell back from the tree and landed on the forest floor. "Whoa!" Natsu exclaimed. "Easy, Lil. Me and Happy didn't mean to scare you." "Aye, sir," Happy exclaimed. "And people call me a scaredy cat." "Anyway," Lil Otto said as she picked herself back up, "I'm sorry for overhearing you talk again about that. I just saw you leave and I was worried is all." "It's all right," Natsu said with a smile before looking away. "But you probably think I'm weird now, huh? You know, with me talking to the dearly departed and all." Natsu's expression grew sullen. "She probably can't even hear me. Standing in awe of that which cannot be seen." Lil Otto whispered as if to herself as much as Natsu. She reached out with her senses, the power of a pure-blooded Quincy at her beck and call, but Lil Otto felt nothing but the magic around the forest. There was nothing spiritual there. Whether that meant this world had no afterlife like the one she knew so well, or that Lysina was simply not held to the mortal coil by unfinished business, she did not know. However, she had neither the heart nor the desire to tell Natsu any of that. Lil Otto instead took hold of the Dragon Slayer's hand, her face growing warm as she did so. "It's not weird at all, especially not from where I'm from. I'm sure Lysina is listening, Natsu. Waiting for the day when you can tell her all about Igneal." Natsu perked up then, his smile slowly returning. "I guess you're right. Now then," Lil Otto said, "let's get back to the guild hall. Master Makarov wanted to give a speech about the whole Phantom Lord thing, but he's kind of waiting for you and Bambietta to be there. Lord knows where she ran off to." "Wait." Natsu blinked, a look of worry beginning to slowly etch itself upon the Dragon Slayer's face. "Gramps is waiting for us? Oh, he's going to be so pissed. Happy, get me there quick." "Aye, sir." The cat took hold of the back of Natsu's vest and, Happy's wings flapping as hard as they could, he rocketed Natsu right out of the forest. "Huh." Lil Otto looked down at her empty hand. She turned and looked back at Lysina's grave, a calm expression evident on her face. She knew she was truly alone in the forest, but despite that did Lil Otto do something she felt was most illogical. "I'll keep him safe and happy. I promise, Lysina." Then was the Quincy gone, the only trace left of her presence in the woods a few leaves kicked up by Hirenkyaku. Jose Porla had been on top of the world. He was one of the 10 greatest wizards in all of Fiori, the title of a wizard saint having long ago been bestowed upon him. He had been the master of one of the most respected guilds in the kingdom, an honor he enjoyed greatly. The past had been nothing but a series of successes for him and he had been close to securing the future for both himself and Phantom Lord. Now, however, had it all been torn asunder. He had failed to capture Lucy Heartfilia, failed to conquer Fairy Tale. Worse, he had been defeated by Makarov Driar of all people. It was an affront to his very being, but he had to deal with it for now. The Magic Council had come for him and he needed to pay for his crimes accordingly. That was why he was presently walking across a dirt path away from Magnolia, a pair of cuffs binding both his wrists and his magic. The material of the strange metal was one that the Magic Council had employed for ages, a material forged from special stones capable of sealing even the strongest of magic energies. It was demeaning to José Porla to be restricted as such, but he let any resentment roll off his shoulders. This would not last, he knew that much. He had known ever since the arrival of those the Magic Council had sent to apprehend him. Seagrain and Altair. The two of them walked side by side with José, keeping a close eye on him. It was a clear sign to José that what awaited him in Era was not a true trial, but something else instead. He would be given back his guild in time and be allowed once more to see his future through to the end. I suppose I should be grateful for the arrival of you two, José said, his crooked smile never fading. We'll get this mock trial taken care of and you'll both arrange for a light slap on the wrist for Phantom Lord. I suppose we can blame Phantom Lord's actions on Jason Joker. The missing do make such wonderful scapegoats. Then I will return home to Oaktown and my guild. And then Makarov and his precious children will pay for what they've done. Seagrain and Altair both stopped then, the man in white with cerulean hair watching as José took a few steps ahead of them. I'm afraid it's not going to work quite like that. José stopped in his tracks, the wizard turning around to face Seagrain and Altair both. What the devil are you talking about? Altair raised a hand, an orb forming within its palm. The essence of time magic spun out and away from her, making contact with the stone cuffs that held José's power at bay. They were sealing the power within their target, but were not made for or prepared to counter the magic of another. The handcuffs crumbled away then, becoming nothing but dust. Oh, I see, José said with a grin. We're going to go back and fight Fairy Tail together in a surprise attack. I'll get my revenge on Makarov and you'll get your precious Urza Scarlet. You're a fool, José Porla, Seagrain replied, the man not missing a beat. Though I will agree with you on one thing, the missing will make a perfect subject for casting all the blame on. José felt his heart drop within his chest. What? You can't be serious. We're both wizard saints. Even if you do kill me, the resulting battle draw attention to you. Yes, it would be a calamity, Seagrain interrupted with a dismissive tone. But you've yet to recover from Makarov's casting of fairy law. And I have the lovely Altair by my side. How do you think this will play out? And he has the gall to speak of you killing him as an if instead of a when, Altair added. What gall this puppet has? José raised an eyebrow at that. Puppet? Yes, a puppet, Seagrain added. Altair may specialize in ice magic, but she has more tricks up her sleeve than any on the Magic Council but myself know of. That's impossible. José shouted. Such a magic would require the caster to be close by the puppet's side at regular intervals. Yes, and I could not afford to have Altair step away from myself for the length of time it would take to keep you at our beck and call without leaving the Magic Council to grow suspicious, Seagrain continued. Allowing her the time to return to and from Galuna Island was problematic enough. But that was where Jason came into play. A pawn with a charm containing a portion of Altair's magic was enough to keep you in check for the most part. Though ever since he disappeared, you've proven to be a problem. We had your mind and your body, but I suppose a wizard saint of your caliber will always have his pride, Altair added. Your hatred of Makarov and Fairy Tail did not mix well with the lingering control Jason left behind. We had a deal, José Porla, Seagrain continued. I would allow you to do as you wanted so long as you brought me Urza Scarlet. Yet time and again you tried to kill her. Do you have any idea what that would have done to my plans? José shook his head. We can work this OU dash. No talking, Seagrain interrupted. Either run from us or fight. Either way it will make the perfect cover for the Magic Council when it comes to your death. José looked at Seagrain and Altair both, knowing that while he outclassed the former in terms of rank, he could not fight them either of them alone in his current condition. Challenging them both would simply be a suicidal course of action. Running may have been no different, but he was a desperate man tempted by chance. So José turned and ran, leaving Seagrain and Altair both to watch as he went into the woods for cover. Stay here, Altair, Seagrain said as he began to take a few steps forward. An act of self-defense such as this should not take long. To run as he was an act José Porla had considered beneath him, but things had changed. He had gone against Makarov and he remembered well how that had turned out for him. That had been a fight between wizard saints that, while he had not won, he had survived. Seagrain, however, had made it very clear that the battle that was pursuing him now was one he would not survive. The young wizard saint wanted nothing more than to cover his tracks and wipe the slate of his underhanded dealing clean, even if it required José's death. So José ran, his boots scraping and stumbling along the forest floor. The light of the moon shone down and helped guide him along, yet it did not matter. José had no destination to return to. He was simply running away from something, not towards something. There was Magnolia, yes, but he would not dare lower himself to asking Makarov to aid him. It was too far a distance to travel, both for his feet and for his pride to fall. Damn it! The wizard saint stumbled and fell, a foot having caught on the gnarled root of a tree. He hit the ground hard but was quick to pull himself up. Yet as he did so, José found himself staring up at an individual standing right before him. At first he feared it was Seagrain, but he did not recognize them. Who? José began to say, knowing nothing else worth asking. Who are you? José suddenly felt a strange power pressing down on him, one that began to force himself into unconsciousness. In the end he received no answer, simply rest. Levy McGarden, much as all those who called Fairy Tale, listened intently as Makarov began to speak. He had waited patiently for the trio of missing members to return, but he could not hold himself to silence any longer. He would simply have to speak with the likes of Natsu, Bambietta, and Lil Tato later. The past few days have been hard on us all, Makarov continued to say as he stood atop the counter, Myra Jane by his side. Harder than I would have ever liked. I wish to apologize to you all for getting dragged into the petty squabbles between myself and José Porla. However, I have never been prouder of this guild than I am now. Urza Scarlet, you led Fairy Tale through the darkest of times in my absence. Wendy Marvel, while you have not been here very long, you dash. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Levy and all the others turned to the side and caught sight of both Natsu and Lil Tato in the doorway. The former was looking around perhaps nervously, the other simply holding a hand up against her face. Makarov simply looked at them both and shook his head. I shall begin again, the older man said as he cleared his throat. My children, I wish to commend you all. The past few days have been hard on us all. Harder than I would have ever liked. I wish to apologize to you all for getting dragged into the petty squabbles between myself and José Porla. However, I have never been prouder of this guild than I am now. Urza Scarlet, you led Fairy Tale through the darkest of times in my absence. Wendy Marvel, while you have not been here very long, you acted with the maturity I wish all our wizards possessed. Natsu, you dash. Levy. Makarov sighed, his speech interrupted once more. All looked to the doorway, none more curiously than Levy herself, her name having been called out. She caught sight of Bambietta standing there, the Quincy looking flustered, a bag held tightly against her chest with one arm. Bambi, what's dash? Oh, Bambietta interrupted, the Quincy taking note of how all eyes were on her, especially Makarov's. I done goofed, didn't I? Join the club, Natsu replied with a shrug. Makarov was about to say something, to chastise Bambietta before starting his speech over again, but he stopped when he saw the bag in her arms. Despite all that had happened, he recognized it as the one Bambietta had been carrying when she had found Levy after her confrontation with Gajeel Red Fox. It's fine, Bambietta, Makarov said at last. My speech can wait. Hey, why isn't she getting more of the evil eye like I just did? Natsu shouted, stopping only when Lil Tato gently elbowed him in the ribs. Okay. Bambietta did not know what to do then. All eyes were still on her, something that she would like under most circumstances, yes, but not this one. Not saying another word, she quickly stepped towards Levy with Hirenkyaku, then used it once more to take her outside in 2 blinks of an eye. Kids these days, Makarov sighed. I suppose I can wait a little longer. Bambietta and Levy both stood beneath the pale moonlight, the Quincy cradling the paper bag she had brought with her against her chest with both arms. What's up? Levy asked, the wizard trying to regain her composure as she had quickly found her surroundings changed thanks to Bambietta's speed. I just wanted to thank you for everything, Bambietta whispered. For everything. And then, everything went to hell. But, not able to find the words in that exact moment, Bambietta reached into the bag and pulled a large, hardcover book out. Her arm extended out and held the novel before Levi. I still want to say it, Bambietta continued. You're the first person I ever had to a real friend, Levi, so, thank you. Bambi, you didn't have to do anything, Levi replied. You just. Levi blinked, her eyes having caught sight of the title that was printed on the book's cover. That's, The Zephyr Through the Doorway, right? Levi slowly reached out and took hold of the book with one hand. Bambi, you got me the latest book in the Clandestine Edifice series? How did you know I loved them? Well, Bambietta stammered a bit. You helped me with my Lucy predicament, and she kind of helped me with my Levi one. Ironic, right? And, that's not all. Bambietta slipped a hand back into the bag, taking hold of something. After all that happened, I figured I should make up for lost time, so. Well. I found the only bookstore in Magnolia open at this hour, so, here's what was my first pick. Bambietta pulled out another book, holding it out before Levi. The wizard looked at the title then, her cheeks beginning to glow red. That's 50 Shades of Gradient. Bambi, that's. Wow. It says it's got some nice katanas in it, so it should be full of plenty of action and adventure. Bambietta said with a proud smile on her face, the Quincy not knowing quite what she was talking about. And the nice lady running the bookstore said it's so good that it's going to get a stage play in a few months. Maybe you, me, Lucy, Lil, Urza and Wendy can go see it when it comes out. It'll be a girls' night out. That might not be the best idea, Levi stammered underneath her breath. But. Levi stepped forward, one book in each hand, and hugged Bambietta. Thank you, Bambi. Nuh-uh, Bambietta replied. All of this was to thank you, Levi. So don't go thanking me. I will argue this until the sun rises. I don't doubt you would, Levi said as she let go of the embrace. So I'll just stick to letting you thank me. I seem to be doing that a lot lately, but. Bambietta smiled. Fairy tales more than earned it. So. Levi began to say. About your Lucy predicament. Yeah. That. Bambietta's eyes closed slightly. I almost spilled my guts to her during the big fight. But then that douchebag Jose had to go and try and literally spill my guts. What about telling her after Makarov's speech? Levi asked. I mean, now's as good a time as ever. It was so much easier when I was running off the high of a battle, Bambietta mused. Now I'm thinking too much. And second-guessing myself. The worst she can say is no, Levi offered up. But she'll still be my friend, Bambietta whispered. Right. Levi tried to remain as encouraging as ever. Why wouldn't she be? All right, but not tonight, Bambietta replied. Tomorrow I'll do it. Levi raised an eyebrow at that. You sure you're not stalling? By my pride as a Quincy, I assure you I'm not, Bambietta replied. Tomorrow it is, no matter what. Bambi. Both Bambietta and Levi turned, catching sight of Wendy and Carla stepping out of the guild hall. Oh, no, Bambietta said as she looked down at Wendy. Now Makarov's got to wait for all four of us. I'll apologize to him when I go in, Wendy said. It's just Dash. The Sky Dragon Slayer looked away nervously, all the while holding her hands behind her back. Out with it, child, Carla spoke up. You said this was important to tell Bambietta. Thanks to everything that was happening, I didn't get a chance to bring this up earlier, but. Wendy looked up towards Bambietta. I didn't get out of Phantom Lord's Guild Hall on my own. Totomaru and Juvia found me outside, but another person got me out of there. They said they were one of your friends, Bambi. Bambietta simply stared at Wendy, her eyes remaining unmoving, the ability to blink lost on her. She had a crazy hair color, right? Please tell me it was cotton candy pink. Please. Or even lime green. I'll more than take lime green. She wanted me to pass along a message, Wendy continued. I think it was Gigi says hi. Seagrain found himself amidst the woods outside Magnolia, the wizard saint growing irritated. He knew there was no chance of Jose Porla escaping in his condition, but the time wasted on searching for him was an annoyance nonetheless. That puppet is proving a nuisance, Seagrain said as he moved through the woods. If only he had stood his ground, our business would have been concluded then and there. Moving several more yards, Seagrain caught sight of what he longed for. Highlighted by the moon itself, Jose lay on the ground, the man clearly having fallen. Yet there was something else. Someone else. An individual standing before the grounded wizard saint. How unfortunate it is for the three of us that you simply did not face your death like a man, Jose Porla, Seagrain said as he approached the two individuals. Now you've gone and dragged a unsuspecting civilian into our quarrel. Though it pains me to do this, they must die as well. Neither of you can live to see the sunrise. But fear not, both of your deaths will contribute to the shining future I will bring to this world. Are you by chance a prophet? The tall man who stood before Jose looked up, eyes peeking out from ragged, dark hair and peering at Seagrain. His was a worn face framed by a rugged mustache. The man's long hair billowed about thanks to a slight wind, his black cloak doing the same. What? Seagrain stopped in his tracks, the wizard saint having not expected anything but pleas and begging from the stranger. I asked you a question, the man asked, his tone displaying a minuscule hint of annoyance. Are you by chance a prophet? Watch your tone, peasant. I am Seagrain Fernandez of the Magic Council. I am Seagrain Fernandez of the 10 Wizard Saints of Fiore. Seagrain's eyes grew narrow. He did not much care for a man who looked so ragged and worn daring to speak to him in such a manner. What he said next he had no fear in revealing, the fool before him nothing more than a dead man walking. Any pity he felt for slaying this man alongside Jose Porla vanished then, Seagrain bringing his hands up before him. May the 7 stars bring judgment upon you. The older man simply looked at Seagrain. Only 7. 7-star sword. Seagrain remained undeterred, 7 magic circles of a golden color forming around him. An arc of power pierced through the lot of them, binding them together. Grand Chariot. The blade of power flew up from Seagrain before coming down violently upon the man before him. The magic power burst apart then, kicking up dust and debris. It faded soon enough, leaving Seagrain to prepare himself to stare at the bloodied remains of the man foolish enough to speak against him. Impressive, the man said as he simply stood in newly formed crater in the ground. I must commend you for your power. Seagrain could see it then. The man he had attacked was not simply standing in the crater his magic had forcibly created. No, he was hovering in the air, right where he had been standing at the start. That's not possible. Your body shouldn't even be intact after being hit with the force of a falling meteor. The older man began to walk towards Seagrain then, his dark boots moving atop nothing but thin air. Seagrain could vaguely make out magic particles forming beneath the man's heels, but he paid it no mind. What truly caught his eye was the magic particles flowing towards the man's right hand, the energy forming into a curved sword. You are but a wizard saint, young one, the man replied, a vindictive grin forming beneath his mustache. While I am a god in the flesh? I don't care. Seagrain brought his hands up above his head, the wizard saint drawing to his hands all the magic coursing through his body as he could. I did not spend years of my life working towards my goal just so a stranger such as yourself could end it all here. The older man watched as a magic circle burst forth from Seagrain's hands, the golden light fading almost as soon as it began. Wind kicked up from around, all of it moving as if the air itself was being guided towards the wizard saint. However, what was most curious to the older man was the shadows that were spread across the forest floor by the light of the moon. While once they had been facing one direction, they were now all bending towards Seagrain. It was as if all the light was flowing towards the wizard saint himself. Yet it was the power itself that caught the older man's attention. Past all the spectacle the magic was causing, it was the most basic aspect of it that made him curious. You've caught the eyes of a god, Seagrain Fernandez. Do not disappoint me. I will plunge you into infinite darkness with the light itself. Seagrain shouted, an orb of darkness swirling about above him, a sea of stars forming in its endless abyss. Heavenly body magic. Alta Iris. Seagrain threw his arms forward, the swirling vortex of darkness and speckled light flying towards the older man. "It's over, you pitiful excuse for a god!" Seagrain shouted as his magic attack tore the ground asunder as it made its approach. Alta Iris possessed the gravitational force of a black hole. It would tear asunder the heavens as easily as it will you. "You wizards know more of the stars than I would have expected," the older man said as he stood his ground and raised his free hand up. "This brave new world is quite curious." Alta Iris collided with the palm of the man's hand, leaving him to watch as its awesome power tore at his flesh. It was not enough to deter him, however, and his feet stood upon the magic particles he had fashioned as footholds. Still, despite his fortitude, he could not help but find the power thrown at him by the wizard impressive. Yet it was not enough. With some degree of effort, the older man closed his hands. The gravitation pull of the Alta Iris spell began to give way under the pressure until, at last, it simply burst apart. "Madness!" Seagrain shouted, his composure all but lost. "A wizard who commands the power of living and dying stars," the older man said as he lowered his free hand and began to walk forward once more. "What allies we could be, but conflict is always such a bitter affair. Perhaps this would be a more interesting contest if your power was not divided as it is." Seagrain felt his body grow cold. "How do you know of that?" "I know a great many things," the older man answered. "That is all. Bring your other half here." Seagrain could not and would not risk his entire plan on this unnecessary fight. A part of Seagrain tried to convince himself that even if Jose spoke out against him, he could deny it as the ravings of a madman. Surely the Magic Council would trust his word over those of a wizard who had threatened to destroy an entire town. Heavenly body magic. Meteor. Seagrain's body became encircled in a golden light, his feet rising up from the ground. Then, without uttering another word, he flew away from the older man, his body arcing between trees. His plan was simple. If he could not win on the basis of power, then he would simply take hold of Altair and escape through his superior speed. It vexed him, to rely on running just as the man he had considered his and Altair's puppet had. It was a bitter irony, but one he would gladly accept now. Yet then did Seagrain gasp, the wizard saint feeling an unbearable pressure upon his right arm. He glanced to his side and was left with a most troublingly sight. The older man was by his side, having matched his speed on foot, and was holding him tightly by the wrist. "You disappoint me, Seagrain Fernandez," the man said as he raised his sword high. "For that you will pay most dearly." Altair Milkovic stood on the roadside, the woman waiting most patiently for Seagrain to be done with things and kill Jose Porla. She did not understand his interest in doing it personally, but was willing to relent if it curbed his desires. Still, the time it was taking was irritating her. Time was something she simply did not appreciate wasting. Then, quite suddenly, did she hear a scream echo throughout the forest before her. It was a voice quite familiar to her. Seagrain. Altair did not understand what had happened. There was simply no way that Jose Porla had injured the man in the condition he was in, and yet her ears could not have deceived her. Altair prepared herself to step into the woods, to find out what had happened, but she found the action unnecessary. Seagrain appeared before her quite suddenly, the man being thrown to the ground by an unseen force. Yet there was something missing, Altair could see that quite clearly. "Your arm." As Seagrain lay on the ground, his eyes closed and his breathing unsteady, Altair simply stared at the bloody stomp that was beneath his right shoulder. Blood poured out onto the ground, staining the dirt itself. How disappointing that he passed out. A wound such as that would have been child's play back home. Altair turned her gaze towards the forest and found herself looking upon a worn and rugged individual, a dark cape hanging from his shoulders, one that obscured the pristine white uniform underneath. Yet what she truly noticed was the bloodied sword in one of his hands, Seagrain's severed arm hanging from the grip of the other. "Jose Porla is worth more to me alive than he is to you dead," the man said as he dropped Seagrain's arm on the ground. "He will serve me well, but I assure you that he will not speak out against your agenda." The man turned then, not even sparing Altair another glance. He took one step forward, then stopped. "Altair Milkovic, whether or not that man will bleed out is of no consequence. His other half will simply have to give thought of his recovery. You, however, I will leave be." Tell the Magic Council. No, not just them. Tell your true master and all of the Balam Alliance to stay out of Quincy affairs. Who? Who are you? Altair asked, her fear palpable. I am Wywak, the man said as he looked her way with harsh eyes one last time. And when the time is right, my will shall spread across this world like wildfire. Check the description for the links to the author.